Good morning, everybody. We are getting ready to begin the continuation of the Casey Anthony trial. We've been rewatching that, a lot of interest in that, and some very strong opinions about it. And as we're seeing the trial play out in front of us, first couple days have not been overly exciting. What we have learned from the first few days is that Casey Anthony is a pathological liar. She lies when she wakes up until she goes to sleep. So yes, I think that fact has been well established that she lied not only beginning in June when her Kaylee went missing, but even before that. She's just a liar. That's just the fact. So the prosecution keeps trying to establish that for whatever reason with a million witnesses. Not exactly sure what the strategy there is, but we also heard from George Anthony. George Anthony has been somewhat evasive on the stand. There's something very clearly wrong with his testimony as we're watching also. There are things that he's trying to hide, being perhaps deceitful about certain things. So every time that he takes the stand on cross-examination, you see it more and more and more. So that's something that we're seeing with George. And now we also heard from Simon Birch. Simon Birch is an important part to this case. So that was something that you had to kind of wake yourselves up for. It wasn't just the regular witnesses that went to Fusion and saw Casey there partying. That was another part, that they wanted to show that Casey during this time was not concerned about her missing daughter. She's pretending like everything's fine. She's having a great time partying and being part of hot body contests. So that was also a fact that was brought out and an issue that they wanted to establish with many, many, many witnesses. So then we got on to Simon Birch. Okay, so Simon Birch was the manager of Johnson's Wrecker, which is the wrecker company that towed the vehicle. He apparently used to work in sanitation, and he also knows the smell of dead bodies. A number of times when they tow trucks or cars, there could be some dead bodies in there. So he's come to know the difference between the smell of garbage, regular garbage, and the smell of a dead body or human remains or decomposition. So he testified yesterday that when they were walking towards the vehicle and the door was opened, he smelled the odor of decomposition. Some questions about whether he was allowed to testify to that or not, whether that's considered an expert opinion or not. That most likely, I imagine, was dealt with by in pre-trial motions. So that was essentially Simon Birch's testimony. He also said some interesting things about George saying that he may get divorced over this, and he let him know about his granddaughter missing. And he also brought the can of gasoline with him. Now, remember, this can of gasoline is very significant in this case. The reason is that there's a piece of duct tape on the gas tank, which very clearly was established that George himself put on the gas tank for some reason after Casey returned the car to him. I'm sorry, not returned the car, but returned the gas tank to him. Somehow that piece of tape got put on the gas can. Why was he doing that? This is a gas can that he's had over 20 years. This is the first time that he's putting on this duct tape. And the duct tape is significant because it's a very odd type of duct tape. And this is a duct tape that apparently only the Anthony family or a couple others use. Wasn't your standard duct tape. Was he trying to hint something to the police? So there was that. And also, what's interesting is that despite having a missing granddaughter, despite the car smelling like human remains, George decided not to call the police. Why not? Call the police over your missing gas can, and somebody came and burglarized his shed, which turned out to be Casey, and he called the cops because his gas can was missing of over 20 years, even though in the same shed he had some very expensive equipment that was not taken. So that would suggest that it's not a regular criminal who's looking for valuables. Why would they only take the gas tank? Well, he still called about it and he reported it to the police. But when it comes to his missing granddaughter, and there's smell of human remains coming from the car where his daughter and granddaughter used to hang out in. No phone call to the police. So definitely some parts of George Anthony's testimony is a little suspect. Then we started hearing from Cindy Anthony. Cindy Anthony is the mother. So there's a lot of testimony about Cindy Anthony, going through a lot of the areas where the prosecution already laid out an opening statement about what led up to her eventually calling the cops on her own daughter, which was interesting. She called the police on her daughter and said that her daughter stole her vehicle, which again was not true. That was lying to the police. She could have been prosecuted for that, but she wasn't. So she lied to the police about calling the cops that her daughter stole the car, also that her daughter stole some money, and was essentially begging the police to arrest her. And then eventually she found out about her granddaughter being kidnapped, because that's what Casey told her at that point. And Casey gets on the phone. So there's a number of 911 calls that we listened to yesterday. And when Cindy found out that Casey said that her daughter, or Cindy's granddaughter was kidnapped, Kaylee was kidnapped by the nanny, Zanny the nanny. That's when she again called the police and said now she has to report that. So Casey gets on the phone, and there's some conversation between her and the dispatcher, and the dispatcher asks her, what were you doing for the past 31 days that she was missing? And she said, well, I was looking for her. I probably shouldn't have been looking for her myself. Probably should have reported it, but that's what I was doing. So that's really what we're up to right now with Cindy Anthony, and we'll see more from Cindy as we go on. Just want to stop for a moment and recognize some of the people that came here to watch before we get started. Wendy Williams enters the chat, dropping by early so I don't forget. Good morning to everyone. Good morning to you. Good morning, Root Beer Float. I'll be trying to follow along while at work. Nikki B, good morning. Never saw the first trial. This has proven to be a fascinating watch. I think that's very interesting what's happening in this trial, is that a lot of people, I'm noticing that were part of the chat and were watching this with me, were the ones that said, they didn't really watch this trial carefully. They were relying on some news reports, which seemed to have been bent a certain way. And now that they're actually seeing the trial for themselves, it's giving them pause about maybe there's more going on here than they realized. That's why it's good we're watching this again when people are much more educated and much more into the whole true crime world and understand trials a little bit better. Hello, everyone, says Sarah. John Roberts, the Chief Justice, is here. Good morning to you. Good morning to Heineman from Ohio. Root Beer Float donated 5 Brother Counsel memberships. Appreciate that. Thank you very much for that. Blurry Lights, our moderator, is here to make sure everyone's behaving in the chat. Psychodynamic, good afternoon to you. Good morning over here. Good morning once again from Laura Perez. Luxie to Thyme, good morning all. I had a busy day yesterday, so I didn't get much of an opportunity to tune in. You are all my coworkers today. Well, that's great. I think we're going to get to the cross-examination of Cindy, which should also be very interesting. So today's going to be an interesting day, I think. Some of the testimony from the first few days have been brutal and repetitive. Lynn Downing, I'm glad to see this trial. I'm always curious, if I were a juror, would I come to the same verdict? Seeing what the jury sees rather than what's in the press is important. And that's a pattern that we keep hearing about. People had different ideas about the case because they were just relying on the press. Good morning from California. Psychodynamic says George is my favorite character in this drama. So far, he has. I mean, every time he takes a stand, it's always more interesting and more evasive, more qualifying his answers, not giving answers, definitely to cross-examination, and the jury sees it all, and they see, okay, this person has something to hide. Avon Bird Lady, morning from Massachusetts, where foliage is brilliant, but our justice system is not. Laura Wilson, good morning. Good morning, Mads. Hi. Poetic Justice is back with her. Good morning. We know Poetic's opinion about this trial. Maybe that will change as we continue to watch it together. Who knows? Jessica, good morning to everyone. Mass Dad says, Brother Counsel, all the court docs, motions, trial transcripts, and pretrial deposition transcripts are available on the Orange County Clerk's website. Let me know if you want the docket number. I'm not probably going to have the time to look at all that. So we're trying to watch the trial from fresh without any knowledge of what was going on before trial, just watching the trial as it unfolds in front of us. Here we go again. I really appreciate your gavel-to-gavel coverage. I only followed the case in the news back then. Parent testimonies have been eye-opening for me. See, the people that have been following the press all those years ago, 2011, are getting a different perspective now. Poetic Justice asks the question, is George Anthony on trial or his daughter? Well, of course, George Anthony is not on trial. But when you're the prosecution witness and you're being deceptive with your answers or deceitful or uncomfortable or not giving answers, that's when the jury wonders, okay, what are you hiding? What more do you know? And we're not getting the full story. When you don't get the full story as a jury, you can start questioning things. Leslie says, I watched your guest appearance last night on another YouTube channel. Very good. And that was Calling All Beings. I went on Calling All Beings last night, right as soon as we finished the live stream here, essentially. And then I also broke down Karen Reed's answer to the civil complaint. So that's all available for you if you want to go check that out also. Here's another reason why people are joining now. Simi says, this trial happened before I really started watching trials. A lot of people got into the true crime world after the Casey Anthony trial. Another reason why we should be doing this. Rebecca's here. Good morning. Good to see you all. Cripple says, so far I'm with the prosecution. Casey's lies have been outrageous. George is a distraction. Jose is exploiting him. It's blatantly clear. I feel sorry for the parents. Okay, that's what we see for so far. A pro-prosecution. The Crazy Garden Lady says, good morning. Former lawyer here. I didn't watch this trial at the time, but after seeing George on the stand yesterday, I feel like his attitude and demeanor was even worse than I thought from the media. So this is also from a former lawyer, understands how people testify and how much effect that can create on the jury. And I mean, this is the prosecution's this is their theory here, that the full story is Casey and her lies show her guilt. That's what Cripple says. Full story is Casey and her lies show her guilt. And that's what the prosecution believes. If they're able to show that Casey's a pathological liar, well, then that would equal her actually murdering her child. I mean, it's definitely possible, but again, the burden's very high. You got to prove your case beyond a reasonable doubt. And so far, all they've proven is that Casey's a pathological liar. Now, again, this lying did not just start in June, which I think is also significant. I don't know if Bias is going to highlight that in the closing arguments, but it's something that we're seeing, that she was a pathological liar even from before her daughter was missing. And according to Jose Biason's opening statement, it was because that's how she was raised. That's what this family is like. This family is dysfunctional. And again, there's also allegations of abuse that she had to hide all those years. Jacob Trent, hello, BC. Poetic Justice, I didn't see a recap. The reason is because I didn't post the recap because I'm just a little bit busy these days, so it's hard. All right. Well, with that out of the way, let's continue with the trial. Casey Anthony, we're at part 2 of day 6. We should be able to get through this today and then move on to day 7, hopefully finish day 7. And also, I do hear that I'm still have my eyes open for the appeal that's going to be filed in Kelsey Fitzsimmons' case. And as soon as that gets filed, I'm going to have to take a look at that and do a video on that. So that may also disrupt the trial a little bit. I actually have a 10:30 hearing today also. So I may pause it when I get on the Zoom hearing. I'm not going to be able to broadcast my Zoom hearing for you, but we may have to pause it just for a couple minutes till I take care of that hearing. So just letting you all know that. But that's coming up in about 15 minutes. All right. Well, let's get started. Here we go. Let's make sure the playback is on 1.5 so we can get through it a little bit faster. And here we go.
Let the record reflect that the defendant is present along with counsel for the defendant, assistant state attorneys, both sides ready to proceed. I believe Mrs. Anthony is up for cross-examination.
Here we go. Cross-examination.
All right, let's have Ms. Anthony return to the stand. Okay, let's return to jury. Stand Chair recognizes the president of the jury. Defense?
Yes, sir.
Members of the jury, I hope you had a good lunch. Did you heed all of my previous admonitions? Mr. Baez, you may proceed, sir.
Please, the court. Mr. Rainberg. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, Mrs. Anthony.
Hello.
Mrs. Anthony, is it fair to say you and Casey are very much alike?
In many ways, yes.
In fact, is that not what you hear quite often, that you are exactly alike?
In most ways, yes.
And you raised Casey to be a good person.
Yes, I did.
And you raised Casey to be caring
Yes, I did.
and loving as well.
Yes.
And you raised Casey to always tell the truth.
I thought I did. Yes, I did. I tried.
And you got to see what kind of mother Casey became, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And what kind of, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what kind of mother Casey is?
Casey was a very loving, very caring mother. She had a very easy, quick maternal instinct that was very evident as soon as Kaylee was born. And she reminded me of myself when my kids were born, how just natural she was with Kaylee. And they were just great together.
And how did Kaylee respond to Casey?
Kaylee adored her mom. Her eyes would light up. She'd run to her and love on her. And in fact, Kaylee didn't want to sleep without her mom. Kaylee adored her.
Kaylee followed Casey everywhere she went, did she not?
Pretty much.
And would cry all the time, every time she left?
No, not when it was either George or myself, because I mean, she would cry a little bit, but she knew we were there, so it wasn't a big separation anxiety when I was there. No, I didn't notice if I was already gone and Casey left her with one of her other sitters. I don't know how that was.
You never witnessed Casey abuse or torture Kaylee in any way, did you?
No, I did not.
And Kaylee never went without food or shelter or anything that she ever needed in life?
No, she had everything.
Now, you testified under direct examination that the first time you went to the doctor, or the first time Casey went to the doctor, was on June 30th of 2005.
No, that was when
I'm sorry, go ahead.
June 30th is when I found out that Casey was pregnant. To my knowledge, she went to the doctor a few days before.
And you went to your brother's wedding on June 7th, did you not?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Without showing this to the jury, madam, I'm going to now show you Defense Exhibit A. Did you recognize that photo, ma'am?
Yes.
And is that a photograph of you and Casey at your brother Rick's wedding?
Yes.
And at that time, when that photograph was taken, you did not believe that Casey was pregnant.
No, I did not.
And at that wedding, you were actually confronted about Casey's pregnancy by your brother, were you not?
We were sitting at the dinner table, and Casey had flown in earlier that day, and she was sick and wanted to go lay down. And my brother asked if she might be pregnant, and I told him no. I did not believe so.
So you were confronted by your brother at that time?
He brought the subject up that she might be pregnant, and my parents and my husband and I were there. And
at that time, you told him, no, she was not.
at that time, yes, I told him, no, we did not believe that she was pregnant.
And George was present during this conversation.
Yes,
And both of you indicated that Casey was not pregnant.
correct.
And you mentioned under direct examination that Casey, during that time period, was sedentary.
Pretty much so. I mean, for her work, previously she was walking the entire park at Universal, doing photos and such, and then she had taken a sedentary position in human resources. Her and I would walk, but she wasn't running or walking all day. We'd walk in the evening for a few minutes, but to me, that's still sedentary.
Miss Anthony, if you can just answer my question, I would appreciate it. The question was, you had testified that she was sedentary. Is that
Correct.
Okay. And for those of us who don't know what that means, that basically means lack of physical activity, correct?
Yes, that she pretty much have a sit-down job.
And are you certain it wasn't that she didn't get these? Well, let me strike that and ask you this: are you certain it wasn't because she was overly active or participating in sports that she got that way?
What way, sir? I don't understand the question.
With the large protruding belly, are you certain that it wasn't because she was participating in sports?
Casey wasn't participating in sports during that time.
Okay. So it's the complete opposite. It's because she was not engaging in physical activity that you thought that way.
Yes, at that time, yes.
Now, you're aware that Casey has been incarcerated for the last 3 years, are you not?
I've been aware every day of my life for the last 3 years, yes, sir.
And you're aware that she spends 23 hours a day in a cell.
Yes, sir.
Okay. That would pretty much classify her as sedentary during that time period. Would you not agree?
Yes, sir.
As you see Casey today, does she have a large belly or a protruding belly?
I haven't been close enough to see her, but I know she's not eating, so I don't know what activities she's allowed or can do.
Your Honor, may I ask Miss Anthony to please stand with your permission so that Mrs. Anthony can identify her?
Approach. The defendant may stand.
Mrs. Anthony, can you see your daughter?
I can see just from her chest up.
May the witness stand down, Your Honor?
She may.
Can you please look at your daughter and then go back to the witness stand once you've had an opportunity to view her? Does your daughter appear to have a protruding belly as she did at your brother's wedding?
She's not as big as she was during that period of time, no.
Now, I'd like to ask you some questions about when Casey actually did go to the doctor. Okay?
Okay.
Now, she went on, you said you think she went a couple days before the 30th.
She told me she went a few days before. Casey was having some female issues, and we were concerned that she might have an ovarian cyst. She was bloated, she was hurting, she was not feeling well, and her periods were more often than normal. So I had implored her to go to see the doctor, and she told me that she had gone earlier that week to see the doctor.
And she eventually was referred to a Dr. King, was she not?
That was on her, after her second visit, from my understanding.
And that was a gynecologist.
Yes,
And that was the first time that she had actually seen a gynecologist, correct?
yes,
And she was 19 at the time.
yes,
Now, you testified that your daughter had irregular periods
yes,
and that you thought that she might have had a cyst.
yes,
And when did Casey first get her period?
when she was 12. Actually, excuse me, when she was 10.
She was 10. And from the age of 10 to the age of 19, being a medical professional, you never considered taking her to a gynecologist.
Going to a gynecologist is pretty traumatic for a child. I remember I didn't go till I was like 17 or 18 years old. No, I considered it that she was having issues that weren't what I considered pretty much like me. When you compare that her and I are a lot alike, we're a lot alike in that way as well with our periods.
Despite the fact that she was having irregular periods?
That just started just a few months prior to me finding out she was pregnant.
Do you know when she had her first sexual partner?
Sustained.
Now, I'd like to talk to you a little bit about some of Casey's imaginary friends. First of all, let me ask you this. Who's Casey's father?
Hearsay.
Overruled to the extent that the answer comes from Casey Anthony. If it comes from someone other than Casey Anthony, you can't answer the question.
When Casey first told me she was pregnant, naturally, the first thing I asked her is who the father was. And she, at that time, told me that it was Jesse Grund.
Now, you didn't wait till Kaylee was born to ask her who the father was.
No.
You asked her right away?
Right away, yes.
Because that's what a concerned parent would do.
Yes.
And there came a time where you found out that Jesse Grund was not Kaylee's father. Did you not?
Yes.
And subsequent to that, who did you think Kaylee's father was?
She gave me the name of Eric Baker.
And did you ever meet anyone by the name of Eric Baker?
No, sir, I have not.
What did Casey tell you about this?
Remember that George did not ask right away and didn't really care to find out who the father was, even ask, until she was about to deliver the baby, or maybe after. So he did a good job by establishing that's what a concerned parent would do, right? So again, showing that George is a little bit off.
Eric Baker.
That he was 2 years younger than her, and that he.
Well, Ms. Anthony, as long as you're telling us something that your daughter told you.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Please continue.
He was 2 years younger than her, and he was an old friend, and she had seen him about the time that she started seeing Jesse. He was in town and upset about a girlfriend or such, and then I guess they got together, and it was one night. And Eric lived out of state and was back in a relationship with his girlfriend that he was having difficulty with when Casey said they got together.
And what state was he from?
I'm pretty sure she said like Kentucky, North Carolina, somewhere there.
And at this point, did you make any attempts to meet Eric Baker?
No,
Did you want to speak to Eric Baker at any time?
no,
Did Casey tell you that she wanted you to meet Eric Baker?
no.
Did there come a time where meeting Eric Baker was not possible?
Yes.
How did that all come about?
It was about a week or two after Kaylee's second birthday that Casey called me at my work, and she was hysterical on the phone. And she told me that Casey's father was involved in a car accident. And she had just found out. And she also told me at that time that Kaylee had a half-brother.
And what is Kaylee's half-brother's name?
I have no idea.
Is Eric Baker on Kaylee's birth certificate?
No, no father's listed on Kaylee's birth certificate.
Now, do you think Eric Baker exists?
To her opinion.
Pardon?
To any opinion. Testimony.
Sustained.
Do you have any evidence that Eric Baker is Kaylee's father?
Would be based on any hearsay.
Sustained.
Do you have any evidence that Eric Baker ever existed?
Next question,
Objection.
Mr. Baez. Objection is sustained.
Tell me about Jeff Hopkins. You've testified quite a bit about him during direct. He is a wealthy man.
Do you want me to tell you how I learned about him? Or
Sure.
Casey was engaged to Jesse, and it was sometime around Valentine's Day of 2006. And she was telling me, this is about the time Casey was starting to vocalize issues of her and Jesse's relationship. And she started telling me about this young man that she worked with that was an IT at Universal. Actually, I guess he worked for Nickelodeon Studios at the time. And he had a little boy, and she said that she thought he was a nice young man, and he had befriended her, and she was confiding in him about her relationship with Jesse.
Did Casey tell you these things on pretty much a daily basis, or is this all information you heard on one day?
No, this is over the course of a period of time. I mean, I heard about Jeffrey Hopkins from that point on through, until I found out about Kaylee.
And Jeffrey Hopkins had a child named Zachary.
Yes.
And did you ever see a photograph of Zachary?
I saw a picture of Zachary and Jeffrey on Casey's cell phone months later. It was probably towards the fall or winter of 2006 that when Casey's phone was on, I guess was just sitting there, the picture was of Zachary and Jeff, and she had him listed as boyfriend in her phone.
Have you since come to find out that Jeffrey Hopkins does not exist?
I never knew for sure if he did or not, so if you're telling me that he doesn't exist now, then
Are you aware that law enforcement looked for him?
yes.
And are you aware that no such Jeffrey Hopkins ever worked for Universal Studios?
Sustained.
Do you have any evidence, other than the photograph that you saw, that there ever was a Jeffrey Hopkins?
Same basis.
Sustained.
Do you ever speak to Jeffrey Hopkins?
No.
You had, that you testified under direct, a girls' day at the mall with Jeffrey's mother?
We were supposed to meet up with Jeffrey's mom and Zachary for Christmas pictures with Santa Claus, Christmas of 2007.
And what was Jeffrey's mother's name?
Jules.
Jules. And did you ever speak to Jules?
No, I did not.
Do you ever see a photograph of Jules?
No, I did not.
Did you ever have a phone number for Jules?
Yes, I did.
Did you ever call it?
No, I never had the opportunity where I needed to.
Now, it turned out that Jules had cancer.
Casey told me that those last few weeks in July of 2008 that Jules had cancer.
And did you get an invitation to go to her wedding?
No. As my understanding, it was an impromptu thing that just occurred that week.
Do you know if Casey got an invitation to go to her wedding?
Casey told me that she was attending Jules' wedding and that was delaying her from coming home from Jacksonville.
And it turns out that Zach's mother was also deceased.
Yes.
It's your understanding that Jeffrey Hopkins was how old compared to Casey?
How old?
Yes. Were they the same age, Casey and Jeffrey Hopkins?
No, I believe Jeffrey was at least 2, if not 3 or 4 years older than Casey.
And they both had children who were approximately 2 years of age.
No, Zachary was a year older than Kaylee.
They both had toddlers,
Yes.
and both of these toddlers' parents, other parents, were deceased.
Yes.
So Jeffrey Hopkins was a widower.
My understanding is that Jeff took custody of Zachary when he was 2, that Zachary's mother, previous to that, was a single mom, and Jeff had no idea that he was a father, and then found out when his old girlfriend passed away that he actually was a father.
I guess what I'm trying to get at is Zachary's mother was deceased. Yes.
Yes.
And Kaylee's father was deceased.
Yes.
And Casey wanted to move in with Jeffrey Hopkins and the 2 children together.
At some point, I believe that that's Casey's wishes.
And that's what Casey had dreamed of.
That's what Casey, told me that was what she would like to do someday.
Were there ever any plans set in place to make this family happen?
There were lots of plans that we were supposed to get together with him and meet him and his family, and that never happened.
In fact, there was one time where you guys planned a barbecue.
There were several times that we planned things, and something always came up that we never got to meet him.
Do you recall planning a barbecue?
Not specifically a barbecue, but I remember we're supposed to go to SeaWorld and different things.
And when did those plans get canceled? Were
Always
they the day of or the day before?
Always the day of.
The day of. And did you ever have a situation where you went out and bought food because you were going to meet Jeff?
Yes.
And you had planned a dinner that you were going to prepare, or barbecue or anything like that?
There was lots of times when I thought he was going to come over that I would either make a cake or something. If I knew I did that for all of the kids' friends. If someone knew was coming, I always tried to have food, and you don't want someone over to your house sitting there unprepared.
And did you share this with people, this information of this wonderful guy named Jeff Hopkins?
Absolutely.
You told your coworkers?
Yes.
Did it ever occur to you, Cindy, that these people weren't real?
No, sir.
And this was long before June 16, 2008, wasn't it?
Correct.
And you had heard these stories of these imaginary people for quite some time.
I did not know they were imaginary people.
I know that, but you had heard these for quite some time.
Yes.
Juliet Lewis, who is she?
I was told she was a coworker of Casey's through not only Universal Studios, but also someone she worked with at Hard Rock Cafe.
And did you ever speak to Juliet Lewis?
No, I did not.
What does she look like?
I can only tell you a description that Casey gave me. I've never seen her.
And why did she describe her to you?
I remember one day we were sitting in Universal parking lot waiting for her boss and Juliet to arrive because I was volunteered to help Casey with a fundraiser.
And how long did you wait for Juliet before she never showed up?
Hour and a half.
Did you call Juliet?
No, Casey called Juliet.
And did you ever have an opportunity to speak to Juliet?
No, sir.
Do you have any evidence or any knowledge as to whether Juliet Lewis ever existed?
The only thing I remember Kaylee, when I'd ask her about Juliet's daughter, Annabelle, Kaylee would repeat the name Annabelle like it was familiar to her. So.
And how would Kaylee mention Annabelle?
If I would say to Kaylee that day before I go to work or whatever, if I knew that Casey was going to see Juliet and Kaylee might see
All right,
Annabelle,
guys, give me 1 minute. I'm
because
being
sometimes,
called in.
Zanny was
Okay, we're back. Nice quick hearing there. I got it done, got the deal, and now we're going on.
Supposed to have watched Annabelle for Juliet as well. I would say, "You're going to play with Annabelle today," and her eyes would light up, and she would say, "Annabelle."
She would just repeat the name.
Yes.
How old was Annabelle?
The same age as Kaylee.
Did you ever see any photographs of Annabelle?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you ever have any play dates with Kaylee and Annabelle?
No.
Who is Raquel Farrell?
I believe Raquel Farrell to be Zanny's roommate.
And what does she look like?
I've never seen Raquel.
Did you ever speak to Raquel Farrell?
No.
Did you ever see a photograph of Raquel Farrell?
No.
Do you have any evidence that Raquel Farrell ever existed?
No.
Is Raquel Farrell the one that worked at Fridays?
I don't know where Raquel Farrell worked at.
Now, I'd like to talk about Zanny the nanny. Did you ever see a photograph of Zanny the nanny?
No.
Did you ever speak to Zanny the nanny?
No.
When was the first time you heard of Zanny the nanny?
The same time I heard about Jeffrey Hopkins, around Valentine's Day of 2006.
This was over 2 years and basically 2.5 years before June 16, 2008.
Yes, sir.
And what did Casey tell you about Zanny the nanny?
She didn't call her Zanny the nanny, by the way. She called her Zanny, and she said that that was Jeff's girlfriend, and that they lived in the same apartment complex. And Jeff pretty much offered Zanny up as a extra person if Casey ever needed a babysitter, because at that time it was her girlfriend Lauren and the Gruns, or George and I, that was watching Kaylee, those hours that my schedule overlapped with Casey's.
And you had no idea that Zanny was not a real person?
No, I did not.
And she described to you that Zanny looked like what?
Over the course of the 2 years, Zanny had gotten her hair cut several times, but when I first heard about her, she had long black hair and was very attractive.
Did she say she was a perfect?
That came up later. I didn't hear that prior, right in the beginning. I for Casey's friends or anybody to babysit Kaylee.
Did Zanny the nanny speak Spanish?
Possibly. Casey spoke some Spanish. She took, I believe, 3 years of Spanish in high school.
And did Zanny the nanny teach Kaylee how to count in Spanish, or was that Casey that did that?
I believed it was between Zanny, Casey, and Dora the Explorer that Kaylee was able to speak Spanish and count.
How would Casey prepare on a daily basis to pack up and take Kaylee to Zanny the nanny?
I was never home to see her pack for Kaylee to take her to Zanny's, so I could not tell you that.
Were you there when they came home?
Yes.
And did Kaylee appear to be excited from spending the day with Zanny the nanny?
When Kaylee either would come through the door, I would come through the door, the first thing was we would run to each other, and it didn't matter what Kaylee did for the day. It was what her and I were going to do with the rest of the day. So we really never talked about that.
But surely you asked her, did you have a fun day? Or?
Oh, yes. There was one occasion where I was actually kind of concerned that Kaylee had some scratches on her legs, and I thought that they looked like cat or dog scratches. And I asked her what had happened to her. And she said a doggy had scratched her. So I asked Casey about it, and she said that Zanny had gotten a new puppy, and the puppy had scratched Kaylee.
What was the puppy's name?
I don't recall.
And were there ever times, well, let me ask it this way. How often throughout the week for almost 2 years did Kaylee stay with Zanny the nanny?
Not that often. Most of the time, there was weeks at a time where Kaylee wouldn't stay with anybody other than myself. Zanny was someone that filled in. If Casey had to work while I was at work or George was unavailable. Otherwise, most of the time, Casey dropped Kaylee off at my work or would meet me in the parking lot, and then I would have Kaylee in the evenings.
Did Casey ever describe, prior to June and July of 2008, did Casey ever describe any problems that Zanny the nanny was having in her life, in her personal life?
Just that period of time. Well, there were different times during those 2 years where Zanny had to move. She talked to me about Zanny's mom being ill and different things like that. And Zanny had another part-time job, and she just babysat. And I guess when her and Jeffrey broke up, Zanny got a job as a bartender to fill in financially from not being able, making money from, watching Zachary. So, I mean, there was different, I mean, she would talk to me about Zanny's life like she was one of her friends, and that's what she considered her, and that's what I considered her to be, is a friend of Casey's at that point.
And did Zanny's mother have cancer too?
No, sir. She had heart issues.
Heart issues?
Yes, sir.
And what was her name?
If I'm not mistaken, I believe it was Gloria.
Who was Rosa?
I have no idea.
Now, Zanny had a sister, did she not?
Yes.
And what was Zanny's sister's name?
I did not find out about Zanny's sister until after July of 2008.
What was Zanny's sister's name?
Samantha.
And was she older or younger than Zanny?
I believe she was older.
Was Samantha also a nanny?
No, sir, I don't believe so.
Did she live with Juliet and Raquel and Zanny together?
Juliet did not live with Zanny.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And as far as I know, her sister was either married or lived on her own with her children.
Did you ever see a photograph of Gloria, Zanny's mother?
No, sir.
Did you ever speak to Gloria to wish her well on her heart condition?
No, sir.
Do you have any knowledge, or did you have any knowledge that Gloria was an imaginary person?
No, sir.
What about Samantha?
I never had the opportunity to meet Samantha. I did not know about Samantha until after July of 2008.
What did Casey tell you about, or what information do you have about the uncomfortableness of Zanny and move in with Jeff Hopkins?
Object to the relevance of the show.
Sustained.
I'll just sum this up, Ms. Anthony. Do you have any information that you've received over the last 3 years, or since these people ever were mentioned, that they are anything but imaginary people?
I just found out that they are imaginary people.
And you testified under direct examination that up until about 6 weeks ago, you were looking for Zanny the nanny.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And that was for 3.5, or for 2.5 years, you were looking for Zanny the nanny?
I was looking for Zanny ever since I found out that Kaylee was missing.
And what efforts did you engage to try and find Zanny the nanny?
We had tip lines. We looked up every Zenaida Fernandez or Zenaida Gonzalez or Zenaida Rodriguez or whatever came close that was in the state of Florida, New York, North Carolina. George and I, when we were in New York, even followed up on a tip and went to the apartment that we believed that she lived in.
Was this at George's urging or yours?
At mine and George's when he found out that she was in New York or could be in New York.
Well, this was something that you really wanted to pursue.
This is something we both wanted to pursue. When I got the tip that with a physical address, I mean, we went to California to follow up on her.
Did you find Zanny the nanny in California?
No, we did not. But we had met a couple that was pretty convinced that she was possibly at a restaurant that they had seen Kaylee.
You hired someone by the name of Dominic Casey, did you not?
I never hired Dominic Casey. Dominic Casey worked for you. And when you and Mr. Casey had a falling out, he volunteered to continue to follow up on tips for Kaylee.
And he did that for you?
Yes.
And I believe you once made a statement that somebody was being watched in Puerto Rico.
Yes, sir. Mr. Casey thought that Kaylee might be in Puerto Rico.
Sustained.
As to relevance, Your Honor, this was brought out during direct examination as to some of the methods that
Your hearsay.
I understand it. May I inquire in another manner?
Can I ask another question, but
Yes, sir.
objection sustained.
Did you order your private investigator at the time to follow someone in Puerto Rico?
Yes, I had received a tip.
That objection again, Ms. Burke? Sustained as to relevancy.
Did you hear that, or let me rephrase that. Did you ever become aware, or did you ever believe that Kaylee was flown by a private jet to Puerto Rico?
Sustained. Another subject.
Yes, sir. Let's go back a little bit further in time. I'd like to talk about Casey's high school graduation. When did you first find out that she was not graduating?
Relevancy sustained.
Your Honor, I think some of this was brought out during direct examination, not the specific.
Sustained.
Now, Mrs. Anthony, throughout all of these years, it never occurred to you that these stories and these people that Casey was talking about were not real.
No, sir.
So therefore, the reason during the 30 days that you had not seen Kaylee, you understood all of these things to be true just as the imaginary people?
I trusted Casey. She never given me any reason not to believe in her.
So the answer is yes, that the reason you believed in Casey was because certainly you had no knowledge that all of these people were imaginary, and Casey had no reason or no issues that would lead you to cast doubt on what she was telling you.
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Did there come a time where you told law enforcement that you thought Zanny was Amy Huizinga or Jesse Grund?
Overruled.
Yes.
And why did you think that Zanny the nanny was Amy Huizinga or Jesse Grund?
Well, actually, when I spoke to the FBI about it, I wasn't convinced that it was Amy, more like it might be Ricardo Morales. And when I was bringing up the information to the FBI, it was Scott Boland who put the Zanny and Huizinga correlation together.
So you think that the FBI is the one that thought Zanny the nanny was Amy Huizinga?
Object to relevance and her opinion on the issue.
Sustained is their opinion.
Why did you think Zanny the nanny was Jesse Grund?
I never said that I thought Zanny was Jesse Grund.
Can you explain why you told law enforcement that you thought Zanny was?
Sustained a while ago in a different form, Mr. Baez.
Yes, sir. Have you ever testified that you gave the sheriff's department Zanny's number?
Yes, I did.
And did you give law enforcement Zanny the nanny's phone number?
I gave one of the deputies on July 15th or the morning of July 16th what I thought was Zanny's phone number.
And as far as you know, that number was never followed up on? What happened with that number?
From my understanding, that number was not to a Zenaida Gonzalez, it was to one of Casey's other friends.
Which police officer did you give Zanny the nanny's phone number to?
The officer that was in charge that evening.
Would that be Sergeant Hosey?
Yes, sir.
Mrs. Anthony, do you believe Kaylee's alive?
I'm going to object to the relevance of this.
Sustained.
I'd like to talk to you, Miss Anthony, about your home.
Yes.
Okay. We saw photographs of the inside of your home. Do you recall those?
Yes.
You have white carpet,
It's like a cream color carpet.
and we saw photographs of the sliding glass door that goes out towards the pool.
Yes.
And there is no bar that would prevent Kaylee from opening that door.
We never placed the bar there, no.
And there's no child safety lock or anything like that for that door.
No, Kaylee had difficulty opening the big door.
Okay. Have you ever testified that Casey would get out quite easily?
Casey could, yes.
I'm sorry, Kaylee could.
I may have.
Okay. And that's what led you to believe that Kaylee could have drowned in the pool, did it not?
I don't know if I put those in the same sequence.
But it was your opinion that the number one thing that you thought could have happened was Kaylee drowning in the pool.
Sustained.
How many times did you tell law enforcement about Kaylee possibly drowning in the pool?
I have sustained objection to that question, so move on to another area, please, sir.
The day, within 24 hours of law enforcement getting called, Miss Anthony, did you not tell Detective Melich about the ladder incident?
I'm not sure what ladder incident you're talking about.
About finding the ladder down attached to the pool on June 17th?
Facts, not an evidence.
Overruled.
I know at some point I remember telling the detectives that the ladder, I found the ladder on the pole and the gate open.
And that was on June 17th, was it not?
I believe it was the 16th. Could have been the 17th, but I feel like it was the 16th.
So the 16th, you came home from work and you saw the ladder there.
I came home from work and let the dogs outside. And when I went outside with the dogs, I noticed that the ladder was on the pole. And when I walked to get the ladder off the pole, I noticed that the side gate was open.
And that alarmed you.
Yes, because the dogs were in the backyard and I didn't want them running into the street, and we never left the gate open.
And this alarmed you so much that the next day when you went to work, you actually told coworkers.
Yes, sir.
You told Debbie Bennett about someone was swimming in your pool.
I had called George that night and asked him if he had worked in the yard and could have potentially left the gate open, and did he cool off in the pool before he went to work? And he said no. And from my knowledge, Casey had not been back home that afternoon. So if it wasn't Casey or George, then it had to be someone else.
My question, ma'am, was that you told Debbie Bennett that someone was swimming in your pool.
Yes, sir. I just answered that saying that it wasn't one of us, so I thought it could be someone else.
I understand. You also told Debbie Polisano that someone was swimming in your pool.
Possibly, yes.
Okay. And are you close with Debbie Polisano?
She was my supervisor for a year and a half before I left Gentiva.
So is that a yes or no?
She was my boss. We weren't friendly. Debbie Bennett and I hung out after work. Deborah Polisano and I never hung out after work, so I don't really call being close with her. No.
Did you tell anyone else at work about the ladder being attached to the pool on June 16, 2008?
My work is very open, so if I was talking to Debbie, then pretty much the whole office probably could have heard me speaking to Debbie Bennett.
Okay. Now, Kaylee loved to swim, did she not?
Yes, she did.
In fact, when you were on vacation, you guys went swimming every day
Which vacation, sir?
in June of 2008.
Yes, from my second day vacation, yes.
And you always used the protective vest when going
Yeah.
swimming with her.
Yes, I would take it off before we get out of the pool most of the time because Kaylee liked to get her suit off and go by the jets before we get out. If it was just her and I, I'd leave the vest on, but if someone else was with us, then we would strip her down and someone would get her with the towel and take her in.
I heard you say she liked to swim naked.
Well,
Or-
she just, the jet from the pool, we had a little thing, she liked to go over to it and feel it, so,
Who doesn't?
yeah, it feels good on your back and your bottom, so, yes.
Now, did you ever advise law enforcement that you thought maybe Casey?
I don't recall. I could have. If Casey had the opportunity to come home to swim, she may have.
Now, I know you testified that after that you went swimming with Kaylee June 15, 2008,
Yes,
and that it was almost in the evening that the two of you got out of the pool.
yes, it was getting, the sun was, it was getting later in the evening, and it was getting kind of chilly in the pool, and we had been in the pool for at least an hour, hour and a half. It was probably about 7 o'clock, 7:30.
And I know you testified that you took the ladder down after you were done.
Yes, I recall taking the ladder down.
Are you 100% certain of that?
As certain as I can be. I'm not sure if anybody's ever 100% certain of anything, but I do recall taking the ladder down. So as much as I can remember from the events, yes, I took the ladder down.
And of course, you would never have to recall this specific event until well after a month later.
No, actually, it would have been the next day when I questioned whether or not someone was in the pool. So within a day, I would have
That's right.
remembered.
Now, do you recall speaking with, after this case is over, with two men, one by the name of Steph Watts? Do you know who he is?
I know who he is, but I don't know what you're referring to as after this case is over. I don't think this case is ever.
He works for Fox News, or worked at that time for Fox News
At what time are you referring?
in July of 2008.
Yes, I remember Steph Watts being one of the media personnel outside my home, one of many.
And do you recall ever meeting a man by the name of Mark Furman?
Yes, I do.
And he is that police officer from the O.J. Simpson case, is he not?
He was a police officer during the O.J. Simpson case, yes.
Do you remember letting both of these gentlemen into your home?
Yes.
Do you remember speaking to them about this case?
I remember Mr. Furman wanted to speak to us and offer any help that he could with his expertise as a detective.
Now, he's not a detective, though, is he?
Well, not at that time he wasn't.
And he is now a member of the media, is he not?
At that time, I actually found out after speaking with Mr. Furman that he was actually working on behalf of Greta Van Susteren. I didn't realize that at the time when we invited him in our home.
And did you give both of them a tour of your backyard?
Yes.
Did you tell Steph Watts and Mark Furman that you forgot to take the ladder down?
No, sir, I did not.
Now, on June 16, 2008, Casey attempted to call you around 4 p.m., did she not?
Yes, there were several attempts that Casey was trying to reach me that afternoon.
In fact, there was an abnormal amount of calls to you, unsuccessful calls?
At that time, I didn't know it was an abnormal amount. It was a Monday afternoon, and Mondays are very busy for me, and I was getting ready for a meeting, which a lot of my information on my projects were being discussed. So I remember coming out and knowing that she had called me around 4 o'clock.
Mrs. Anthony, I know that a lot of this in hindsight, but at the time, I totally understand the difference of your knowledge. But at that time, around 4 p.m. on that afternoon, there were numerous calls, unsuccessful calls from Casey to you in that afternoon, were there not?
Am I to answer, did I know at that time or now?
Now, do you know?
Yes,
that right
I know that now.
Okay. Now I'd like to talk to you about July 15th of 2008. You testified that several days earlier on the 13th of July, let's focus on the 13th, is the day you found the certified letter on your door.
I found the notice that alerted us to a certified letter.
The notice.
Yes.
Is that common for you to receive the certified notice on your door as opposed to in your mailbox?
We have a community mailbox that's a few doors down from us, and I don't think they're allowed to put those kind of notices in the community mailbox, so that they're supposed to put them where a person can see them readily.
So whenever you get the notices in the mail for certified letter, it's always on the door, never in the mailbox.
I've never received a certified notice in our mailbox, no.
And you testified that you received it on the 13th of July,
Yes, it was a Sunday afternoon.
and that you thought the notice said 10th or 11th of July.
On the notice, it gives you, there's a date, there's several things on the notice. It tells you where to go pick it up. There's a box that says, there's a place where the postman can write when he puts it down, and I believe the date that was handwritten on there that he put it on our door was either the 10th or the 11th, which would have been, I guess, Thursday or Friday.
When you called the police on July 15th, 2008, what day did you tell them you found that notice on your door?
When I called the police,
Yes.
I don't think I talked about the notice when I called the police. I talked about getting this stuff from the car. The notice about the car, the certified letter, is probably what I was referring to, and not the notice. That we got the notice that day.
Okay, so do you recall telling the police that you had gotten it that day?
I was referring to the certified letter, not the notice that was on the front door.
But you do recall telling them that you received it on that day?
I do recall, I just listened to my 911 calls, that I did say that we found the car that day. And that was as a result of getting the notice from the tow company that our car was at Johnson's Towing.
Now, when you got the car and it was in the garage, it was your understanding that what you were smelling was garbage? Was it
Yes,
not?
sir. Yes, sir.
And you're clear about that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the reason you said in the 911 tape that the car smelled like a dead body was because, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury why?
I don't know why I said it that night. It just came out. Everything else I had thought about up until the third phone call. And the third phone call that I made to the 911, it just blurted out along with everything else.
The first time you called 911, you never told them about any dead body in your car.
I didn't have a relevance, or the car didn't enter my mind, except for the fact that I asked Casey at one time to come home, and I told her to bring the car home. And when she didn't come home, I used that as an excuse to speak to the police.
You used what as an excuse to speak to the police?
The car that had been stolen.
Okay. My question to you is, in either the first or the second 911 call, did you ever tell them anything about the car smelling like a dead body?
No, I never referenced the smell of the car.
And have you ever testified that the reason you told them the car smelled like a dead body was because you wanted the police to get there right away?
I wanted the police to get there before I called them, yes.
My question is, have you ever testified that the reason you mentioned that the car smelled like a dead body was because the police were taking a long time to get there and you wanted them there right then and there?
Yes, sir.
Now, you said that you got the notice early around lunchtime, the letter actually, knowing that the car was stolen. Is that correct?
I never picked up the letter. George did.
George, you became aware of it.
Yes, before lunch.
And you, in fact, spoke to Casey on 12:47, 12:57, and 1:10 p.m. that afternoon, did you not?
I spoke with her and left messages for her during those times.
And,
This would be a good time to break.
yes, sir.
Members of the jury, we're going to take our mid-afternoon recess to 3 o'clock. I'm going to ask you not to discuss the case among yourselves, it would be time for those who need to take the special recess to also take it also at this time. In addition, instructions on behalf of the state or the defense. Okay, we'll be in recess to 3 o'clock. Okay, let's have Ms. Anthony resume staff. And let's return the jury. Okay, let's say the process of the jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes,
Defense.
sir.
All right, Mr. Baez, you may continue, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mrs. Anthony, I just wanted to, before I move on, I wanted to touch back on 2 points that I may have overlooked. The calls that you received from Casey on June 16, 2008 at 4 p.m., there were 6 calls within 4 minutes, were there not?
I don't recall, sir. I just know that when I came back out of the conference room, I had a voice message in my inbox, and the operator had told me that Casey had called, and I had some phone calls on my cell phone, some of the phone calls.
During the course of this case, you've come to know that there were actually 6 calls within 4 minutes, correct? Does that sound fair to you?
I never realized there were 6 until now, but yes, I knew there were several, more than 3 or 4.
One at 4:10, 4:11, 4:11, 4:13.
Sustained.
Now, you work for Gentiva, is that correct?
Yes,
That's home health care?
yes.
And you have health insurance?
I had health insurance through there, yes.
Okay. Now, I'd like to talk about July 15th. That's where we were at before the break. I would, at this time, with the court's permission, like to play an item that's already in evidence, the third 911 call, a short portion of that.
Any objections from the state? You may proceed, Mr. Baez.
So it's Karen, listen. Karen, listen. Casey was dating for her a month ago. She's been missing for a month. Okay,
That's the portion, I don't know if you caught that. Was that the portion where you told George about what was going on?
Yes, there's sometime during that period of time, I had the phone in my hand waiting for the sheriff's office to come, and I saw George pull up. And when he got out of the car, I was trying to tell him at the same time talking to the dispatcher.
Okay, I'm going to play a little bit further back, a little longer. Another 5 seconds. Right there.
Date of birth. 2005. So it's Karen, listen. Karen, listen. Casey was dating for her a month ago. She's been missing for a month. Okay, I need.
You don't hear George Anthony saying anything other than what on that tape, do you?
I was yelling to George as he was getting out of the car. He parked his car on the street, and I was still in the driveway kind of close to the house.
Other than the word what, do you hear him say anything on that 911 tape?
I don't hear him say anything. I didn't hear him say anything.
Okay. Now, when you arrived home and you began to question Casey with Lee, only you and Lee were involved in that, correct?
Yes.
George was not involved in that.
No.
And George didn't question her in reference to any of this, did he?
I don't know if George ever had, or if George had contact with Casey, I wasn't aware.
So you're not aware if George had any contact with Casey when this all occurred?
Time frame, he was not home until that third 911 call. And then as he was coming home, then the sheriff's department arrived. So everything just happened and everybody converged all at once. And everything became a big, just jumble. Everybody was in the house at that point, and we were all pushed aside.
And he never had the opportunity to question her, according?
As far as I know, no, because once the sheriff's office came, we were all separated.
Okay. Now, on your 911 tape, you state that Kaylee had been missing since June 7th. Is that correct?
Yes, I wasn't looking at a calendar, and I didn't reference Father's Day at that point. I just knew that it was a month, and
that's even though if you count back 31 days from that date, it would have been June 16th.
probably yes.
Now, you gave a sworn statement to law enforcement that evening. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you recall the date you gave for that statement?
Again, it was I wrote down the wrong Sunday. It was the Sunday before Father's Day, and I was not intending it to be that day. I did not realize I just got my dates wrong.
I understand, but do you recall the date that you gave on that day?
Yeah, it was the
For that
Sunday
statement?
before Father's Day, so
What day do you recall that being?
the 9th? No, the 7th, yes, the 7th.
7th. If I showed you your statement, would that refresh your recollection?
Yes, please.
May I approach the witness, sir?
You may approach.
June 8th.
Does that refresh your recollection, ma'am?
Yes,
And what date did you put in your written statement?
June 8th, which would have been the Sunday before the 15th.
So in the 911 call, you mentioned it was the 7th. In your written statement, you write the 8th. Is that correct?
I don't know, if did I say June 7th on the 911 call?
Yes, if I showed you
Okay,
the transcript.
I don't want to hear it again.
Okay.
If that's what it was, then I did. Again, that last call, I was hysterical.
You later found out it was June 15th, was it not?
Yes,
And the way you found out was from law enforcement.
correct,
And that's because they took a look at the video of Kaylee with your father.
correct.
And they then wanted to go and speak to people at the home where your father was at. Is that not correct?
Yeah, they wanted to verify that date.
And you did not want law enforcement to go speak with them at the home or to disturb your father.
I was concerned about my father, who was very ill at the time. I didn't want sheriff's deputies or anybody showing up at a nursing home upsetting him or my mother.
So the answer is yes, ma'am. You didn't want law enforcement to go and speak to anyone at the home or to your father.
Correct.
And your father is still alive today?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that evening, when police arrived, did you not tell the responding detective that Casey had issues with seizures?
Are we?
Relevancy.
We're discussing July 15th, Judge.
Sustain.
Ma'am, you testified that you are a registered nurse.
Yes, sir.
And are you currently working as a registered nurse?
No, sir.
And what are you doing for a living now?
Overall.
I'm on disability right now.
Okay. And that is as a result of this case?
Yes, sir.
Do you have a financial interest in this case?
No, sir, I do not.
Have you started an organization by the name of Kaylee Marie Foundation, Kaylee Marie Anthony Foundation?
Yes, sir.
Have you trademarked Kaylee's name?
Yes, our attorneys filed the correct paperwork for that. Yes.
Have you made any money off of this case?
We've lost money off this case, sir. I've lost a lot off this case, sir.
Have you sold photographs of your daughter and your granddaughter for $20,000 to CBS in this case?
My old attorney, Brad Conway, set that up so that he could get paid.
And you paid him the entire $20,000?
No, a portion of that.
How much of that did you keep?
I had to pay bills with that. He got $6,000.
He got $6,000?
Yes, sir.
Have you discussed or flown to New York to discuss with anyone reference a book deal?
Again, that was set up through my ex-attorney, Brad Conway.
Did you go with him when he went to New York to try and arrange a book deal?
Yes,
Did your husband go with you?
yes.
Did anyone else go with you?
To our surprise, we met Tom Luca up there. We did not know he was going to be there.
And he was your son's attorney.
Yes.
And was he trying to negotiate a book deal for your son?
No, sir, he was not.
What was he doing there?
I have no idea.
Have you attempted to earn a living as a director of the Kaylee Marie Anthony Foundation?
No, sir, have not.
Have you engaged in numerous fundraising activities for this foundation?
No, sir, we have not.
Has this foundation done anything?
Yes, sir, it has.
Okay. And do you currently have any negotiations with any media outlets in reference to future interviews or future projects involving this case?
No, sir, I do not.
Have you flown to New York to meet with ABC News?
Not for a long time.
How many networks have you flown to New York to discuss possible projects with?
The projects were already done. We went up there for the daytime events when Kaylee was still missing, and we went up there and did a 48-hour interview, and we have not been back since.
If I can have just one moment, Judge.
You may.
I have no further questions at this time.
You direct.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mrs. Anthony, you testified on cross-examination that Kaylee was always provided with food, clothing, and shelter, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Those were items provided by you. You provided food to your granddaughter, Kaylee, correct? Did you provide food for your granddaughter, Kaylee?
Okay. Yes, yes, ma'am, I did.
The clothing that Kaylee had, did you provide clothing for your granddaughter, Kaylee?
A lot of people provided clothing for Kaylee, but I was probably the primary person. Yes.
Okay. Did you like to spoil Kaylee with clothes?
Yes, ma'am.
The house where Kaylee lived, did you provide?
Just beyond the scope.
Did you provide the shelter for your granddaughter?
Yes, ma'am.
You were also asked during cross-examination about your daughter's weight as it exists today. You've come to many court proceedings over the course of the last almost 3 years, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And since July 15th of 2008, has your daughter's weight fluctuated while she's been incarcerated?
Yes, ma'am, it has.
When you found out that she was pregnant, you asked her who the father was, and she said Jesse Grund. Did you provide that information to your husband, George?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
When you had individuals associated with Greta Van Susteren at your residence, was that in August of 2008?
Probably yes.
Did you tell those individuals anything other than the gate had been opened on or about June 17th of 2008?
Yes, I discussed the fact that the gate was open and that I had discovered the pool had the ladder on it.
Do you remember giving them a date more specific than June 17th or that week of 2008?
No, I just vaguely remember that conversation. It wasn't something that had a significant impact on me at that time.
Do you recall telling your coworkers, you mentioned Debbie Bennett, Debbie Polisano, would that also include Mr. Crittenden,
Yes, ma'am.
that the incident regarding the pool ladder and the gate was a few days before the gas can incident of June 24th?
Yes, it was prior to the gas can incident.
That gate that you have on the side of your house can only be opened from the inside, correct?
If it's locked, yes.
Were you in the habit of keeping it locked?
For the most part, unless we were using it frequently. Like if we were, working in the front yard, we wouldn't lock it every time we went out front. But yes, if we were gone, we usually locked the gate.
Can you provide any testimony as to whether or not the gate was locked from the inside on June 15th, 16th, 17th, or any time that week?
The only time I know the gate was not locked that I know for sure was the 16th when I found it was open. I had no reason to go over there after that Sunday, the 13th, when we were doing yard work.
So it could only be locked from the inside,
Correct.
and you didn't unlock it, correct?
Correct.
When you called George and asked about the gate and the pool incident, he didn't say he unlocked it.
No, ma'am, he did not.
Kaylee was unable to reach that lock or do that mechanism, correct?
Correct. It was too tall for her.
All right. And so who else does that leave in the house?
Casey.
When you told the people at work that it smelled like there was a dead body in the car, you referred to that as a manner of speech.
So
I'm sorry.
When you told the people at work that the car smelled like there had been a dead body in it, you referred to that earlier as a manner of speaking, correct?
Correct.
And when you told the police that the car smelled like there was a dead body in it, it's your testimony that that was just to get them there faster, correct?
I wanted them there faster, so I said whatever came to my head.
Did you tell any of the people at your office that the car smelled like garbage?
I believe I told them that George and the tow driver had pulled a bag of garbage out and the car had been sitting there in the hot sun since June 30th, or probably before when Casey left it at Amscott. So I never smelled anything that was left in the car that long.
All right. But when you were talking to them about it, you used the words dead body, correct?
Correct. 'Cause-
Same words you used with law enforcement, correct? In the
correct.
911 call.
Correct.
Did that car smell like a dead body?
That car smelled like something I had never smelled before.
Worse than the experience that you had with rotting flesh in your employment?
I would say so because it was just a bigger surface.
Now, when you were played a section of the 911 call that you made, and you described your husband, George, coming up as you were on the phone, what did he say?
I can't remember what he said. I just remember being hysterical and running to him and pretty much collapsing. I almost went all the way down into the driveway, and I remember him picking me up.
Right. Did he appear to be upset to you?
Yes, he was Quite upset.
Did he have a reaction similar to yours?
Yes.
And shortly after your husband arrived, law enforcement arrived and separated you all?
Yes, it was within seconds.
The copywriting or trademarking of your granddaughter's name, is that to prevent the exploitation of Kaylee Marie Anthony by strangers?
Yes, ma'am.
During your cross-examination, you told us about Zanny and Jeff Hopkins and other elaborate lies told to you by your daughter. Those lies began after Kaylee was born, didn't they?
Yes, ma'am.
And those lies were always in the context of either who was caring for Kaylee or why Casey wasn't home. Is that correct?
Not necessarily, because Jeff Hopkins' name came up. It was more about a discussion Casey and I had about Jessie and her relationship.
So aside from that one, somebody who was a potential suitor, the elaborate lies that you've detailed for us. Other than those, did the elaborate lies center around who was caring for Kaylee?
It was also regarding her employment and everything else. So it was,
Or why Casey wasn't at home?
yes. Yes.
That's all the follow-up I had. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mrs. Anthony, you stated that the car had smelled nothing like you had smelled before.
Correct.
And what you had smelled before was dead bodies, correct?
The car was overwhelming. It smelled different than I had smelled garbage or dead bodies.
So it smelled like something completely different.
The closest thing that I could resemble it to would be rotting flesh.
Okay. And did you call the police when you smelled this rotting flesh in your home?
I did not believe it was rotting flesh.
And that's because you believed it to be garbage.
Yes, sir.
Now, you mentioned during the 911 call under cross or redirect that George's reaction was similar to yours, correct?
George was visibly upset after he picked me up and I started hugging him. He started to cry and weep as much as I did.
My question, ma'am, is you testified that his reaction was similar to yours.
Yes.
And we could hear your reaction on that 911 tape, could we not?
Yes.
We did not hear George's reaction on that 911 tape, did we?
Because George was quite a ways away at that point.
My question is, we did not hear George's reaction on that 911 tape, did we?
No, sir.
Now, Ms. Strain-Burdick, during redirect, mentioned that all of these lies began when Kaylee was born. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you recall Casey's graduation?
Yes.
And you had a party plan and a big celebration for her high school graduation.
Yes.
You invited people?
Yes.
And what happened on Casey's graduation day?
Well, prior to Casey's graduation day, we got a word from her guidance counselor that she was shy 1/2 credit of her necessary credit. She had actually more credits than she needed to graduate, but she was missing a quarter makeup English that we thought she had finished.
And if it weren't for this phone call that you received on the 11th hour, you would have had this party.
We would have gone to graduation.
And Casey would have walked up to get her diploma, and they would have stopped her and say, hey.
It wasn't the 11th hour, sir. We knew the day before, but we had already planned everything. So they said she was going to graduate. She was just not allowed to walk for graduation, so we carried on with the party.
The day before Casey graduated from high school, you had an entire party planned, but if it wasn't for that phone call, you were all going to go to the graduation.
Correct.
Enough of the questions. And that was before Kaylee was born, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, may the witness stand down. Okay, you may stand down. Okay, state may call the next witness.
Call Amy Huizinga.
Been hearing about Amy, but now we get to see her.
My name is Amy Huizinga. It's AMYHUIZENGA.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hi.
Ms. Huizinga, how old are you?
I am 26 years old.
Are you employed?
I am.
What do you do?
I work backstage in the theater aboard a cruise ship.
Do you know Casey Anthony?
I did.
When did you first meet Ms. Anthony?
I truly met her for the first time New Year's Eve going into 2008.
Did there come a time that your relationship became close?
Yes, I did, around February of that year.
Would you consider yourselves back in that time period one of her best friends?
Very, very close friends, yes.
Do you know Ricardo Morales?
Yes,
How do you know Ricardo?
he's one of my best friends.
Attorneys approach the bench. You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Huizinga, back in January, February, March of 2008, how were you employed?
I was working at the Orlando Repertory Theater as a backstage technician and also at Houlihan serving tables.
During this time frame, were you under the impression that the defendant also had a job?
I was.
What job was that?
She was an events coordinator at Universal Studios.
Did you ever see any type of identification that she had that would show that she worked at
I
Universal?
don't believe so.
During January, February, March of 2008, did you spend a lot of time with the defendant?
A fair amount.
Per week, how many times do you think you would see her?
Probably like once or twice when she and Ricardo had started dating.
How about other types of communication? Did you email each other?
Yeah, well, not email. We text messaged a lot. We talked on the phone, over instant message, MySpace.
Would you characterize that as almost at least a daily occurrence?
Yes.
Now, the times that would you hang out after work?
Yes.
At the time, with whom were you living?
I was at that time living with Troy Brown, and for a little while, Lauren. I'm sorry, I'm not gonna remember her last name right now. She had moved out in that time period, but so Troy Brown consistently through then.
During this time period, did you see Kaylee Anthony?
Yes.
Would you see her on a regular basis?
Most of the time she would be in bed by the time I got off work, but if Casey was there, Kaylee was over at Ricardo and JP's, which is where I mostly saw her.
Were there times during this period where you all had made plans to go out on a typical Friday or Saturday night, including the defendant?
Yes.
Were there ever times during this time period where the defendant could not go?
Yes.
Why?
Something would come up with her mom watching Kaylee, and she wouldn't be able to go because there was no one to watch her.
Were there times that the defendant would bring Kaylee over anyway?
Yes.
On those occasions, what would y'all do?
We would hang out. Casey would either put Kaylee to bed up in Ricardo's room or on the couch at a reasonable hour, sometimes a little bit longer so we could play with her for a little bit. But she'd put her to bed, and then we'd hang out.
During this time frame, again, going to January, February, March, approximately how many times, if you know, was the defendant unable to hang out with you or to do things with you because of Kaylee?
Overall,
It would, I'd say around once a weekend, or once a week at least, that there'd be something that would be planned or we'd talk about making plans and we couldn't make plans because it couldn't happen.
Okay. You were aware, or did you become aware that when the defendant and Ricardo broke up?
It was a really messy off again, on again breakup, but yeah, I was aware of all the steps along the way.
But you were aware of that from the defendant?
Yes.
Were you also being made aware of that by Ricardo?
Not as detailedly, but I was aware of it.
In May of 2008, were they broken up?
That was the off again, on again period.
During this time period, what was your living situation?
Excuse me?
What was your living situation?
I was still living with Troy Brown.
Did there come a time in May of 2008 when you were starting to look for another place to live?
Yes.
Did you have anything specifically in mind?
I had planned on living with Casey.
Okay. When did you all start talking about doing that?
Around mid-May when we found out that the house that I was living in with Troy was going to be sold, and I didn't know where to go.
Okay. What did you and the defendant do in order to facilitate moving in together?
Talked about stuff a lot. It was all verbal that we had talked about finding an apartment, and then we were going to move into a house.
Was there ever a time during May of 2008 where you guys, either one of you, would find a house and you go and look at it?
There was an appointment made for an apartment that I was told about, and I don't quite recall the reason why we couldn't go, but that it wasn't going to work out.
Okay. Why wasn't it? Well, who decided it wasn't going to work out?
Casey, she was the one who had done the research.
Did this happen on more than one occasion?
With the various things that we were going to live in, yes.
Okay. When you say the various things we were going to live in, are you referring to different apartments?
No, there was a time when she had told me that she was going to be taking over the mortgage payments of her parents' house, and that we could just move in there, and there was a room that I could live in there.
Was there a time frame put on when you might be able to move into her parents' home?
It was early July, I want to say, maybe late June.
Did you express any interest in meeting her parents?
Yes,
How did you tell her that? Or how did you express that?
that I really wanted to meet her mom. I'm not 100%. I kind of think that there was one time when she was going to go to see one of the places with us, and I was really excited to meet her because I was going to be living with her daughter and her granddaughter, and I thought she would want to meet me, and it seemed natural that I would want to meet her.
Were there ever any plans in May of 2008 to actually meet?
No specific plans to meet her mom.
During this time period in May, did the defendant ever relate to you issues or problems that she was having with her mother as it related to Kaylee?
Only when Casey would think that Cindy was going to be watching Kaylee and then wasn't going to be able to, so then she would not be able to go out
Did this happen on a frequent basis during this time period?
fairly.
During this period in May of 2008, was it happening more that you were being told, at least, that Mrs. Anthony could not take care of Kaylee than it was happening back in January, February, and March of 2008?
Yes, and the frustration was greater.
What was your phone number back during this time period?
Excuse me?
Your phone number back
It
during
was-
this time period?
It was 954-328-9214.
One second, Judge. May I approach the witness, Judge?
You may.
Ms. Huizinga, I'm showing you what's been previously marked for identification MP. First of all, do you recognize the phone number, the phone number that appears on that piece of paper?
I'm guessing it's Casey's. I had it programmed in my phone.
Okay. Looking at that, can you see the message that appears on there?
Yes.
All right. Do you recognize that message?
It seems like a very familiar message that I probably had a couple times.
Okay. Who did you get that message from?
Most definitely from Casey.
Later on, after July 15th of 2008, did you have the opportunity to give your cell phone to law enforcement?
Yes, I volunteered it to them.
The text message that appears there, well, first of all, does that text message appear to be a true and accurate text message that you received from the defendant on May 3rd of 2008?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move what's been previously marked for identification MP into evidence as the state's next in line.
What says the defense?
We would object under 403, relevance and improper authentication.
Objection overruled. It will be received in evidence as states numbered.
Thank you, Judge. May I publish it?
After you retrieve it and give it to the clerk to have it remarked.
All right, can you hold that for me?
You can't see it.
Oh, I'm sorry. All right. What time did you receive that text message?
At 11:10 p.m.
All right, and what does that message say?
Downtown tomorrow, my mom owes me.
And at 11:12:32, what is the next text message that you received from the defendant?
This week I'm there. No way I'm staying home.
All right. During this time period in May, when you read the words "my mom owes me," did you know what she was talking about?
That to watch Kaylee.
Why did she owe her?
Never really knew.
Were there times?
Move to strike, calls for speculation. And based on
Overruled.
witness
She said she didn't know, so she didn't answer the question.
You had previously testified that there were times that the defendant had made plans with you only to cancel them, correct?
Correct.
And why did she cancel those plans?
Because her mom wasn't watching Kaylee.
The messages that we see here, is this a recurrent theme in May of 2008?
Correct.
Did the defendant tell you anything about her relationship with her mother during this time period?
It was strained. It was hard. Her mom was being continually agitated with her.
Did she tell you why her mother was continually agitated with her?
I remember there was a time when she told me that her mom had told her that she was an unfit mother. She was extremely upset about that. And she didn't really know why her mom had said those things.
You say?
Overruled.
Was this a topic of conversation on a regular basis during this time period?
Her frustration with her mother, yes.
Did you ever overhear any arguments between the two of them, or at least while the defendant was on the phone with her mother during this time period?
Beginnings or ends of the conversation, yes.
And after those conversations ended, what would she say, or did she say anything about the relationship with her mom?
Just that her mom was crazy and she was just really frustrated and that she needed space and she didn't understand why she didn't understand that.
All right, let's move into June of 2008. Did there come a time that you moved in with Ricardo?
Yes.
When did that occur?
That occurred, I believe, June 5th, 6th. I had wrecked my car and they lived close to where I worked, so I moved in with them so I could walk to work.
I'll just call it the beginning of June.
Yes.
Who else was living at this place with Ricardo?
Ricardo Morales and JP Chat. It's JP Chat's place.
You said that you had wrecked your car.
Yes.
Where did you wreck your car?
On my way home from downtown, I fell asleep.
Did that necessitate you having to get another car?
Yes.
What plans did you make to get another car?
Casey was going to give me a ride to Jacksonville so I could purchase a car from my uncle.
What time was the defendant going to pick you up?
It was extremely early in the morning.
Do you recall the date?
June 13th?
On June 3rd, that's the day that you were supposed to go to Jacksonville.
Yes.
Did the defendant come pick you up on June 13th of 2008?
No, she did not.
What happened?
I texted
Overruled.
her to find just to confirm, make sure she was awake because it was early.
When did you text her, that morning or the next
That morning.
Okay.
Just to make sure she hadn't overslept. And she texted back that there were some family problems and that she was going to the hospital with her dad.
Did she tell you in any way what the problem was with her dad?
Relevance.
Sustained.
When you received that message, what did you do?
I looked for a rental car or some other way to get to Jacksonville.
And did you go?
Yes,
Later on that day of the 13th, did you hear in any form of communication from the defendant?
I did.
And what was the nature of that communication?
We spoke up on the phone when I got into Jacksonville. She wanted to let me know what had happened with her dad. And then,
Relevance.
Don't tell us what happened to her dad, but continue.
just to kind of check in.
Okay. Later on, did you hear from her some more? Again?
I did.
And in relation to what?
She wanted me to come to Fusion that evening.
Did you return from Jacksonville that night?
Yes,
Did you go to Fusion later on? Okay.
Shaking
it was a no. Sorry, I thought I spoke.
Okay. Now, during this time period, were you looking for different types of work or a different job?
I was not at that time, no. Well, I will take that back. I work in theater. You're continually looking for work. So I was trying to find jobs at various places. It wasn't an active, I needed a job.
Okay. Did you ever ask the defendant for assistance in that regard?
Yes.
What did you ask her?
She worked at, well, I thought she worked at Universal Studios. I really wanted to work at Universal Studios. So I gave her my resume and was hoping she could bring it to someone for me.
How did you give her your resume? In other
I
words,
emailed her my resume.
do you recall when you did that?
No.
Okay. Did you see the defendant on June 13th after you came back from Jacksonville?
I don't believe so.
Was there a period of time during the month of June of 2008 when you didn't see her at all?
Yes.
Do you recall how long that time period was?
About 3 weeks.
During this 3 weeks when you did not see her, did you stay in contact with her?
Yes.
Again, would this be through either telephone calls or text messages?
Correct.
During this time period when you didn't actually see her but spoke with her, did you become aware from the defendant that she was having car trouble?
Yes.
What can you tell the jury about what she told you about that?
She had gotten a few flat tires one night. There were 2 individual occurrences of her running out of gas. And there was also an extremely bad smell from her car.
May I first witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Ms. Huizinga, I'm showing you what's been previously marked for identification MQ. Again, do you recognize the text messages or the message that appears on that exhibit?
Yes.
Who was that message from?
From Casey Anthony.
Does that appear to be a true and accurate text message or a copy of the text message that you received from her?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move what's been previously marked for identification MQ into evidence as the state's next in line.
What says the defense?
No objections, Judge.
It will be receiving evidence as states numbered.
Now, Your Honor, may I publish this?
You may.
All right, Ms. Huizinga, this text message is dated 6/27,
Correct.
and what does she write to you?
There's definitely part of a dead animal plastered to the frame of my car.
All right, let's stop there for a second. Prior to receiving this text message, had you had various phone conversations with the defendant regarding the smell in the car?
Yes.
Over what span of days?
She remarked that there was a really bad smell coming out of her car and she didn't know what it was. And then there was another phone call where she said it had gotten worse and she thought maybe her dad had run over something when he had borrowed the car.
Okay. When she first told you about the smell of the car, approximately how many days before you received this text message did you first hear about the smell in the car?
It was within a week, maybe slightly less.
And what is the first thing you remember her actually saying about the smell in the car?
She said something smelled really bad. I don't remember any specific words.
She didn't have an explanation for it at that time.
No.
So the next time you hear about the smell in the car, is it the same day or the next day?
It's probably the next day or the day after that. There was a little bit of time in between.
And the next time she tells you about the smell in the car, what does she say about it?
That it had gotten worse and her idea that perhaps it was something that I gotten run over.
That's something, maybe something I got run over?
Yeah.
Did you ever suggest to her that she check?
No.
The next time that you actually had a conversation about the smell in the car, when was that?
It was this.
Okay.
It was the 2 conversations. The text message was the end of the story.
All right. When moving on to, again, the first text message that we see here is stamped 11:34 a.m.
Yes.
Now we get to 11:49. The text message that she sends to you is, my car ran out of gas again.
Correct.
All right. When was the first time you had heard about her car running out of gas?
I think it was about a week before.
Did she tell you where she ran out of gas?
I don't remember.
Did you ask, at that time, the first time that she ran out of gas, did she ask you for any assistance?
No.
Then we go down approximately, 10 minutes later or so, 9 minutes later, you received another text message. 2 weeks in a row on a Friday. My stupid car runs out of gas. Wow. The second time, did she tell you where she ran out of gas?
It was at she had parked her car at an Amscot and that she had left it there and was hoping it wouldn't get towed.
Did you have any subsequent phone conversation with her after these text messages about getting her car some gas?
Probably in the midst of conversation.
Was there a time period that she came more or less, did she start staying with you?
Yes.
When was that?
That was June 30th.
How did that happen?
She knocked on the door really early in the morning and said she was there, and then didn't leave.
Were you expecting her?
No, I was asleep.
You knew she, or did you know that she was dating somebody at the time?
Yes.
Were you aware through talking with her that this boyfriend was leaving town?
Yes.
Did you have any idea where the defendant was staying during this time period?
I figured that she was staying with Tony, but I didn't know for sure.
Did she ever at any time during this time period tell you that she was staying exclusively with Tony?
No.
Or that she had not been home?
Not that she had not been home. Like, not those words were never specifically said. It was implied, but not said.
Okay. Again, during this time period at the end of June, do you recall the defendant talking about any strife or problems with her mother?
Yes, but not any more than usual.
When she spoke about her mother during this time period, what was her demeanor?
Not very happy with her.
Okay. Was she angry?
More frustrated.
What did she tell you about the problem that she was having with her mom?
There weren't a lot of specifics. Most of them had to do with Kaylee. And
What do you recall the problems or the issue being about Kaylee?
in that time period, it was that Cindy wanted to see Kaylee, and Casey was keeping her away because there was stuff going on at home, and she was trying to keep him out of that situation.
So the defendant told you that.
I apologize, Mr. George. Are you going to refer to this thing on?
No, I'm sorry. I'll take that. During this time period in June, when you were speaking with her, did she inform you that she was keeping Kaylee from her mom?
Yes.
Why was she keeping Kaylee from her mom?
There was George and Cindy were having problems at home, and she wanted to keep Kaylee out of the drama.
Did she tell you what the problems that George and Cindy were having at home?
She told me they were considering divorce,
Did she tell you why divorce was a consideration?
that her dad had cheated on her mom.
Was this the first time during this time period, was this the first time that you had heard that there was, from the defendant, that there was the possibility of divorce between the two of them?
I don't remember exactly.
And because, explain again, or explain what that potential pending divorce had to do with Kaylee.
It was the not happiness at home that Casey wanted to keep her from, is what I had gotten out of it.
Was there also any conversation about needing space?
Yes.
Okay. What do you recall the defendant telling you about needing or wanting her space?
And it also had to do with her wanting to move out. It was time for them to have their lives and be away from her parents. Girl, if that's what you want to do.
Did the defendant ever tell you that she resented her parents?
I don't think resentment would be the word.
What would be the word?
I think there were frustrations and unhappiness and obvious problems. The resentment goes really deep. I don't think it was quite that deep.
During this time period in June, are you still working or thinking that you're going to be moving into this home?
Correct.
Again, you're still planning on the beginning of July.
Yes. Well, there were many dates set that didn't happen.
Okay. How many different dates were set?
At least two. There's definitely one where I almost got a moving truck. Like I had looked up all the prices and arranged people to help me move.
When was that?
That was in June at some point.
And when those moving dates were set, were they canceled?
Yes.
Who canceled them?
Casey.
The first time they were canceled, why were they canceled?
I remember some of the reasons, just not which order they came in. There was one time when landscaping needed to be done. There was, and just various issues with the house that she said George wanted to fix up before it was ours. There was one time when she had said there were like 20 people over and she didn't know what was, when it was going to be done. So we had to do it at a different time.
Was there ever a time that the defendant told you that the house was not going to be available?
No. Oh yeah, no, I'm sorry. I take that back. I apologize.
Okay.
Yes.
When was that?
I remember exactly when, but she had said that Cindy took back the deal. That Bank of America had this 30-day policy where the paperwork that had been signed could be undone. None of the words really made sense to me at the time, and that then it wasn't happening, which added to the frustration with her mother.
Did she tell you why? Or were you given a reason why Cindy went back on the deal?
I don't remember. I may have been.
Do you recall approximately, was this still in June or was this in July when this happened?
This was in July.
Well, speaking about her mother, you had used the word, I'm sorry, what adjectives did the defendant use to describe her mom during this time period?
Mainly crazy.
Did she say why?
Not in words that I could really recall. She talked a lot, but it was just a lot of, just normal child complaining about parent stuff, but a lot of to do with Kaylee.
Just seeing her, where Cindy wanted to see her, or was
Wanted to
it,
see her and then like frustrations of the past with their relationship and
what was the problem with the past?
This entire line of questioning is purely speculative and move to strike based on speculation.
And these are,
Mr. George?
these are statements made by the defendant.
I don't believe these are statements attributed to Ms. Anthony as much as they are these witnesses' interpretations of what some
Answer
of
the last question, Mr. Stain.
Thank you, Judge. All right, so the defendant shows up at your door
yes,
on June 30th.
that's correct.
Did she tell you that she needed to stay with you?
No,
Okay. Did she wind up staying with you?
yes,
For how long?
about a week.
Did she come with luggage?
She had stuff in Tony's car. She never so much brought it in like she was going to be staying there long term. It wasn't my place.
Did you have any problem with her staying?
Only in so much as it wasn't my place and I couldn't allow her to stay. And I didn't like that.
Do you know who William Waters is?
Yes.
Who is he?
He was a friend of mine.
Did you attend a 4th of July party at William Waters' house?
Yes.
Was this a party that you had known was coming up?
Yes, I helped plan it.
You helped plan it?
Yes.
Did you invite the defendant to that party?
I did.
When did you invite her initially?
Probably around a week to 5 days beforehand.
When you invited her, or at least told her about this party, what did she tell you in response to being able to attend?
She wouldn't be able to come.
Did she tell you why she couldn't come?
Kaylee.
What did she say about Kaylee?
That she was going to be with her and I wouldn't be able to come.
When she told you that, did you have a suggestion for her?
I said she should bring Kaylee. Kids are fun at barbecues.
What did she say in response to that?
She said to think about it.
Now, during this period that she's staying with you, do you ask her where Kaylee is?
I never had to. She always had an explanation as to where Kaylee was.
Okay. Where was Kaylee?
She was at the beach with the nanny and her mom. She was at theme parks. She was pretty much doing a tour of Florida. There was Busch Gardens at some point.
So did you and the defendant go to William Waters' party?
Yes.
During the course of that get-together, that party, did you ask, or did you ask any more about Kaylee?
She told me, I again, what didn't have to ask. She told me that Kaylee was at SeaWorld with the nanny.
July 5th.
Yes.
Do you remember that day?
Yes.
Why?
Because I got woke up by a lot of tapping fingernails on a computer.
And when you woke up, who was on the computer?
Casey.
How would you describe her demeanor?
She was extremely happy because Tony was going to be coming home that day.
Did she leave? I guess it's your residence. Did she leave where you were living on the 5th?
Yes.
Do you know where she went when she left?
Barely certain she hung out with Will for the rest of the day. I had to work and then went to the airport to go pick up Tony.
You had mentioned a few minutes ago that when she appeared at your house on the 30th, she was driving Tony's car.
Correct.
Did she tell you what the status of her car was?
That it was in the shop.
Now, did you have a trip planned during the month of July of 2008?
I did.
Where did you go?
Puerto Rico.
Do you recall what date that you left?
I left July 8th, I believe.
Who else went?
I met with JP Chat. Ricardo Morales joined us, and then Troy joined us.
Was this a trip that had been planned in advance, far in advance?
Far in advance, yes.
Was there a time period in 2008 where the defendant was also going to go with you?
She wanted to, yes.
When did you learn that she ultimately was not going to go?
After we left. She was still hoping she could somehow work it out. It obviously seemed like it wasn't going to happen, but
What do you recall her having to work out in order for her to go to Puerto Rico?
someone to watch Kaylee.
And was it your understanding she was unable to find anybody to do that?
I believe so.
Your Honor, may counsel approach?
You may. You may proceed.
Thank you. Ms. Huizinga, you went to Puerto Rico.
Yes.
What date did you come back?
I came back July 15th.
When you came back, who picked you up at the airport?
Casey Anthony.
What car did she pick you up in?
Mine.
When she picked, what kind of car did you have at the time?
It's a red Toyota Corolla.
Big car, small car?
Very little. Well, I mean, little, but
Did the people that you went to Puerto Rico with, did they all come back on the same flight?
yes.
Did you give, or did she give everybody a ride back?
We couldn't all fit.
Okay, so who went home first?
I went home. I took Casey back to Tony's and then came to pick up the boys.
After you got home and back to your apartment, did you do anything else?
I left with JP to go to the Florida Mall.
Why did you go to Florida Mall?
The iPhone 3GS, I think it was that year, had come out while we were gone, and JP really, really, really wanted it, so we went there to get that.
While you were at the mall, did you receive a phone call?
I did.
Who did you receive a phone call from?
Cindy Anthony.
Without detailing or talking about what she told you, what can you tell the story about her demeanor while you spoke with her?
Very, very, very scared.
Had you ever spoken to her before?
I had not.
When you first started speaking with her, what was your initial reaction?
Surprise. I'd never spoken to her.
Were you afraid to speak with her?
Cautious. Not afraid, just cautious.
Why were you cautious?
Casey told me she was crazy.
After after that conversation, did you meet Mrs. Anthony?
I did.
Where did you meet her?
She came and picked me up from the Florida Mall
When she came to pick you up, why did she pick you up?
because I needed to take her to Casey.
Did she tell you what had been going on in her life over the last month?
Yes,
Did you know how to get to Tony's house?
I did.
Did you take her to Tony's house?
I did.
Did you and Mrs. Anthony discuss what you would do once you got there?
We did.
What was the decision or what was the plan?
That I would knock on the door, have Casey come out, and then Cindy could confront her.
And is that what you did?
Yes.
When you knocked on the door, who answered the door?
They said it was open, so I had to open it.
When you opened it, did you actually walk into the apartment?
I did not.
And when you opened the apartment, did you see the defendant?
I did.
What was she doing?
She was sitting on the couch.
And what did you do or say to her when you saw her?
I motioned for her to come out. I'm pretty sure I told her just to come out.
Did she?
Yes.
Now, when she came out, where was Cindy Anthony
Just
in relation to the door?
Not too terribly far away. The landing was only 12 to 15 feet long anyway. Far enough away, far enough out of eyesight so she would actually come out, but close enough where she could get
And
the
then they
house.
drove her
How
home.
would you describe Mrs. Anthony's demeanor when you got to the apartment?
Very confrontational.
Angry?
Yeah.
Upset.
When the defendant comes out of the
Distraught.
apartment, what is the first thing you see or hear?
A massive explosion of mother and daughter. And just, I was a little scared and really kind of tried to close myself off as much as I was caught in the middle of it for a while and then managed to escape. But a lot of confrontation and defense.
What was the first question you heard Mrs. Anthony ask Casey?
Fairly certain she asked where Kaylee was.
What was her response?
She's with the nanny.
Sustained.
Okay. All right. What did the defendant say in response to this question?
She's with the nanny.
Did the defendant agree to take Mrs. Anthony to Kaylee?
With a very, very big amount of persuasion.
Strike based on hearsay.
Overruled.
You said that there was a mother-daughter confrontation.
Yes.
Was the defendant at any time during this initial confrontation defensive?
Speculation.
Sustained.
How would I phrase it? What was the defendant's demeanor towards her mother at this stage?
So I'm trying to figure out the right phrasing. Defensive, but not in a backed off way, in a confrontational defensive. Like she was defending her position, but was meeting Cindy in the middle as far as aggression went.
Was she giving as good as she got?
Yes.
Did Casey want to leave that apartment?
No.
Speculation.
Sustained.
Did the defendant ever say that she was not leaving the apartment?
I don't recall hearing those words because I was trying to get away from it.
Okay. Did you ever did you see the defendant and Cindy Anthony walk back into the apartment?
I did not. I had gone downstairs at that point.
Did they come back out?
They had to have.
Okay. When they got out of the apartment, where'd they go?
We went back to the car.
And they
Where are you
drove her
sitting?
home.
Pardon?
Where are you sitting in the
I
car?
was in the back seat,
Where's the defendant?
in the front seat.
Are they speaking, or is the defendant speaking to her mother while you're being driven home?
No.
She doesn't say anything?
Only if told, asked again where Kaylee was. She's with the nanny.
Strike all hearsay.
Overruled. Untimely.
Pretty much the same conversation going in a circle. There were a lot of accusations from Cindy to Casey. Most of her responses were crossed arms and a glaring look.
The defendant's arms are crossed.
Yes. She kind of looked like she was 16 and gotten caught and doing something bad.
Judge, move to strike non-responsive.
Sustained. Motion to strike granted. Jurors to disregard the last comment by the witness.
Did you ever hear the defendant, while in the car, talk about space?
Probably all of the things said between the car ride and the confrontation outside kind of all mushed together.
What do you recall the defendant saying about space?
That she and Kaylee needed their space.
Thank you. I have no further questions at this time, Judge.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the time is now approximately 5 minutes to the hour 5. Probably be a little longer cross-examination other than 5 minutes. So I'm going to let you go for...
I'm not going to let you guys go
Some
because we're going to have to move on to cross-examination. So yes, we are going to be moving on to cross-examination. Amy Hazinga, hearing all about her involvement with Casey on that July 15th. So let's move on to cross-examination. Let's keep going. Day 7. Here we go. You guys love the music. David Laura.
Let's return Ms. Heisinger, and she, I believe, is up for cross-examination. Okay, Ms. Heisinger, you're still under oath from yesterday. Let's return to jury. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. And did you heed all of my previous admonitions over the evening recess? Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Baez, you may proceed, sir.
May it please the court. Mr. George. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, Ms. Huizinga.
Good morning.
Yesterday, you testified that you were friends with Casey Anthony.
That is correct.
But you really weren't friends for very long, were you?
No.
In fact, the entire time that you really hung out with her was really only from February to July.
That's correct.
So we're talking about 5 months max. And a good portion of that you didn't even spend with her.
Not in physical contact, no.
And a majority of your relationship, or generally speaking, you guys communicated via text messages.
Or phone calls.
Do you recall letting law enforcement know that you generally text each other from February-ish several times?
Yes,
daily?
I gave them all my text messages.
I'm sorry?
Yes, I gave them all my text messages.
In fact, if I may approach the witness, Your Honor.
You may.
I am showing the witness defense exhibit T at deposit.
Sure.
Okay. Now, these are your text messages from April 24th through July.
Okay.
And you gave that voluntarily to law enforcement.
Correct.
They basically downloaded your phone.
Yes.
And this is practically all of the text messages, not only to Casey, but of course to other individuals throughout that time period.
Correct.
And practically covers the entire time you knew or were friends with Casey.
Just a little after, but yeah.
Now, there were a couple of text messages admitted yesterday, and there was only one that was admitted that talks about, well, actually, let me, before I get into that, the youth today, that's all you guys do is text, right?
I had a job where I had a lot of downtime.
Okay. And it's very common for young adults of your age to live on the phones, as they say.
That's correct.
And a large part of that is texting and MySpace and all that
Yes.
stuff. So this is
See, that's even in 2011. They lived on their phones. What would be considered this generation?
a pretty good representation of your relationship with Casey.
It's a good picture.
Okay. And it shows a good picture of you as well.
Yes.
Now, the text messages that were admitted, and I'm referring specifically to Defense Exhibit 58, State's Exhibit 58, there's only one that refers to Casey's mother watching Kaylee and her wanting to go out.
I haven't read through them all since I got them, but that's what's been submitted.
Okay. But there's numerous messages in here where you're asking Casey to go out, correct?
I'm sure there are.
And there are times Casey says, I'm sick, can't go out, not feeling well. So yes.
That's correct, sorry.
Sorry. She needs to write down everything you say. So, and there are times that Casey gives other excuses as to why she can't go out.
Yes.
And in fact, you're not Casey, so you don't know what her motivation is for not wanting to go out.
That's correct.
And then you talked about yesterday Casey's relationship with Cindy, but one, you didn't know Casey that long.
That's true.
And you never knew until July 15th, Cindy Anthony.
No.
So you can't really testify intelligently as to their relationship.
I testified as to what I was told.
With limited knowledge, isn't that correct?
I testified as to what I was told.
With limited knowledge, though, right?
Sustained.
Would you consider yourself a representative to this jury that you have a vast knowledge of the relationship between Casey and Cindy Anthony, knowing her only 5 months?
Absolutely not. It was
Overrule answer that question.
You may answer.
It was one-sided. You can only know one side of a story if you only know one person in the relationship.
And you only knew that person for 5 months.
5 months is relative. I've had some of my best friends over a month. Time doesn't really matter when you get close to someone.
My question was, and you only knew that person for 5 months?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And as you testified earlier, a majority of your information or a majority of your relationship is contained in these text messages.
Over many phone calls.
And you also testified about a smell in Casey's car.
Yes.
But there is only one text message dealing with the smell in Casey's car. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And that one text message is on June 27th, 2008, the day she ran out of gas.
Yes.
And the day she left her car at the Amscot.
Yes.
And the day that she left her car at the Amscot with garbage in the trash. Garbage in the trunk.
I don't have any.
Not what this witness testified.
I'll withdraw the question. Now, it's fair to say that, let me ask you this. Is it fair to say that your memory during that time period might have been a little fogged as well?
It was a long time ago.
One, it was a long time ago. Is that a yes?
This is correct.
Okay. And two, you were drinking quite heavily during those days, were you not?
I don't know if I would say heavily. I would go out with friends, but not any more than anyone else my age does.
And anyone else your age would mean almost every night.
don't think it was almost every night. I'm sure it wasn't. I couldn't afford that.
3 or 4 nights a week.
Say 3 or 4 nights was accurate.
And each of those nights, you, of course, would drink significantly.
Not significantly.
You would drink.
I would drink.
And yesterday, when you testified to this jury that you crashed your car because you fell asleep, you were, in fact, drinking and driving.
I don't think that's relevant. I had had drinks, but I had stopped drinking 3 hours before I went home. I had sobered up significantly, and I did legitimately fall asleep. It was a very long stretch of road. It was very dark, and I had nodded off in the middle of the day on that stretch of road many times.
You've nodded off on that road many times?
On like the way home from work during the daytime, it's a boring stretch of road.
Oh, God.
And is that the only time you crashed?
From falling asleep, yes.
Can you turn to page 4736?
Oh, the way that she's saying it, I was like the most normal thing in the world. Yeah, sure. I nod off on that road all the time. Everybody does. In fact, everyone that's driving on that road is half asleep, if not completely sleeping.
The pages are handwritten on the left-hand corner. Yeah.
I'm just looking for it.
Have you found page 4736?
Yes, sir.
The third text message down.
Yes, sir.
Can you read that?
I hit a guardrail. Thank God I'm okay. I didn't get a DO.
I'm going to object to improper impeachment. It's a
I think this witness has testified.
Well, let me see it. Somebody,
Yes, sir.
Thank God I didn't get a DUI.
what number are you talking about?
It's the third text message down.
Is it 1916 and 1917?
1917.
Okay, approach. Okay, objection sustained. You may proceed.
Yes, sir. If I can have a moment.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Isinger, during that accident, it was you totaled your car.
I self-totaled it.
Okay. And the airbag blew up.
Yes, sir.
You had a bloody nose.
It was not bloody. It was just a little crusty.
Okay. You had do you recall having a head injury?
No. I don't believe so. I honestly haven't thought about it in a while. I just remember the nose.
Did you send out a text message asking for people to call you in 10 minutes just in case you passed out?
I don't know. Did I?
Have a moment, Judge. I'm sure I can find that one. Page 4719. First text message.
Yes. I said I don't know if I hit my head or not.
Okay. And that's because didn't have your bearing straight?
No, had never been hit with an airbag. I didn't quite know what happened.
And did someone have to call you in 10 minutes?
I don't think so.
Okay. So you were fine?
Yeah.
Okay. And did that affect your memory in any way?
No.
And did you see a doctor in reference to that?
No.
So you don't know the full extent of what result that might have had? Never saw a doctor?
No. No.
Now, you testified yesterday that Casey dated Ricardo.
Correct.
And after Casey finished dating Ricardo, she then dated Tony.
Correct.
And after Casey dated Ricardo, you moved in with Ricardo.
That is correct.
And you met Jesse after July 15th.
That is correct.
July 15th, you guys went out?
We struck up a friendship.
You went out with Jesse.
I don't believe we actually went out. We met up a few times to talk about things to do with the case and trying to find Keely.
Did you ever tell him you always wanted to meet a good Christian boy?
Well, yes, that's the truth.
Relevance of this and outside the scope.
Sustained.
Are there any other boyfriends of Casey's that you have gone out with or moved in with since?
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative.
Overrule is relevancy.
Goes to the credibility of the witness and motive.
I was friends with Ricardo. Oh, sorry.
You don't,
Oh, sorry.
you don't need to answer that question. Next question.
Now, were you at the Anthony home on June 16, 2008?
No, I was not.
However, you did talk to Casey that day.
I'm sure I did.
Yeah, but you don't recall anything out of the ordinary from that conversation or anything that you can help this jury determine what happened to Kaylee?
No, I cannot.
I have no further questions, Judge.
You need to read it? You may.
Subject to recall, I have no further questions.
You need to redirect, Mr. George?
No, sir.
Okay, may the witness be excused, subject to recall.
May I say something?
Oh, you can't leave.
Counsel approach.
Yes. State may call the next witness.
State will call Lee Anthony.
All right, we have hold on.
Lee Anthony, ANTH online.
All right, Mr. George, you may.
Actually, right before we get to Lee Anthony, we're just going to take a very, very brief break. All right, we'll be right back. Okay, we're back. I don't see anything wrong with Amy, looking for a nice Christian boy. I mean, what's wrong with finding a nice Christian boy? I mean, that's how my wife found me. Then I just kind of broke it on her that I'm Jewish. It was too late at that point. There's nothing wrong with it.
Proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Anthony, good morning.
Morning.
Sir, how old are you?
I'm 28.
You're working?
Not currently, no.
Where do you currently live?
Here in Orlando.
Are you living with your parents?
No, sir, I'm not.
Your Casey Anthony is your sister?
Yes, she is.
Sir, back in 2008, specifically in June and July of 2008, were you living with your parents at the Hope Springs Drive address?
No, sir, I was not.
How far away were you living from that home?
Not even 5 minutes.
During this time period, did you have a lot of contact, or did you have regular contact with your sister?
Every couple weeks or so.
Starting on June 16th of 2008 through July 3rd, did you have any contact with your sister, Casey?
Yes.
When was that?
There was a kind of just a quick MySpace message at one point just to kind of say, hey. That was in the middle of June. I don't know the exact date. And I also spoke with her numerous times on the 23rd of July.
Did there come a time in the beginning of July when you went over to visit your mom?
Yes, sir.
Why did you go over there?
I was asked to by my mom.
And why were you asked to go? Why did you go?
Well, I just went because she asked me. And she just said that she needed to see me.
Okay. And when you went to go see her, did she ask you for any assistance?
Not at that time, but she did express that.
Basis of objection.
Hearsay.
Sustained.
On July 3rd of 2008, were you aware that both your sister and your niece had not been home?
My mother did make me aware on that date, yes.
Again, I object hearsay.
Sustained.
What did you do over at your mom's house on July 3rd of 2008?
If I recall correctly, I was never at my mom's house on July 3rd. I just spoke to her on the phone that day.
Were you aware that your mother had created a MySpace account?
At some point in time, I became aware of it, but I was not aware of it at the time.
Did you help her set up that account?
No, sir, I don't believe I did.
Did you investigate on your own where your sister might be on that date?
On July 3rd, yes, I did.
On July 3rd?
Yes.
Okay. What did you do?
I went onto MySpace to try to find out where she was, and eventually through Facebook figured out where I thought she was going to be that evening.
Where did you think she was going to be that evening?
Downtown Orlando at a nightclub called the Dragon Room.
Upon learning where she might be, what did you do?
I decided I was going to go and asked a friend of mine to go with me.
You know Mallory Parker?
Yes, sir, I do.
She's your girlfriend?
At the time, she was my girlfriend, yes.
Okay. Did she also go with you downtown on July 3rd?
She ended up meeting myself and my friend down there, yes.
What time did you go downtown?
Maybe about 9, 10 at the latest.
And when you got downtown, what did you do? Did you try to get a hold of her? Of Casey?
Eventually, yes.
Eventually you tried, or eventually you did?
Both.
Well, first things first. Did you attempt to get a hold of her?
Yes, when it was becoming more and more clear that she was not going to be at this nightclub or not going to be showing up, that's when I made my first attempt to just try to see where she was.
How did you make that attempt?
I believe my first attempt was via text message.
Do you recall what you wrote to her?
Not exactly, no.
Did you an idea?
Sure, it's probably just something to the extent of, hey, what's going on, where you at, you want to grab a drink?
Did she respond?
I don't believe she did at that time, no.
Did you also ask Mallory to send text messages?
Yes, after I was unsuccessful on my first, maybe second attempt on text, I asked her to do it, but not make it clear that I was with her.
During this time frame, while you were still trying to make contact with your sister, did you go to any other location other than the Dragon Room?
No, I did not.
How long did you attempt various text messages to get a hold of your sister?
Maybe off and on for about an hour.
And what did you do after that?
Started calling.
Okay. How many times did you call her?
Half a dozen off and on.
Did you leave messages every time?
Probably.
In any of those first phone calls that you attempted, did your sister ever pick up?
Yes, she did on a few of them.
When she picked up the phone, what do you recall saying to her?
where are you at? Do you want to meet up? That was probably more on the first time she would have picked up.
Okay. And what did she respond when you asked her that?
I'm busy. I'm out with friends. I'm doing my own thing. I'll talk to you later.
Did she hang up on you?
Numerous times, yes.
At this point, what are you feeling? Are you angry? Are you upset? Are you frustrated? How would you describe what you're going through at this time?
Relevancy?
Goes to this particular witness's state of mind and his first
Objection
action.
sustained.
Did you eventually have a phone conversation with your sister this night?
Yes, I had numerous phone conversations with her that night, yes.
Let's talk about when you finally were able to have a conversation with her. Did you ask her where she was?
Yes, at one time I specifically asked where she was.
And what did she tell you?
She told me she was in Jacksonville.
When she told you she was in Jacksonville, what was your response?
I knew it was a lie. So I just immediately kept questioning her, well, what are you doing in Jacksonville? Where are you in Jacksonville? Things like that.
What'd she say?
That I'm out with a friend. I'm at a country western bar.
Did you call her out?
Yes.
What do you recall saying to her when you were calling her out?
Just something to the extent of, I know you're in town. I know you were going to this, get together at the Dragon Room, and where are you?
During this phone conversation, did you ask about where Kaylee was?
Yes, I did.
What did she tell you?
I don't really recall. I think she said that she was being watched while she was out with her friend.
Did you ask her who this friend is or was?
I don't believe I did.
When you called her out and told her that you knew she wasn't in Jacksonville, what was her response to you?
She said I was wrong.
Did she always maintain through your conversations with her that she was in Jacksonville?
Your Honor.
Call for yes or no.
Overruled.
I believe she did.
And what did she tell you?
That she was in Jacksonville.
That she was in Jacksonville.
Yes.
How did that conversation end?
I believe I had said something that she needed to talk to mom, and I think she eventually hung up on me or something like that.
Did you tell her that your mother was worried about her?
Yes, I did.
Did you tell her that your mom was worried about Kaylee?
Leading, Your Honor.
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
Did you tell her that her family was worried about her?
Leading.
Call for yes or no.
No, it's yes or no. Overruled.
Her being my sister or Kaylee?
Let's go with Kaylee.
I believe I just put them both together at that time. So I just said they're worried about you guys, or worried about you.
And were you worried about her as well?
At that juncture, right then, yes.
When you told her that everyone in the family was worried about her, what was her response?
Everything's fine. I'll talk to mom tomorrow.
You said she hung up on you.
That's what I recall, yes.
Okay. Did you attempt to call her back?
Numerous times.
At some point, did you ever speak with her on the phone again that night?
After kind of expressing some of the things that we just discussed, I don't believe I got to speak to her again.
Did you exchange any more text messages with her that night?
I may have. I don't recall.
Did you continue to look for her downtown that night?
Yeah, I did.
Where'd you go?
Well, I just stayed right on that little stretch of Church Street because there was about 4 or 5 bars. And it just seemed like if she was in one of those locations, I would see her when she came out. And I actually went to a few other bars that were pretty close by that I thought there's a chance she could have been into.
Did you see her?
No.
What time did you leave Church Street?
Well, after 2?
Did you go anywhere else to look for her that night?
No, I did not.
After July 3rd, did there come a time that you had learned that she had been gone for a period of weeks?
Yes, my mom had made me.
I'm not asking about what. I'm not asking.
Hearsay.
I'm sorry to rephrase it.
Just a second.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Objection hearsay. He began to speak about what his mother said, I think.
Sustained.
Your Honor, it's not going to the truth of the matter, sir. I'm sorry, it's not going to the truth of the matter, sir.
What's the purpose?
The purpose is what this witness eventually did about the information that he received.
I still can't hear. The fact what?
What this witness did with the information he received.
Overruled.
Okay. Between July 4th. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, sir. I haven't won many of those.
Did you repeat the question?
Did you come to learn that no one in your family had seen Kaylee or Casey for a number of weeks?
Yes.
When you learned that, starting on July 3rd or maybe even July 4th, up until July 15th, did you make any further effort to locate your sister and your niece?
I don't believe I did.
Is there a reason why you did not?
My mom asked me not to.
Would it be fair to say that during this time period, did you believe everything was under control?
Overruled.
Yes.
Did you see your mother during the period of July 4th to July 15th?
I don't think I did.
Did you speak with her?
Yes.
Based on your conversations or contact with your mom, how would you describe her demeanor as it related to your sister and Kaylee?
I believe I only talked to her about it once after the third, and that was when she asked me not to pursue this any longer. So I guess her demeanor was determined, or she had it under control.
Do you recall giving a deposition back on July 30th of 2009? Where I asked you some questions, Mr. Burdick was there, Mr. Ashton?
Yes.
Do you recall me asking during this time period, after you had attempted to find your sister, how your mom was acting and her demeanor, and what your answer was to that?
I'm sorry, improper impeachment.
Improper impeachment. Mr. George, are you impeaching him?
No, Your Honor, I'm trying to. The witness had indicated that he didn't remember, and I was merely trying to set up a
Take his deposition and let him read it, and then ask him, does it refresh his memory?
Thank you. May I approach the witness?
You may.
Understanding that this witness indicated that he was expressing his recollection of his mother's demeanor. He didn't say he didn't recall.
No, you
can approach.
Thank you. For court and counsel, I'm referring to the deposition taken on July 30th of 2009, lines 21 through 25, and page 81, lines 1 and 2.
Okay.
Mr. Anthony, how would you, does that help refresh your recollection as to how your mother was feeling during this time period?
Specifically what the time period was again?
Right after July 4th.
No. My recollection is the same that I had expressed in the previous question. There was nothing that I read there that makes me believe that discussion was about the about the 4th or after.
Yes, sir. Did you see your sister again? Well, when was the next time you saw your sister?
July 15th.
Where did you see your sister?
At my parents' house.
What were you doing over at your parents' house?
My dad called me.
Were you asked to go there?
And yes.
Objection.
Overall.
Approximately what time did you get to your folks' house?
About 8, I believe.
When you got there, was anybody home?
No.
You have a key to the house?
No. Well, if I did, I didn't use it.
Okay. How'd you get in the house?
Garage door.
When the garage door opened, did you see a vehicle in the garage?
Yes.
Which car did you see?
My old Pontiac's on fire.
When you first opened the garage door and walked into the garage, what do you recall noticing?
A smell that the windows were down in the car, and there was some like writing on the windshield of the car.
What do you recall about the smell of the car?
Very strong.
Was it an offensive smell?
Yes.
Did you approach the car?
I had to walk by to get to the door, but otherwise not by choice.
Okay. Where'd you go from there? You go into the house?
Yes.
How long were you in the house before anyone arrived?
Less than 5 minutes.
Who arrived?
My mother and my sister.
Now, what is the first thing you recall your sister saying upon entering the house?
Upon entering the house, she would have been in her room after she entered, so
do you remember?
I don't recall the exact words. I don't remember.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Again, for court and counsel, I'm referring to the deposition taken on July 30th of 2009, page 94, lines 17 and 18. All right, so you had the opportunity to read over your transcript?
Yes, sir.
All right, what is the first? Does that help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay. What was the first thing your sister said to you, or said in your presence?
That she wasn't sure why she even bothered. It didn't seem like anyone was listening to her.
You're not even listening to me. Why do I bother?
There you go.
What was your sister's state at that time? How would you describe her demeanor when she came into the home?
Combative.
How about your mom?
Equally or more so combative.
You had indicated a couple minutes ago that upon entering the house, your sister went into her bedroom?
Yes.
Okay. Did you follow?
Yes.
In the bedroom, did you actually enter the bedroom?
More or less just in the doorway,
Where was your mom?
in the bedroom as well.
And what's going on?
They are continuing a discussion that they had, I would imagine, prior to arriving at the house.
What do you recall your sister saying other than "you're not listening to me, why do I even bother"?
Just the location of where Kaylee was.
Did she tell you where Kaylee was?
She said that she was with a nanny.
At this particular moment, had you been aware of the existence of a nanny?
No,
Had your sister, or were you ever under the impression that your sister used a nanny from time to time?
no.
Do you recall being in the bedroom when your sister gave an explanation as to where Kaylee was and why she wasn't coming home, or why she wasn't being brought home?
Not exactly where she was, just that she was with a nanny. As far as her not coming home, was that she was already, asleep for the evening, and she didn't want to, disturb her.
Do you recall any comments about that the defendant made about a cycle or a routine?
Yes, I do. It was something along the lines of, this is what she's been, used to, and I don't want to, change that. I interpreted that as her, sleeping routine throughout the, for, I guess, some time leading up to that point.
Did that make any sense to you?
Maybe from a routine standpoint, but not from I should appease my mother and get my child back. I would think that should be the train of thought, but.
Do you recall your answer upon being asked that question at the deposition?
No.
My first witness, Your Honor.
What page?
Page 101, lines 15 through 24. Sir, do you recall what you said? Do you recall what you said at the deposition in regards to the defendant's statement regarding not taking Kaylee out of her comfort zone?
Yes.
What did you say?
That deposition says that I referenced her routine was approximately 3 weeks at that time.
Later on, did you read when I asked you, did that make sense to you, and what your response was?
My response was something.
And also relevance as well.
I'll show you again if you like.
Just a second. Sustain is the relevancy.
How long were your mom and your sister arguing in your bedroom?
In my sister's bedroom, a couple minutes.
Do you recall ever saying that it was much longer than that?
Well, I mean, throughout the evening, but at that juncture, it was a couple minutes. It was always a couple minutes at a time, if that helps you.
What did your sister say about getting Kaylee? When you could get Kaylee?
Tomorrow.
Was it always tomorrow?
Seemed that way.
Did that satisfy you?
Sustain.
Did you offer to go get Kaylee that night?
Yes, I did.
What did you say to your sister? What was your suggestion?
I could go get Kaylee. I could have my roommate at the time go get Kaylee. There was, in my mind, no excuse why anybody couldn't go get Kaylee.
And what was your sister's response to having somebody else go get her?
At one point, she was actually receptive to it, but for the most part, it was, I don't want to disturb her, or I don't think Mom would allow it.
I'm sorry, Judge, may we take a quick break? I'm going to work a couple minutes for a little bit. I could use it.
Okay, we'll take a 15-minute recess at this time. They recognize President Jury.
Yes, sir.
Defense. All right, Mr. George, you may continue.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Anthony, do you recall specifically asking your sister, why won't you allow us to see Kaylee?
Yes.
What was her response?
I don't recall. I think it was just along the lines of, she's asleep, we'll get her tomorrow.
Do you recall giving a taped interview with Corporal Edwards on July 29th of 2008?
Yes.
Do you recall telling him what do you remember telling him what your sister said to you?
I don't recall, no.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
For court and counsel, I'm referring to the interview with Detective Edwards on page 8, lines 15 through 17.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this particular question based on 9404 and 405. May we approach, Your Honor?
Well, not at this point. He's just asking to refresh his memory. If he goes beyond that, then we can approach.
Sir, you had a chance to read that over?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall what you said to Detective Edwards back on the 29th now?
Your Honor,
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
I was going to object, but his response was just yes. So my objection would be the answer to the statement. The question, the answer to the question.
Oh. Let's approach. Since I don't have the statement. Okay, objection overruled. You may ask the question.
Could you repeat the question?
Sure. When you asked your sister, why won't you allow us to see Kaylee, what do you recall her saying? Or what did you say? What did you tell Detective Edwards that she said?
I told Detective Edwards that she said, I'm paraphrasing, because maybe I'm a spiteful bitch.
You had stated, I believe, earlier that during this time frame, your mom would come and go from the room. Is that right?
That is correct.
The times that your mom was away from the room, did you attempt to talk to your sister?
Yes, I did.
Would it be fair to say you were trying to reason with her?
Yes.
Did you recall asking her, well, what's going on? What's happening?
Yes.
Do you recall what she told you? Again, in the bedroom.
Right. At one point, she said that Kaylee was missing, that someone had kidnapped her.
We'll get to that. Initially, when you're still trying to figure out why you can't go get Kaylee,
Right.
do you recall your sister telling you or talking to you about your mom when you were asking her what's going on?
I don't recall.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
It's the same interview, counsel, page 6, lines 2 through 10. Sir, does that help refresh your recollection?
Yes, it does.
What did you tell Detective Edwards?
That when my mom would leave and I would ask her, what's going on, talk to me, give me something, that she did express that her and my mother had,
I need to interpose an objection with regard to anything that Cindy Anthony may have said was hearsay, also relevance and character.
As to anything that Sydney Anthony may have said, that would be hearsay, so that objection would be sustained. Don't tell us anything your mother said unless you're relating to us what Casey told you.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes, sir. Thank you. You may.
So what do you recall your sister telling you when you were asking her what's the deal, what's going on? What did she say to you?
just read, okay. That
Sorry, Your Honor, I object to proper impeachment.
As to improper impeachment, objection will be overruled. Are you refreshing his memory, Mr. George, or are you trying to use it as past recollection recorded? Okay. You need to establish that he has no independent memory after looking at the document before you can use past recollection recorded.
Yes, sir. Sir, do you recall the statement that you just read?
yes.
As you sit here today, can you tell this jury exactly what your sister told you in that bedroom?
From what I remember, that
Not to paraphrase, do you recall exactly what she told you, or what you told Detective Edwards she exactly told you?
That he's interrupting the witness, actually, as he was answering the question.
Pardon?
I object to Mr. George interrupting the witness when he was answering the question.
Overruled.
can you repeat the question? I'm
Do
sorry.
you recall exactly what your sister told you in reference to your question, what's going on, what's the deal? Do you recall, as you sit here right now, verbatim, word for word, what you told Detective Edwards she told you?
Verbatim, word for word, no, sir, I do not.
Would it help you remember if you were to actually see the quote that you gave Detective Edwards?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, may I approach the witness with...
You may. Are you trying to get this under past recollection recorded or refreshed? Under past recollection recorded, one of the predicate elements is that it must be written by the witness. This is not written by the witness, is it? Okay, then he can try to testify based upon his refreshed memory.
Ms. Anthony, now that you've had the chance to see this, what did your sister tell you?
She told me that my mother had numerous times thrown it in her face, in my sister's face, that Casey was an unfit mother for Kaylee. And that Casey says, maybe I am. And I went on to say that my mother had also referenced Kaylee as being a mistake, but a great mistake or the best mistake that Casey's ever made.
During this time period, would it be fair? Are you getting frustrated with your sister?
Very, yes.
Why are you getting frustrated? Or why are you frustrated with her at this point?
Nothing was making sense to me.
What's not making sense to you?
Why couldn't we or anybody just go get Kaylee and bring her home? There's no reason to fight with, mom at this point.
Do you recall asking your sister, what's in it for you?
Yes.
Do you recall what she told you?
No, I don't.
Okay, I'm sorry, Your Honor. May we approach one more time?
Yes.
What did you do? We could have found her.
Sorry, Your Honor, objection.
Again, Your Honor, it's not going to the truth of the matter. So
Sustain.
To strike as well.
Motion to strike grant. Jury is instructed to disregard the last statement of Mr. Anthony. You may continue, Mr. George.
thank you, sir. While this conversation is going on, is your father at the house?
No, sir, he's not.
And at that point, do you have any other conversation with your sister prior to the police arrival?
Yes, I do.
Okay. What did you talk to her about?
Where was the last place that you remember seeing Kaylee?
What did she tell you?
At Sawgrass Apartments. And I'd also asked her where she'd been staying.
What did she tell you?
With her boyfriend at the time, Tony Lazaro, at his apartment.
Did she give you any indication that she was looking for her daughter?
Yes, she did.
What did she say?
That she had been trying to find her herself.
Did she say how?
Later in the evening, she did.
What would she do?
She said she camped out at the last place that she had seen Kaylee, where she dropped her off. By camping out, I mean she was in her car, kind of watching the place, I guess.
Did she tell you for how long she did this?
I don't recall. A couple days.
Did she tell you about any other searches that she conducted to try to find her daughter during this time period?
She said that she would go to places that she thought Kaylee could be, or that someone might take Kaylee, like just a normal place, like a store or a park or something like that.
Did your sister indicate to you when she had last spoken to Kaylee?
She at one time described a phone call that she had received.
Do you recall? Was it that same day?
I'm sorry.
Was it that same day on July 15th
That she told me about the phone call?
that she received the phone call?
I believe so.
What did she tell you about talking to her daughter on July 15th of 2008?
I remember this phone call. She had told me that the only person on the other end of the call was Kaylee. I don't remember exactly or what, if anything, if Kaylee said to Casey for it to realize it was her, but Casey's response to Kaylee was to put an adult on the phone.
Did you ask her at that moment during that conversation why she hadn't told anybody about this?
I don't believe I did.
Okay. Upon hearing this news, what did you do?
That Kaylee had been missing?
Yes.
Asked her some of those follow-up questions that we just discussed, and just immediately tried to do something to try to locate her.
You went into search mode.
Yes.
You obtained the name of your sister's boyfriend at the time?
Yes.
Were you able to figure out where he lived?
Yes.
How were you able to figure that out?
She told me.
Did you call, I guess we're talking about Tony Lazaro?
Yes, that's correct.
Did you call Mr. Lazaro?
Yes, I did.
Did you make arrangements to go see Mr. Lazaro?
Yes, I did.
And did you do so?
Yes, I did.
When did you see him?
If it was not that evening of the 15th, it was in the very early hours of the 16th.
Where did you meet with him?
At his apartment.
While you were at his apartment, did you tell them what was going on?
Yes.
Did you receive any items from Mr. Lazaro?
Yes, Casey's belongings.
What belongings do you recall getting?
I got a laptop, a duffel bag full of clothes, I believe there was like a backpack as well, and just like another bag, like more or less like knickknacks and things like that.
Do you recall anything specific about the laptop itself?
Yes, it was on, but it was like a blue screen.
Are you computer savvy?
Yes, sir.
When you saw that blue screen, what did that indicate to you?
Virus. Something was wrong.
Did you attempt to reboot or to fix the computer at Mr. Lazaro's?
I did attempt to reboot it. As soon as I did it, it went to that same blue screen.
Did you turn the computer off or did you just take it with you?
At that point, I just turned it off and I took it with me.
I'm sorry, Judge, may I have a moment?
You may. You may.
So let me show you what mark our identification KG. And ask if you could just keep it down below there, take a look at what's inside.
Okay.
You have a chance to look at that, Mr. Anthony?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you recognize the items in that envelope?
The majority of them, yes.
The majority of them. What do you recognize?
Object as to relevance and also speculation.
Let me see it first.
May we approach?
Yes, ma'am. You may proceed, Mr. George.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Anthony, you still have exhibit, I believe it's KG in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize what they are?
Yes.
What are they?
There are some receipts, ticket stubs, a photocopy of a note of mine, and then just a sheet, I think, authorizing it in evidence.
How many receipts are there, sir?
I didn't count numerous, a dozen, give or take.
They're in front of you. Can you count them?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Just the receipts.
So the number, as this witness cannot testify that those receipts are relative to this case.
Overall, at this point.
I count 19.
Did you come into possession of those receipts?
I never had possession of these receipts now.
Do you know where those receipts came from?
They were in one of,
He's already testified that he did not have possession of these receipts.
Overall, at this point.
they were in one of Casey's belongings that I recovered from Mr. Lazaro's apartment.
You brought them back to your parents' house on Hope Spring?
Yes.
Hope Spring Drive? Did you look at them that night?
No, I did not. I didn't know of their existence that night.
At some point, when did you become aware of their existence?
Within a few days.
How did you become aware of them?
During one of our sit-downs, the family sit-downs with law enforcement, they were offered the receipts and anything that was in anything that was in any of her bags.
Well, let's talk about the bags. What do you recall? You testified a few minutes ago that you took a laptop from Mr. Lazaro's apartment. Mm-hmm. And how many bags?
I put the laptop itself into a bag, so that would have been 3.
You had referenced a backpack.
Yes, I believe that was one of 3.
When you got back to your parents' house, did you empty the contents of those bags?
I did not.
Were you present when the contents of those bags were emptied?
Yes, I was.
Do you know which bag those receipts were in?
They would have had to have been in the backpack.
Was that the only time that you were over at Mr. Lazaro's house on the 16th? On the 15th, I'm sorry.
15th or even morning of the 16th? Yes.
When the police first arrived at your home, did you immediately speak with them? Tell me what happens when the first police officers arrive.
I did not speak with them. The first officer came in through the front door, came to my sister's bedroom, and I believe started asking her questions.
Were you present for that?
I was in the next room at that time.
Is your dad at home yet?
Yes, he was at home at that time.
When exactly did your dad come home at the same time that the police arrived, or was it a little bit before or a little bit?
Slightly before, within minutes.
After the police arrived, did you yourself have any conversation with your sister?
Yes, I did.
Where was that? I mean, on that night?
Yes. In the garage.
Is the car still there?
Yes, sir.
Does it still smell?
Yes, sir.
Still bad?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What did you talk to your sister about?
I asked her just additional questions. That's when she told me about the phone call that she had that day.
Are you referencing the phone call you testified to earlier about talking to Kaylee?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I had asked her some additional questions about Tony. At that time, I had not been to the apartment. And I also referenced how awful. The garage and, the car smell.
Was it difficult to stay in the garage with that photo?
Yes, sir.
When the items that you received from Mr. Lazaro belonging to your sister were brought back to Hope Spring, did you see anything that belonged to Kaylee in those items?
I don't believe so.
Judge, thanks for the time. I have no further questions of the witness at this time.
Cross-examination.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Mr. George, may it please the court?
Proceed.
Good morning, Lee.
Morning.
As I understand it, you are Casey's older brother, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now back to July the 3rd, that evening. You indicated you received 2 phone calls from your mother, is that correct? Or initially, several phone calls.
Initially, I think I may have just gotten 1 phone call from her. I picked up right away.
All right. And during that phone call, there was no mention of Kaylee being missing, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
To your knowledge, your mother didn't call your father to find Casey that night, correct?
I have no idea.
Now, on July 3rd, as I understand it, you left for Chicago and you stayed there until about the 15th?
On which day, I'm sorry?
July 3rd or 4th?
I don't remember exactly when I was in Chicago. I actually think it was more in June. I definitely didn't leave on the 3rd. I was downtown. The 4th of July would be more of a family occasion, so it wouldn't have been at that time.
From June 15th to July 3rd of 2008, you saw your mother approximately 1 time, maybe? Does that sound correct?
Yeah, sounds about right.
Now, on July the 15th of 2008, you indicated that you were present when your mother called the police, correct?
Yes.
And at that time, you did not believe that any crime had been committed, is that correct?
Sustained.
The Sunfire that was in the garage that you saw, it had some white shoe polish writing on it, is that correct? Was that your understanding that that was writing from the tow company?
Later, that was my understanding, yes.
Okay. It wasn't a message or a letter or anything of that nature? It was,
No.
Okay. Now, the Pontiac Sunfire that was in the garage on the 15th, that was the car that Casey drove with your, is that correct?
Correct.
And your father had an extra set of keys to that car, didn't he?
Yes.
And the set of keys that would have allowed him to access the vehicle as well as the trunk?
Yes.
Correct? When you were talking with Casey, there were time periods where you were whispering to her?
Yes, one time in particular.
Okay. And she was crying. Did you observe her crying?
Yes, ma'am.
When your father arrived prior to the police, he did not go into Casey's room and say what's going on, what's wrong, did he?
I don't believe so.
And in fact, prior to the police arriving on that date, your father didn't ask you what was going on, correct? I'll rephrase it.
Sustained. Rephrase your question.
There were no questions that your father asked you prior to the police arriving, were there?
Not that I recall them.
Now, during the time in which this confrontation that you talked about between your mother and your sister occurred, your role was sort of the peacemaker or the mediator, is that correct? You're trying to anyway.
Well, yeah, doing my best.
Okay. And your mother's focus, based on your observation, was more, instead of trying to fix the situation, how could you not tell us, why did you let so much time run? Is that correct? In other words, her focus, she was dwelling on, I can't believe we're in this situation, versus where is she? How do we find Kaylee?
That's accurate, yes.
And your mother's behavior and comments towards Casey, there were periods of time in which it appeared to you that Casey didn't have a chance to respond.
Sure, yeah.
Now, when you went to Mr. Lazaro's house, those bags were already packed, weren't they?
Yes, they were, except for the laptop bag, but yes, they were.
And you do not believe, well, let me rephrase that. It's your belief that those bags were packed by Mr. Lazaro, isn't it?
Sustained.
Your Honor, and if I could respond to that very briefly, there were mentioned.
Objection to the speaking objection.
You can approach the SAPA if you need to.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Have you had an occasion to see and to know how both you and your sister pack bags,
Yes,
and you shove items in the bag as opposed to neatly folding them typically? Is that correct?
correct.
And that was not how you found the items that were packed when you went to Mr. Lazaro's house. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And based on that observation, do you have knowledge as to whether or not your sister packed that bag versus someone else?
It's speculation.
Overrule as to that question.
She didn't pack those bags.
Is it almost 100% your firm belief that some,
I have to object and move to strike the response. You called for a yes or no question.
Sustained is the last question.
when you say the last question, that was midway through a question. Is the question before I was midway through or the previous question?
The one you were midway through.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
That opinion that your sister did not pack that bag, can you tell me, sir, that is in fact a firm opinion that you have, isn't it?
I can't hear you, Mr. George.
I'm sorry, sir. This is the
I'll
same
rephrase
question
it.
that I had before. It's asking the witness to form an opinion and to bolster that opinion.
I'll withdraw that.
Sustained, he's already answered the previous question.
The bags that you picked up, they had no odor, did they?
No.
In your family, it's your father who details or cleans the cars inside out and out, isn't it? That's his
Typically,
role.
yes.
And he would do that, if not every weekend, every other weekend.
Absolutely.
The laptop with the blue screen, when you arrived at Mr. Lazaro's apartment, he was there when you obtained that laptop, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
And you, as we sit here today, cannot say, for example, that he might have been the one to have caused the screen to become blue.
Objection and speculation.
Sustained.
That's all we have, Your Honor, at this time, subject to recall.
Okay. Thank you. Redirect.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Anthony, Ms. Sims had asked you about the phone call of July 3rd from your mom, and you had testified that Kaylee wasn't mentioned. Is that correct?
No, specifically that Kaylee wasn't missing.
Wasn't missing.
Correct.
What was that? What was the phone call about?
That Kaylee and Casey have not been home.
Scene doesn't stay on. I'm sorry, Your Honor. Objection for a sec.
Did the doors been open? They asked the question.
I'm sorry.
Did they ask the question?
Just a second.
Yeah, in this particular situation, he's asking or seeking to elicit hearsay from this witness.
Approach for a second. You may proceed, Mr. George.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Anthony, when you had testified earlier that your dad arrived, I believe, shortly before or shortly after the police?
Shortly before.
Shortly before. When the police arrived, were you all separated?
Eventually, they separated us, yes.
When your sister told you this kidnapping scenario, would it be fair to say your focus left your sister and focused on finding Kaylee?
100%.
When the police arrived, they were told, or the defendant, your sister, told them about the kidnapping, correct?
Yes, to my knowledge.
Objection outside the scope of the.
Overruled.
Correct?
To my knowledge, yes, yes.
So when the police arrived, their focus was not on your sister anymore, but was focused on trying to find Kaylee.
Yes.
I'm sorry. He is attempting to elicit this witness's perception of.
I'm going to
what
object to
the
the speaking objection.
Is your objection
Radner.
sustained? It calls for somebody else's focus.
Did you speak with the police
Yes,
that
sir.
night?
Yes, sir.
Did you talk to them about what your sister had told you in reference to the kidnapping?
Outside the scope. Objection.
Overruled.
Yes, sir.
All your subsequent conversations with the police, or at least the one that we've mentioned with Detective Edwards, was focused, those questions were about what your sister had said about the kidnapping, correct?
I'm sorry. Objection again outside the scope, and we don't know how many conversations we're talking about.
I specifically referenced Detective Edwards.
Overruled. Okay. Mr. George, kind of speak into the microphone a little bit. She can hear you.
Yes.
And Mr. Anthony, before you answer the question, let that be a break so we can hear whatever objections. Ask your question, Mr. George.
I'll try to ask it the same. When you had a subsequent interview with law enforcement, you were asked specifically questions about what your sister had told you about the kidnapping.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. That exceeds my cross, the scope of my cross.
Overruled.
Yes. Yes.
And Zenaida Fernandez Gonzalez.
Yes.
Any questions about what was raised in that redirect? All right, Mr. Anthony, you're excused, subject to recall.
Thank you. This is still up here, by the way.
Have it, leave it there.
Okay.
You return that to the clerk at some points. Mr. George, your exhibit. Who is the state's next witness? Long or short? For your direct. For your direct. Okay. Stop at 12 o'clock with him. Let's bring him in.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may.
Good morning, sir. Please tell us your name.
Brendan Fletcher,
Mr. Fletcher, how were you employed back in July of 2008?
with the Orange County Sheriff's Office.
What was your position with that agency?
I was a corporal, Uniform Patrol Division, Sector 2.
Does that mean you are a supervisor of some sort?
Yes.
How long had you been with the Orange County Sheriff as of July 15th of 2008?
I got hired with the Sheriff's Office in 1999.
Do you recall being one of the first individuals, if not the first, to respond to a call at 4937 Hope Spring Drive?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Were you in fact the first individual to arrive?
Yes, I was the first person to arrive on that date.
Right. And did you arrive in the typical fashion in a patrol car and in full uniform?
Yes, I was in a marked patrol car, full uniform.
Were you alone or were you with another officer?
I was by myself at the time of arrival.
Okay. When you arrived there, do you know what type of call you were responding to?
The initial call that was dispatched was a stolen vehicle call, is how it came through.
So when you arrived at that residence on Hope Spring, were you under the impression that this was the type of call that you would initially be handling?
From the initial information provided, it was a stolen vehicle coupled with some type of verbal altercation between the caller and their adult daughter.
So when you get to the house, what's the first thing you do?
I approached the door. I don't recall if I rang the doorbell or not at the front door, and it's been a while, but I'm not sure who responded, but someone did answer the front door.
Did you go into the house?
Yes, I did.
What were your actions immediately upon entry?
Made contact with the caller and began to gather information on the nature of the phone call, of why they called us.
Okay. How many people were inside the house at that point? Do you have a recollection?
Initially, there were 3 adults inside the home.
Okay. Do you remember an individual by the name of Cindy Anthony?
Yes.
Was Cindy Anthony inside the home?
Yes, she was.
Do you remember an individual by the name of George Anthony?
Yes.
Was George Anthony inside the home?
Yes, he was also in the home.
How about an individual by the name of Casey Anthony? Was
Yes.
she inside the
Casey
home?
was also inside the home.
All right. Where were these individuals upon your arrival?
I don't recall seeing Casey immediately when I came in. I did see George and Cynthia. They were inside the residence, somewhere in the living room and off in the kitchen area as well.
All right. And do you have a recollection as to the demeanor of these individuals upon your arrival?
George didn't say too much initially. Cynthia was quite upset, really just trying to figure out what was going on and convey as much information as possible to the situation.
Had you been given information that Cindy Anthony was the caller?
I don't recall at the time.
At that point,
I think the initial information that came through, as far as our computer screen, that she was the caller, the initial caller.
At that point, what actions do you take?
I began to just ask, why was she calling? What was the nature of the call in relation to the vehicle? She explained that situation. Later, we gathered more information on the whereabouts of her granddaughter, and her granddaughter was missing at that time.
Okay. How soon after your arrival do you speak with Casey Anthony, if you do at all?
I spoke with her shortly after that. I can't, if I would have to guess, within 10 or 15 minutes probably.
Of your arrival?
Yes, after arrival.
Did she stay in a room other than the room that her parents were in?
In the general vicinity, initially, yes. She came out.
Okay. What did she tell you was the reason why you were there?
She didn't really say much. Asked her several times, numerous times, different things, and she wasn't very forthcoming with anything, with any type of information initially.
Stating an opinion.
Overruled.
Okay. Were you asking questions?
Yes.
Were you getting responses from her?
Not initially. Not initially. I was not getting anything to further the nature of the call and the concerns of her mother.
You said not initially. Did there come a point where you were able to get any information from
Yes.
Ms. Anthony?
Yes.
What information did you get?
She did convey that her daughter had been missing for a period of time, approximately about a month. She had last seen her in the custody of the nanny that she had left her with, and she had been wanting to conduct her own investigation at that point in time, and I wasn't quite clear why she didn't initially contact us and ask for our assistance.
Did other patrol deputies arrive to assist you with this call?
Yes, shortly after my arrival, Deputy Acevedo arrived at the scene to assist with the call. At that point in time, after I just got some initial information from the parties at the residence, I contacted my sergeant at the time.
Would that be Sergeant Reginald Hosey?
Yes.
Did Sergeant Hosey arrive?
Yes, he arrived later at the scene.
At that point, is he, since he's the sergeant, he's a one-level supervisor above you?
Correct.
Is he the individual that takes responsibility for directing the actions of the deputies on the scene?
At that point, once he arrives on scene, he takes over the scene typically and began running it.
You had indicated that Ms. Anthony said that a Zenaida Gonzalez had taken her child. Did you inquire or did you find out the last location where she said she saw this child?
At the time, she did not know the exact location by name, but she was willing and able to show us the location.
Since she was willing to do that, did you take some steps to find out this location where
Yes.
she had last seen the child?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Were you involved in whatever steps were taken?
Yes.
To what extent?
I drove my marked patrol car over to the Sawgrass Apartments. Deputy Acevedo transported Casey in the vehicle and her marked patrol car to the apartment complex.
When you arrived at the complex, was any action taken there with Ms. Anthony?
Deputy Acevedo had her point out the apartment of where the last known location was, where she had dropped Kaylee off.
Do you remember where that was?
I know if you would pull into the apartment complex, it was one of the first buildings in a second story apartment.
All right. At this juncture, do you remember the apartment number?
No, I did not.
All right. If I may approach the witness, Your Honor.
You may.
It's page 2137. Want me to recognize it first?
Yes.
What do you recognize it to be?
A supplemental report produced by myself.
Was that report produced at a point closer in time to the events that we're speaking of?
It was post the events, and the indication was apartment 210.
This refreshes your recollection?
Yes.
That's the reason why you write reports?
Correct.
You have an opportunity to contact any occupants of apartment 210.
I did go to the apartment, and from what I could view from ground level as well at the stair level, the blinds were open, and there was, from my viewpoint, I could not see any furniture inside. It appeared to be vacant. No lights were on. I knocked. There was no answer.
Did you share that information with Ms. Anthony at that point?
I don't know if I had, and I can't recall if I had said anything to her about that or not.
Did Ms. Anthony leave the area with Deputy Acevedo while you remained?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. I have another question for the witness, Your Honor.
Go ahead if you're going to be brief.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Well, maybe in another 30 seconds. You arrived and the garage door was open,
Yes,
and you saw the white Pontiac Sunfire,
I did see the Sunfire in the garage, yes.
and the trunk was open,
I believe so, yes, the trunk was open.
and you were in and out of the garage.
I wouldn't say I was in and out of the garage, no.
Been in the garage that
I know we went through the garage one time to talk to different parties, actually to walk outside with Casey.
and you did not observe any foul odor coming from the car.
I did not spend any lengthy period of time by the vehicle.
I didn't ask how long you spent there. I asked that you did not observe any odors of any decomposition coming from that car.
No, I couldn't say that I did.
I'm sorry?
I can't say that I did.
Okay. And how many other police officers showed up that evening?
I was not at the scene the entire time, so from the time I was there, another 3 or 4 initially while I was there.
And did any of the 4 police officers who were there with the garage door open, the car and the Pontiac Sunfire in the garage with the trunk open, come to you and tell you, I smell something, some human decomposition over here?
Sustain.
Were you ever made aware at any time that evening that there was a car with human decomposition emanating from it?
Any knowledge would be based on hearsay.
Sustain.
I have no further questions.
Okay. May the deputy be excused.
Sorry about that, Judge. I'm hungry too. Mr. Fletcher, in your report, do you indicate anything? As part of your report, you're required to put down things that you saw,
Observations, correct?
things that other officers have advised you of?
No, not necessarily. If they're going, go ahead.
If you brief someone of a fact, or someone briefs you of a fact, you put that in your report, do you not?
It just dependent because they may go ahead and report in their supplement or their report.
My question to you, sir, is if you brief someone of a fact, or if someone briefs you of a fact, that goes in your report.
Yes,
And that would include, unless another officer is assigned to do a report, that your report is the report for that call.
no.
Okay, how does it work then?
Depending on the situation, a deputy or just dependent, someone may take the actual call, they may take the main report, and then you provide a supplemental report to the main report itself.
And in your report, where you put facts that you received from Ms. Anthony,
I attached a supplemental report.
Correct. And you put facts that you received from Miss Anthony?
If anything pertaining to the nature, it would have been included in there.
Is that a yes?
As I said, if it pertained to anything that she would have told me, it would have been in the report.
Okay. And facts from other individuals?
My observations of that, because like I said, I wasn't there the entire time. So if I didn't interact or I wasn't given the information by someone else, I wouldn't put it down.
What I'm just trying to ask you is that your report contains facts that you observed and facts that other people give you.
Would be facts that I observed.
And that you didn't observe anything that my client told you, did you?
Could you repeat that, please?
You did not observe any facts that my client told you she observed.
She didn't give me any pertinent information other than what was reported.
You didn't observe Zanny the nanny.
Correct, I did not.
This is something she told you.
Correct.
Okay. So you're putting facts in your report of things people told you, right?
Of someone else, not necessarily the deputies.
Right. Okay. So my question to you, is there anything within the four corners of your report having to deal with the smell of human decomposition from the Pontiac Song fire?
The hearsay and negative impeachment.
Sustained.
Is there anything in your report?
Sustained based upon state versus Johnson.
I have no further questions.
May the witness be excused.
Yes, may.
Okay, thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the time is now approximately 5 minutes past the hour of noon. We're going to be in recess until 1:30. Enjoy your lunch. Please remember all of my previous admonitions. All right.
You guys, you don't need lunch. Since you don't need lunch, we're going to go right ahead.
Stay in front of the jury. Does the defense? Okay, members of the jury, I hope you had a nice lunch. Okay, did you heed all of my previous admonitions? Okay. State's next witness.
Adriana Acevedo.
I do.
My name is Adriana Acevedo. First name Adriana, last name Acevedo.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How are you employed, ma'am?
I'm employed with the Orange County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with Orange County?
A little over 5 years.
Back in July of 2008, what was your role with the Orange County Sheriff's Office? What were your assignments?
I was assigned to Sector 2 road patrol on the afternoon shift.
Would Sector 2 in Orange County include addresses on Hope Spring Drive?
Yes, ma'am.
As a result of your assignment to the patrol division in Sector 2, did you respond to a call at 4937 Hope Spring Drive on July 15th of 2008?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you arrive after Corporal Rendon Fletcher?
Yes.
Does the Orange County Sheriff's Office keep a record of the dispatch times of officers?
Yes, they do.
Have you had an opportunity to review that record?
Yes, ma'am.
Do the records of the Orange County Sheriff, or does your memory allow you to tell us when you arrived at that residence?
Yes, ma'am.
When was that?
I arrived at 9:52
AM or PM?
p.m.
When you arrived, was Corporal Fletcher already in the house?
Yes.
Okay. What action did you take?
I walked towards the front door where Rendon Fletcher was inside the residence. I met with him at the door and asked him for specifics as what was going on inside the residence.
Okay. Once you got a briefing from Corporal Fletcher, did you seek to take written statements from individuals inside the home?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you take written statements, or did you provide statement forms to George Anthony, Cindy Anthony, Lee Anthony, and ultimately Casey Anthony?
Yes, I went to my vehicle and I got blank copies of the statement forms and I brought them inside the residence with me.
After your arrival, did Sergeant Reginald Hosey arrive?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Was Sergeant Hosey directing your activities that evening?
Yes.
Did Sergeant Hosey direct you to escort Casey Anthony to any particular location?
Yes.
Okay. What time did you begin that escort?
The escort began after 2350 hours, which would be 11:50.
Now, Miss Anthony got into your vehicle?
Yes.
What type of vehicle was this?
A marked patrol car
Okay, and where did she sit in that vehicle?
in the rear of the marked patrol car.
All right. Was she under arrest?
No, ma'am.
Was she handcuffed?
No, ma'am.
Did you take some step to ensure that she was going with you voluntarily?
Yes.
What was that?
I asked her if she was willing to go with me in my vehicle, and she advised yes.
Was it your understanding that you were taking her to the last location where she saw her child?
Yes.
Anyone that you're transporting in your vehicle who is not under arrest, do you take further steps once they are in your vehicle to ensure that they are continuing to be there voluntarily?
Yes.
What steps did you take with Ms. Anthony to ensure that was the case?
to keep verbal communication with her, to ask her if she was fine, how was she doing inside the vehicle, and communication with her, and to let her know that if at any time she didn't want to be in the vehicle, to please advise me of that.
All right. And at any point in time when you're on your way to this location, does she tell you she wants to go back to her residence, she wants to get out of the vehicle, anything of that nature, which would indicate that she was not there voluntarily?
No, ma'am.
Where did you go?
To the Sawgrass Apartments.
What is the address of the Sawgrass Apartments?
I know that they're on Conway. As far as for the exact numerical, I have to refer to my report.
Your Honor, may the witness refer to her report to refresh her recollection for the numerical?
She may.
The exact numerical address is 2863 South Conway Road.
How long did it take for you to get from 4937 Hope Spring Drive to 2863 South Conway Road?
Only a few minutes.
Can you tell from the reports of the Orange County Sheriff's Office, or do you recall from your memory what time you would have arrived at the Sawgrass Apartments?
The exact time is notated in the call log, and I'd have to look at that call log.
All right, if I may approach the witness, Your Honor.
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as MW, a composite exhibit for identification.
The time of arrival is 5 after the hour, 5 after midnight.
All right, what did you do when you were at the Sawgrass Apartments?
I arrived at the apartments. She advised which apartment exactly it was, and then we returned to the residence.
All right. When you're referring to she, are you speaking of Casey Anthony?
Yes, Casey Anthony.
Did she direct you to a specific location?
She pointed to an apartment and directed us to that building.
All right. When you say us, are you speaking of you and Corporal Rendon Fletcher?
Yes, ma'am.
When you were being directed to this particular location, who was telling you where to drive?
Casey Anthony.
Okay. Did she tell you where to stop?
Yes.
You said she pointed to an apartment. Do you have that apartment number listed in your report, or do you recall from your memory what apartment number she directed you to?
It's listed in the report, and it's apartment number 210.
Did she make any statement as to what happened at apartment number 210?
I don't recall her making any statements.
Okay. Did you ask her if she was certain that that was the location where she had last seen her daughter?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what did she tell you?
That she was certain that that was the apartment.
You said that you left there and went to another location?
We returned to her residence.
And do you recall, or do the records of the Orange County Sheriff reflect when you would have returned to Hope Spring Drive?
Yes. The records show that the return time is 25 after the hour, 25 after midnight.
And at that point, what happened to Miss Anthony?
I let her out of the vehicle, and she returned to the residence.
Okay. Thank you. Those are all the questions I have of the deputy, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Please report. Good afternoon, Ms. Acevedo.
Good afternoon.
When you arrived, the Mrs. Anthony, what was her demeanor like?
She was upset.
And Mr. George Anthony, what was his demeanor like?
It was calm, quiet.
And what about Casey Anthony's demeanor? What was she like?
She was fairly quiet.
Just like Mr. Anthony.
Yes.
Now,
No.
And she was placed in the back cage of your police car?
Yes, sir.
And that's when you drove off and went to the Sawgrass Apartments?
Yes.
And how long were you in the house before you went to Sawgrass?
Almost about 2 hours.
Okay. In that 2 hours, did you see the garage open?
Yes.
Did you see the Pontiac in the garage?
Yes, sir.
And did you see?
I believe Deputy, you want the name?
If you recall it.
I believe Deputy Ryan Williams did.
Did you direct the deputies to take written statements from the parties at the residence?
Yes, I did.
Would that have included the written statement of Casey Anthony?
Yes, it would have.
After Ms. Anthony's written statement was obtained, did you have an opportunity to have a conversation with her?
Yes, I did.
How did that take place?
Well, I actually walked and talked with her briefly, One of the things that I wanted to do at that time, because the child issue was into play, is that reassure her that I wasn't there to take her child, or the deputies weren't there to take her child from her. We just wanted to know the location just to make sure she was okay.
Was this conversation that you had with her after information was gathered by your agency that the child was kidnapped?
Not that the child was kidnapped, but I believe just missing, or we didn't know the whereabouts.
Was the conversation after Ms. Anthony had returned from the Sawgrass Apartments with Deputy Acevedo?
Yes, it was.
You're aware that they returned from the Sawgrass apartment without the child?
Correct.
Did you receive any information from Ms. Anthony as to where the child could be other than the Sawgrass Apartments?
Yes, I did. She mentioned that she was with a nanny, Zenaida, during our conversation.
When you spoke with Ms. Anthony, did you ask her if she would agree to accompany you on a short walk away from the house?
Yes, I did.
Why was it that you wanted to get away from the house?
Just because of everything that was going on, we had multiple deputies on the scene, of course, the other family members that were there. So I just kind of walked away as a supervisor there, the ultimate authority figure at that time. I just wanted to walk her away and just, once again, like I said, reassure her, because previous conversations included the fact that she and her mother, they weren't getting along, or her parents weren't getting along, that her mother just wanted to keep the baby or get the baby from her. So I just wanted to, once again, reassure her that, we didn't have any court orders, we didn't have anything saying that we needed to take the baby from her. So I just wanted to make sure that the child was okay.
Did Ms. Anthony indicate to you in any way that this was just a domestic dispute between her and her mother, as opposed to a kidnapping?
She during the time we were there, she was constantly talking about that that she and her mother were not getting along, and it was more so that she wanted to keep her mom from getting the child from her.
At that time, did you all have any further success in attempting to locate the child?
No, we didn't.
As a result of that, did you follow Orange County Sheriff's Office procedure and contact a detective?
Yes, I did.
And who did you contact?
Corporal Yuri Melich.
At that juncture, would it have been the responsibility of those individuals in the detective unit or bureau to follow up on the information that the patrol officers had received that evening?
Correct.
Thank you. I have no other questions of the witness. Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You're out of uniform.
Yes, I am.
You still work for sheriff?
I do.
You're a detective now?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Why are you out of uniform?
I want to wear look nice.
For court.
Yes.
Good guy. Now, you are still a sector commander or whatever you call
No,
it?
I'm not. I'm actually, since we last spoken, I've been promoted to lieutenant, which right now I'm currently assigned to the Uniform Patrol Division as a watch commander.
Am I correct that the county is divided up in grids or sectors with all kinds of different responsibilities?
6 sectors, correct.
Got sheriff on top and then a bunch of other brass, and then get down to you guys.
Correct.
And is the reason for that so you become familiar with the area that you're assigned to?
Currently?
Well, when you were in charge of this sector that we've just been talking about.
Well, I was only in charge of a squad, not the particular sector itself, but had responsibilities. My deputies had responsibilities throughout the sector.
So when somebody told you an address of Hope Springs Drive, you had some idea where Hope Springs Drive was?
Back then, I don't recall if I actually knew the actual location.
And back then, you had never heard of the Anthony family, isn't that correct, sir?
Before we received the call?
Right.
No, I didn't.
Never knew or heard anything about Casey Anthony?
No, I didn't.
George or Cindy Anthony?
No, I didn't.
Brother Lee Anthony?
No, I didn't.
They weren't on your radar screen.
No, they weren't.
So when you arrived, how many deputies were already there, sir?
I believe just Corporal Fletcher and Deputy Acevedo.
And were they all in uniform?
Yes, they were.
And uniform includes the full utility belt, guns, tasers, whatever?
Correct.
And they were in marked patrol cars?
Yes, they were.
Were you?
Yes, I was.
So when you arrived then at that house on Hope Springs, there's 3 marked patrol cars?
Correct.
Do you know how long the other deputies had been at that site before you arrived, sir?
I want to say somewhere in the realm of 30 to 40 minutes prior to my arrival.
Did you hear the first call that resulted in the dispatch of Brandon Fletcher and or Adriana Acevedo?
Correct. I do remember it.
Was the call for a suspected stolen car?
Correct.
Were you advised, in fact, that she had been handcuffed?
Overrule, he can answer the question, yes or no.
Repeat the question, please.
Would you read the question back exactly as stated, please, ma'am?
Were you advised of the fact she had been handcuffed?
Yes.
But it was not in your presence.
I don't remember. I don't remember being handcuffed.
Okay. You directed the drive to Sawgrass Apartments, did you?
Correct.
And were you present when she, that is, Casey Anthony, departed in the back of Adriana Acevedo's marked patrol car?
I was on property, yes.
And she was put in the back, what you all refer to as the cage.
Deputy Acevedo had a cage in the car, yes.
In the cage is where Casey was put.
I believe she was right in the rear of the vehicle, yes.
The property at Whole Spring Drive, first time, right?
Yes.
Was the garage open or closed?
The garage was open.
Was the trunk open or closed?
Open.
And did you go up to the car?
Yes, I did.
And did you smell some form of a foul odor?
Yes, I did.
And having done so, did you report that to crime scene investigator, CSI?
No, because I don't believe I talked to our forensic unit that night.
And not only did you not report to CSI, sir, you did not conduct any inspection.
No, I didn't.
You didn't write any reports in this case either, did you?
No, I didn't.
When you decided to separate Casey from the rest of the people, you wanted so you'd be alone to talk with her, was that the deal?
Yes.
You were in full uniform,
Correct.
just like everybody else.
Correct.
And she went with you. You say about 40 paces or so?
40 yards.
40
yes.
yards? And you talked with her?
Yes.
Did you or any of these officers in your presence at any time on that evening, to your knowledge, advise her of her Miranda warning rights?
I'm not aware of anyone doing that.
Did she have any method or manner, sir, of being able to get out of the cage of Acevedo's patrol car?
Yes, she could have asked Deputy Acevedo that to stop the vehicle, or that she didn't want to go or to exit the vehicle.
Good spot. Other than asking, could she have opened the door herself?
No, those vehicles, you're not allowed to do that.
Can't physically do it, to my line.
Correct. From the inside.
Were you present when Miss Anthony was returned from the field trip to Sawgrass Apartments?
Yes, I was.
And did she just say, see ya, have a good night, I'm going out?
Who are you talking about?
Casey.
No, she didn't say
But
that.
she was led into her house, wasn't she?
I believe she was led into her house.
By one of your full uniformed armed deputies on the scene.
Correct.
And she was taken inside that house, and she was kept there until Deputy or Detective Yuri Milich arrived. Is that correct?
I believe she was talking with several deputies, yes.
Several deputies in there. How many more were there now? I thought there were just the three of you. More?
Well, the deputies that were originally on scene.
Okay, and were there any more that came?
I don't recall any more coming to the scene.
Well, while the period of time of getting out of the cage, being led into the house, she was in there with at least three deputies waiting for Detective Yuri Milich. Is that correct?
Could have been, all the deputies could have been in the house at one time, yes.
And do you remember how long it was before Deputy Milich showed up?
From my call,
Yes, sir.
I believe, I can't say for sure. I know it was, I want to say it was a couple hours, hour and a half, 2 hours.
So for all that period of time, whether it's an hour and a half to 2 hours or whatever, Casey is in the home, family home, with at least three deputies waiting for Detective Milich.
Not necessarily, because the deputies were, they weren't there inside the house all at the same time for every minute that we were waiting on Detective Milich, because they were going back and forth to their cars, getting things out, getting statements.
Some walking around in the house.
Probably out at that time, I was back and forth between phone calls, looking at my computer, checking on other things that were going on.
But all at the address of Hope Spring Drive.
Correct.
None of you left.
Correct.
Nobody else left either, did they?
Not that I can recall.
And you weren't going to let anybody leave either, were you?
I can't say that I wouldn't have.
Now, sir, were you present thereafter when Detective Milich came and interviewed Casey?
I don't know how long I stayed after Detective Milich arrived.
Did he kind of take over the scene? Is that what you're saying?
Pretty much once we call the detective, we start letting them do their investigation. Road Patrol's preliminary investigation is pretty much concluded when they start taking over.
So therefore, then, you are not in the chain of custody of any evidence in this case, are you, sir?
No, I'm not.
And other than whatever Casey said to you when you did your walk, you were not involved in any other statements given by anybody in the case, are you?
Correct.
Only time you ever had anything else to do with the case was to go back when all of these demonstrators who had nothing better in life to do to come and protest at the house. You had something to do with that, right? When you left the scene that night, sir, were you done other than having to come through the deposition process and trial?
Correct.
You had nothing else to do with the case at all?
No, I didn't.
Just a moment, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Lieutenant Hosey, on July 15th of 2008, were you advised by Casey Anthony that her child was alive?
Yes.
Were you advised by Casey Anthony that she believed her child to be well?
Yes.
Were you advised by Casey Anthony that the child was with a babysitter that she could not contact at that moment?
Correct.
Were you advised by Casey Anthony that she didn't want her mother to have contact with her child that evening?
Yes.
When you are making assignments to the deputies at that scene, is it important that they gather information by talking to people
Yes.
who are there
Yes.
and taking statements from people who are there?
Yes.
The individuals in the house with these armed deputies would include George Anthony, correct?
Correct.
Cindy Anthony,
Correct.
and Lee Anthony. Do you remember Lee Anthony being there?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember Lee Anthony leaving and returning?
I don't remember him leaving and returning.
Did you make any effort to stop Lee Anthony if he left, if he wanted to leave?
No.
Did you make any effort to stop George or Cindy Anthony or Casey Anthony if they wanted to leave?
No.
Did any of those individuals, including Casey Anthony, tell you that they wanted to leave or go anywhere else that evening?
No, they didn't.
Did they all appear to be cooperating with your deputies in an effort to locate Kaylee Marie Anthony?
Yes, they were.
When Miss Anthony went in Deputy Acevedo's patrol car, would you have instructed Deputy Acevedo to maintain communication with Miss Anthony to ensure that she was going freely and voluntarily? So what he would have done?
Can you repeat the question?
Do you know if you would have given instruction to Deputy Acevedo to ensure that Casey Anthony was going with her freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
When you said you were there when Miss Anthony returned,
Yes, I was.
was she free to walk about the house under her own power?
Yes, she was.
Did you or did any of the other deputies in your presence tell her she couldn't leave or that she couldn't go anywhere?
I didn't tell her, and I'm not aware of any of the deputies telling her that she couldn't go anywhere.
When you sought to speak with her briefly away from her family, did she tell you she didn't want to go with you?
No, she didn't.
Was she being cooperative?
Yes.
Was she speaking to you freely as best you could tell?
Yes.
Did you have her in handcuffs at that point?
No, I didn't.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Greenberg, I just asked you about these other people here. Was George Anthony all upset, or was he calm?
At what time?
Anytime while you were there?
Overall, he was calm, but he voiced the same concerns as Cindy Anthony in reference to Casey's behavior.
But his demeanor and his actions were a calm person.
Yes, he was pretty calm.
And in that process, he advised you he was an ex-cop.
Yes, he did.
And Cindy Anthony, she wasn't calm at all, was she?
She wasn't what?
Calm.
She was upset, tearful, angry. She showed a lot of different emotions that night, but she was also calm at certain points.
Upset, tearful, angry, and some calm.
And calm.
The one, Casey, when you walked and talked with her, she had a flat effect the whole time, didn't she?
Correct.
You know what that means, don't you?
A flat affect?
Yeah.
Yes, I did.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, who's the state's next witness?
My name is Yuri Melish, Y-U-R-I-M-E-L-I-C-H.
All right, you may proceed, Mr. Wright.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How are you employed, sir?
I work with the Orange County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been employed with Orange County?
Just under 10 years, since October of 2001.
Do you have an assignment with them currently?
I do.
What is that?
I work for the Professional Standards Section, better known as Internal Affairs.
In July of 2008, did you have a different assignment?
I did.
What was that?
I was a detective corporal in the Missing Persons Child Abuse Unit.
Okay, can you explain for the jurors what the responsibilities of a detective corporal in that unit would entail?
Along with supervisory responsibilities, we had 3 detectives and 4 civilians under our command. We also investigated cases of missing persons and investigated allegations of child abuse.
As of July of 2008, how long had you had that assignment?
I was promoted and transferred there in April of 2008.
Prior to your promotion, what background did you have with the Orange County Sheriff?
For just over 2 years, I worked with the Homicide Division.
What else?
Prior to that, I spent a year working as a detective in Eastside Property Unit,
What is that?
investigating property crimes on the east side of Orange County.
Burglaries, things like that? To
Yes.
people's residences, break-ins at houses and things like that?
Yes, that's correct.
Prior to your assignment as a detective, did you work in patrol?
I did.
On July 16th of 2008, did you receive a call from then Sergeant Reginald Hosey regarding the events occurring at 4937 Hope Spring Drive?
I did.
As a result of that call, did you respond to 4937 Hope Spring?
I did.
Do you recall what time you arrived on scene?
Just before 4 o'clock in the morning, between 3:30 and 4 o'clock, 3:51, I believe.
When you arrived there, did you meet with an individual by the name of Casey Anthony?
I did.
Did you become aware that she had given any sort of written statement in regards to the events that the patrol officers were investigating?
Yes.
If I may approach the witness, Your Honor. Is it marked as KI for identification?
Thank you.
Okay, look at that item and tell me if you recognize it.
I do.
Were you provided with that upon your arrival that morning
Yes.
from the patrol deputies who were there?
Yes.
Did you show it to Casey Anthony?
I believe I did because I ended up referring to it in a later interview with her, so yes.
All right. After showing it to her, did you ask her if this was in fact her statement?
Yes, I did.
Did you ask her if she wrote it herself?
I did.
And did she adopt that statement as being one that she had written out?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce KI for identification into evidence.
What says the defense?
We would object as to the proper predicate. This detective does not know the circumstances surrounding how that statement was taken. It's not the
Let me see
officer
the
who took the statement.
Response from the state of Florida?
Your Honor, the witness has indicated that these statements were adopted in their entirety by Ms. Anthony, that he had shown her the statement, asked her if she wrote it, and if it was in fact her statement. They are adopted admissions.
Any additional objection besides not a proper predicate? Okay, based upon that objection, the objection will be overruled. It will be received in evidence as. Okay, mark it, Madam Clerk. Then we can hand it back to the witness.
I'm sorry, that's number 60? I'll set up the document camera. Apparently there's a slight technical difficulty with trying to display it on the monitor. I apologize.
Yes, ma'am.
Detective Melich, you see the document in front of you?
I do.
Read, if I may. Can you read to the jury Ms. Anthony's statement?
On Monday, June 9th, 2008, between 9 a.m. and 1 p.m., I, Casey Anthony, took my daughter, Kaylee Marie Anthony, to her nanny's apartment. Kaylee will be 3 years old on August 9, 2008. She was born on August 9, 2005. Kaylee is about 3 feet tall, white female, with shoulder-length light brown hair. She has dark hazel eyes, parentheses, brown/green, close parentheses, and a small birthmark on her left shoulder. On the day of her disappearance, Kaylee was wearing a pink shirt with jean shorts, white sneakers, and her hair was pulled back in a ponytail. On Monday, June 9, 2008, between 9 a.m. and 1 p.m., I took Kaylee to the Sawgrass Apartments, located on Conway Road. Kaylee's nanny, Zenaida Fernandez-Gonzalez, has watched her for the past 1.5 to 2 years. Zenaida is 25 years old and is from New York. She is roughly 5 foot 7 inches tall, 140 pounds. She has dark brown curly hair and brown eyes. Zenaida's birthday is in September. I met Zenaida through a mutual friend, Jeffrey Michael Hopkins. She has watched his son Zachary Hopkins for about 6 months to a year. I met Zenaida in 2004, around Christmas. On the date listed above, June 9, 2008, after dropping Kaylee off at Zenaida's apartment, I proceeded to head to my place of employment, Universal Studios Orlando. I have worked at Universal for over 4 years, since June of 2004. I left work around 5 p.m. and went back to the apartment to pick up my daughter. However, after reaching the apartment, I realized that neither Zenaida, Kaylee, or either of her 2 roommates were home. I have briefly met Raquel Farrell and Jennifer Rosa on various occasions. after calling Zenaida to see where she and Kaylee were and when they were coming home, I waited outside of the apartment. I had called Zenaida earlier that morning prior to bringing Kaylee over for the afternoon. When I called her that afternoon, her phone was no longer in service. 2 hours passed, and around 7 p.m., I left the apartment and headed to familiar places that Zenaida would go with Kaylee. One of Kaylee's favorite places is J. Blanchard Park. I spent the rest of that evening pacing and worrying at one of the few places I felt, quote, at home, unquote, my boyfriend Anthony Lazzaro's apartment. For the past 4 weeks since Kaylee's disappearance, I have stayed at Anthony's apartment in Sutton Place. I have spent every day since Monday, June 9, 2008, looking for my daughter. I have lied and stolen from my friends and family to do whatever I could by any means to find my daughter. I avoided calling the police or even notifying my own family out of fear. I have been and still am afraid of what has or may happen to Kaylee. I have not had any contact with Zenaida since Thursday, June 12, 2008. I received a quick call from Zenaida. Not once have I been able to ask her for my daughter or gain any information on where I can find her. Every day I have gone to malls, parks, any place I could remember Zenaida taking Kaylee. I have gone out and tried to find any information about Kaylee or Zenaida, whether by going to a popular bar or restaurant. I have contacted Jeff Hopkins on several occasions to see if he had heard from or seen Zenaida. Jeff currently lives in Jacksonville, Florida. On Tuesday, July 15, 2008, around 12 p.m., I received a phone call from my daughter, Kaylee. Today was the first day I have heard her voice in over 4 weeks. I'm afraid of what Kaylee is going through. After 31 days, I know that the only thing that matters is getting my daughter back. With many and all attempts to contact Zenaida, and within the one short conversation on June 12, 2008, I was never able to check on the status or well-being of my daughter. Zenaida never made an attempt to explain why Kaylee is no longer in Orlando, or if she is ever going to bring her home.
Where did you review that statement with Miss Anthony?
If I recall correctly, it was in a spare bedroom they had at the Anthony home.
When you arrived at the Anthony home, did you ask Ms. Anthony if she would speak to you about the statement that she had written prior to your arrival?
If you're referring to Casey Anthony, yes.
Miss Anthony?
Yes.
Yes, Casey Anthony. All right. Did she agree to speak with you?
Yes.
Did you stay in what you referred to as the spare bedroom and speak with her further?
Yes.
Okay. At that point, did you place her on tape?
Yes.
Audio tape. Have you had the opportunity to listen to that audio tape?
Yes.
Does the audio fairly and accurately reflect the conversation that you had with Casey Anthony?
Yes.
And review for identification evidence and the
What says the defense?
Renew all previous motions and objections.
Note in previous motions and objections, objections will be overruled and it will be received in evidence.
Detective Melich, have you had the opportunity to review the transcript that was generated from the tape?
Yes.
And have you determined that the transcript is an accurate version of what also appears on tape?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to publish 61 in evidence to the jury.
Okay, you may publish.
July 16, 2008. The time right now is 04:11 hours. I'm Detective Melich with the Orange County Sheriff's Office. I'm present here at 4937 Hope Spring Drive. I reference Orange County case number 08-069208. I am with Casey Anthony, is that correct?
Yes.
And Casey, would you please state your birthday for me?
03/19/1986.
Okay. Casey, you understand this is being recorded?
Yes.
You have any objection to that?
No.
All right. Casey, I got called here by Sergeant Reggie Hosey with the Orange County Sheriff's Office in reference to a missing child. We sat here and talked for a short moment before we went on tape because I wanted to make sure that your sworn statement, which I'm looking at, was accurate. I'm looking at 4 pages of a sworn statement. On the bottom it appears to be your signature. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you're saying that everything contained in these statements are true and accurate?
Yes.
Also, before I turned on the recorder, I gave you a chance because I wanted to explain what happens if you make a false report or if there's something about this incident that you're not telling us the truth of. And I wanted to make sure I made it perfectly clear that, if you want to go ahead and rescind this statement, and if you want to tell me a different story about what happened, if you're trying to fabricate a story to kind of make something look a little bit better, now's your time to tell me. Are you telling me that this is the story you want to stick with?
That's the truth. It's the story I'm going to stick with.
Okay. In your own words, let's go back. Your daughter's name is Kaylee, Cayle,
Yes.
Marie Anthony. She was born August 9th?
2005.
Okay. And according to your statement back on August 9th, back on June 9th, 2008, you took Casey to a babysitter's house.
Yes.
And who was this babysitter?
Her name is Zenaida Fernandez Gonzalez.
Do you know how to spell the first name?
Zenaida.
And where was Zenaida's? Where did you drop your child off?
The Sawgrass Apartments on Conway, Michigan.
Do you remember the address?
I don't remember the address.
Do you remember an apartment number?
210.
Okay.
It's on the second floor.
If you were to pull into the Sawgrass Apartments, would the building be the one closest to the road, furthest back, halfway?
As soon as you go straight, you go over one speed bump, and it's the first one on the right-hand side.
Okay, is there a pool next to it, or is there anything about the apartment that stands out?
There's a welcome sign. I guess there's a little shed close to the building, maybe about 10 yards away.
Okay. How long had you known Zenaida?
Almost 4 years. It'll be 4 years Christmas this year.
Where did you meet her? Who did you meet her through?
A mutual friend. His name is Jeffrey Michael Hopkins. I met him at Nickelodeon Universal. I met her through him. She was his son's nanny at the time.
Does Jeffrey still work at Universal?
No, he does not.
How long has it been since he left?
About 9-10 months, give or take.
He moved back to Jacksonville?
He moved up to North Carolina for a short time and moved down to Jacksonville within the last 3 months.
When was the last time you spoke with him?
About a week and a half ago.
Okay. Do you know a telephone number for him?
I can find a number for him. I don't know a number offhand. No, I do not.
You mentioned something before we went on to think about your cell phones.
Yes, I have 2 phones. I just received a new phone through work, through Universal. The phone won't keep charged, so I use my old phone that I actually had gotten, again, through Universal for work.
Okay. Did you lose a phone?
Yes.
Was it your personal phone?
It was my personal phone, but I also use it for business.
Okay. What's the number for the phone that you lost?
407-619-9286. It's
Did
the
you
same
keep that same number?
Yes, it's
You
still
just
the
lost
same
the
number.
phone?
I just lost the phone.
And in that phone, you're saying was a SIM card, and the SIM card had the contact
Actually, the
information?
SIM card is in my Nokia phone, but I know there's numbers saved to the cell phone itself. So if we get the actual phone, I know I have one other number for Zenaida, and probably a number for Jeff besides work numbers, and
But they're not in your SIM card?
they're not saved on the SIM card. They're saved on the phone. I've been trying to figure out on that new phone how to save numbers from the phone to the SIM card and switch them back and forth. So that way I have everything all in one piece.
Okay. So the phone where you had the number saved was lost.
Yes, I filed an incident report.
But how did you end up keeping the SIM card?
I had taken it out. I know I left the phone on my desk at work after I'd switched the SIM card back to my old phone because this was the phone that actually would keep charge. I want to be able to have a working phone instead of having a phone that would only stay charged for about a half hour and then it would die and I can't make any more calls. It's for me not practical.
After you switched the SIM card, it was on the phone.
I left it. I know I left it on my desk and I hadn't been at work for at least 3 or 4 days.
You said you made the report to Universal? or-
Yes, with security.
When was
9
that?
days ago.
9 days ago?
Yes.
Okay. So you met Zenaida through Jeffrey Hopkins?
I did.
And his son Zach Hopkins, I guess. Zenaida used to watch over Zach?
Yes.
And you said you've known Zenaida for about 4 years?
Almost 4 years.
You
Yes.
knew her before you had your child.
Well, I met her just before I was actually pregnant at the time. So,
And when did she start watching over your child?
it's been within the last 1.5 to 2 years that she started watching Kaylee. I had another friend watch Kaylee that I've known since middle school. When she went back to school, I was looking for a new nanny. Jeff offered to have Zenaida watch both kids. She agreed, and it kind of went from there.
Before Zenaida started watching over your child, who was the nanny?
Her name was Lauren Gibbs, Gibbs.
And when did Lauren stop watching your child?
Maybe April of 2006.
Okay. And right in April 2006, roughly, is when Zenaida started watching
Yes.
over? How would you normally drop off? How would you normally do the exchange with your child and Zenaida? Would you drop the child off? Would you meet you somewhere?
I would usually drop her off for a few months. We would go over to Jeff's house. He lived over in Avalon Park. That was a couple years ago, almost a couple years ago,
And you would go to Jeff's house why?
to drop off Kaylee. That's where Zenaida would go to watch both of the kids.
Okay.
It was in a nice centralized area. He had a decent sized house. It was good room for the 2 of them. Then I started bringing Kaylee over to Zenaida's apartment.
How long were you using, or were you going to Zenaida's apartment? When did you start taking Kaylee?
I guess maybe the end of 2006, beginning of 2007.
So since the end of 2006, beginning of 2007, you started taking Kaylee to Zenaida's house on Sawgrass.
She had an apartment on, I guess it's considered Glenwood, but it's off of Bumby and Robinson, close to downtown. She lived there for quite a few months and moved over to Sawgrass just recently this year.
Yeah, the house on Bumby. Do you remember the address? Remember where it's at?
I know it's off of Glenwood. I don't remember the apartment number offhand. No, I do not.
And how long would you say you dropped the child off there? From the beginning of, end of 06, beginning of 07 to?
Maybe about 6-7 months, so maybe the middle of 2007.
So she moved in the Sawgrass by the middle of 07?
She's been at that apartment in Sawgrass for about the last 3 or 4 months. She lived with her mom for a little bit.
Where's her mom live?
She lived off of Michigan.
Do you know where the house is?
It's not a very well-marked neighborhood. It crosses just over Conway. It's one of the big stretches of neighborhoods.
Had you dropped the child off there before?
Yes.
If you had to find the place, would you be able to find it?
Most likely, yes. I think I remember the house.
Okay, so she was living off of Glenwood, then moved into her mom's house somewhere off of Michigan, and then moved
And
into
then over to
Sawgrass. So Sawgrass 3 or 4 months ago, off of Glenwood until mid-07, in mom's house.
Her mom wasn't living there at the time. Her mom had gotten another place with her sister, but she was staying over at the house and moved in with the 2 girls that are referenced in the pages.
She was living with these 2 girls at Sawgrass?
Yes.
Okay. Go back to your statement. You dropped off Kaylee on June 9th, and walk me through. You dropped her off to go to work? Okay. Get off of work and go from there.
I got off of work, left Universal, driving back to pick up Kaylee like a normal day, and I show up to the apartment, knock on the door, nobody answers. So I call Zenaida's cell phone, and it's out of service. says that the phone is no longer in service. Excuse me. So I sit down on the steps and wait for a little bit to see if maybe it was just a fluke, if something happened. And time passed. I didn't hear from anyone. No one showed up to the house. So I went over to J. Blanchard Park and checked a couple other places where maybe possibly they would have gone. A couple stores, just regular places that I know Zenaida shops at, and she's taken Kaylee before. And after about 7 o'clock, when I still hadn't heard anything, I was getting pretty upset, pretty frantic, and I went to a neutral place. I didn't really want to come home. I wasn't sure what I'd say about not knowing where Kaylee was. Still hoping that I would get a call or, find out that Kaylee was coming back so that I could go get her. And I ended up going to my boyfriend Anthony's house, who lives in Sutton Place.
Did you talk to Anthony about what happened with Kaylee?
No, I did not.
And Anthony ever seen Kaylee before?
Yes, he has.
Have you talked to anyone about Kaylee, about your incident with Kaylee? Or the fact
Outside
that
of
she's missing?
a couple people, a couple mutual friends.
Who did you talk to about it?
I talked to Jeffrey Hopkins.
Mhm.
I also attempted to contact Zenaida's mother and never received a call back from her.
Do you know Zenaida's mother's name?
Wow, man. I think it's Gloria.
Do you know a telephone number for Zenaida's mom?
I do not know.
Do you have any of these numbers programmed into your SIM card that you kept into your other phone?
No, I do not.
How long did you have this old phone?
I've had the Nokia for almost a full year.
Okay. So after a full year of dealing with Zenaida and having her babysit, and you don't
Switching
remember.
numbers back and forth. Zenaida's number has changed a couple different times. She switched services between having Sprint and having AT&T or Singular.
What about Jeffrey? You've known him for at least 4 years.
His number's changed a couple different times from when he moved from Orlando up to North Carolina and back down to Jacksonville. I know I do have a current number for him.
How would you get that number?
If we can find that other phone, or I might have it online, I may be able to access it off the internet.
Okay. Who else did you talk to about this besides Jeffrey? You said you tried to call Zenaida's mom. You talked to Jeffrey. Who else did you talk to?
I talked to Juliette Lewis. She's one of my coworkers at Universal.
She works. You still work at Universal?
Yes.
What do you do at Universal?
I'm an event coordinator.
Okay. What is Juliet? What position is she? Where she works?
She's also an event coordinator. We work in the same department.
You have a number for Juliet?
Ooh, offhand, I can't think of one.
Is she in your SIM card?
No, she's not. Some of the more recent numbers, her number just changed because she just moved back up north. She, within the last 2 months, has finished moving up to New York. She's still losing her apartment.
So Juliet doesn't work at Universal
No,
anymore?
she does not.
When did she leave Universal?
About 2 months ago.
Who else did you talk to about it?
It's been within that small group. I've tried to find out just information from people, going out to different places like Fusion Ultra Lounge and a couple bars that I know Zenaida had gone to downtown before to see if, just kind of random talk, if anybody had heard about my nanny or talked to her lately.
Did you tell anyone specifically that Zenaida took your child?
No. The only 2 people that I specifically told were Jeff and Juliet.
And you don't have a number for Juliet?
Not offhand, no, I do not.
It's on your phone. It might be online.
It's definitely online. I know it's on one of our old worksheets. Her old number, which could still be active. I'm not sure if it is, but I know she does have a new number, which I just programmed into that.
When was the last time you talked to Juliet?
About 3 weeks ago, shortly after this happened.
So you talked to her after she left?
Mhm.
What's the reason, I asked you this before, I'll ask you just for the record, what's the reason you didn't call the police before? Since right now we're here because your grandparents, or your parents, asked you about the child and they were concerned, didn't get an answer for where the child was, they called the sheriff's office.
Mhm.
Why didn't you call prior to today?
I think part of me was naive enough to think that I could handle this myself, which obviously I couldn't. And I was scared that something would happen to her if I did notify the authorities or got the media involved or my parents, which I know would have done the same thing. Just the fear of the unknown, fear of the potential of Kaylee getting hurt, of not seeing my daughter again.
I asked you this at the onset and asked you before we went on tape, and I'll ask you again just to make sure we're clear. Is there anything about this story that you're telling me that is untrue, or is there anything that you want to change or divert from what you've already told me?
No, sir.
Did you cause any injury to your child, Kaylee?
No, sir.
Did you hurt Kaylee or leave her somewhere and you're
No.
worried that if we find that out that people are going to look at you the wrong way?
No, sir.
And you're telling me that Zenaida took your child without your permission and
She's
hasn't returned her?
the last person that I've seen with my daughter, yes.
Where did Zenaida, does she have another job besides watching children?
She has the seasonal ID for Universal. However, the only job that I know that she's had for the last few years, she's been a nanny.
So seasonal employee at Universal?
Mhm.
When was the last time she worked at Universal, do you know?
I have no idea.
Does Kaylee take any medications? Does she suffer from any conditions, any medical conditions that
No,
we need to know?
not at all.
It was brought up before about taking some money from some people, and I want to make sure I get it on tape. Do you have any problems with drugs or narcotics, either prescription narcotics or drugs, cocaine, ecstasy, meth, anything like that?
Nothing.
Have you ever been committed for thoughts of suicide? Have you ever been on the lakeside, anything like that?
No.
Is there any underlying cause to why Zenaida was taking your child?
No, nothing that,
Did she ever make any statements to you about?
only how much she loves Kaylee and how great of a kid she is.
Have you talked? And when you talked to Jeffrey afterwards, I'm assuming that Jeffrey's child is still with him.
His child is still with him.
Okay. You said Zenaida had family up in New England, up in New York? Or
Yes,
something?
she has family down south. Her mother, her sister, her brother's in New York. She's originally from New York.
And where's down south?
Miami area,
Where's she originally from?
New York.
She born and raised in New York? She have family outside of the country? Or
I don't know. As far as I know, she pretty much grew up there, moved down here, went to the University of Florida.
is she Puerto Rican? Is she Dominican? Is she white?
She's mixed. She's black and Puerto Rican.
And you don't know what her birthday is, or you don't know what her birthday
It's
is?
in September. That's all I can remember at the moment.
If when we finish this, would you be willing to drive with me to show me where her mom lives and the apartment that you used to drop her off at?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything I haven't asked you about Kaylee or Zenaida, or just this incident in particular that you feel is important that you want to tell me about before I turn this on?
I mean, Kaylee has very distinctive features, even if her hair was cut or changed. She has dark hazel eyes, they're brown and green. She has a birthmark on her left shoulder.
What kind of birthmark?
It's just like a small line. It almost looks like a small little beauty mark.
Anything else?
I just want my daughter back.
Okay. Did you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear and affirm everything you just told me is the truth?
Yes.
Detective Melich, this statement was taken at 4:11 a.m. and lasted about 20 minutes. Did you head out immediately after taking the statement to go look in those places that you asked Ms. Anthony about?
Yes.
Okay. Where did you go?
The first location we went to, later I would find out, turned out to be 301 North Hillside. That's the location she mentioned that was near the intersection of Bumpy and Robinson, or off of Glenwood.
Did you get out of the vehicle at that location at 301 North Hillside?
No, we drove by the building, and I asked her if she could point out to me the apartment or windows that belonged to Zenaida or her family. And she pointed out two windows on the side of the building facing Robinson. And she indicated the two windows, one above and one below, both belonged to the same apartment, and that Zenaida and her family had lived there at one point.
Now, you had mentioned that this address at 301 North Hillside was off Glenwood and Bumby. Is that what you had testified to?
At Glenwood and Robinson, because I believe Bumby runs parallel to Glenwood, at 301 North Hillside.
All right. During the course of the investigation into the disappearance of Kaylee Anthony, did you come to find out that there are individuals who Ms. Anthony knew that lived on Glenwood?
Yes.
Who would that be?
Ricardo Morales, and at one point in time, Amy Huizinga, lived at 232 Glenwood, which is directly across from where this building is.
During the drive that morning where she was showing you these locations, did she mention that friends of hers lived directly across the street?
She did not.
Did she mention that she had spent time since her daughter had been missing at the location on Glenwood?
She did not.
Aside from the address on Hillside, did you go to any other location?
We went from there to the Sawgrass Apartments.
What happened at the Sawgrass Apartments?
I asked her to direct me into the Sawgrass Apartments and point out the apartment that she claimed to have dropped Kaylee off on June 9th.
And where were you directed?
I was directed to the first apartment building inside the complex on the right, apartment 210.
Did either of you get out of the car at that point?
I did not, no, neither one.
Okay. Aside from directing you to or pointing out apartment 210, did she make any other statement at that point in the morning about what happened at apartment 210?
I don't recall, no.
Was that the last location that you visited?
No.
Where else did you go?
Almost catty corner from the Sawgrass Apartments are, just forgot the name, apartments at Conway. There's an intersection right there at Conway and Michigan. And I believe it's the apartments at Conway. If I'm mistaken, please correct me. But it's several single-story townhomes you have several homes that are attached in one building, but each individually owned.
And what was it that you were supposed to have been doing there at this address?
She claims this is one of the locations that Zenaida had lived and that she had dropped off Kaylee several times in the past. So I asked her to direct me to the apartment or the townhome, for lack of a better word, that she had dropped the child off at. And we drove through the entire complex at least once, and she wasn't quite sure which apartment it was, but said it was in a generic or a general area.
Did you go anywhere else?
No, that's the only location we actually got out of the car, though, because it was starting to get light out, so people were starting to get up to go to work.
All right. Once you all got out of the car, what occurred?
I asked Casey well, let me preface this. We had a marked patrol car also following us with a uniform in case I were to get out of the car.
On the road.
You can continue.
In case I were to get out of the car, knock on the door, I wanted uniform presence, so there was another marked car with us. I'd asked Casey to sit in the car. I rolled the passenger window down. I told her I would knock on the doors of the area. There's several apartments in that area that she indicated. And if she noticed anyone that looked familiar to her, to indicate it to me, and then we would go from there.
All right. Miss Anthony?
Yes.
And did Miss Anthony tell you that any of those apartments or people in those apartments looked familiar to her?
No.
Were you directed anywhere else by Miss Anthony?
No.
After all of this process is completed, about what time is it? Did you say that it was starting to get light?
I believe we were at the crossings at Conway County Apartments about just after 6 in the morning.
Once that process was completed, where did you go with Miss Anthony?
I drove her home.
Did either one of you have her cell phone?
No, I don't recall if she had it. I didn't have it.
When you dropped her at home, did you just let her out of the car and she went into the house? What happened?
Yeah, pretty much it.
Did you indicate to her that you would continue to investigate some of the information that she had provided to you?
We had small talk. I dropped her off. Obviously, we were going to look to try and see if we can find Kaylee. I can't remember specifically what I told her, but in the general sense, yes.
Did you leave at that point and begin an investigation into some of the information that she had provided to you?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I have no other questions for witness.
Cross-examination?
We're going to take a
Do you ever go
drop
by any other
break,
names other than your email?
very quick break, and then we'll be right back with cross-examination.
Sustained.
You ever go by the name of Dick Tracy Orlando?
Sustained. Next question.
Judge, may we approach?
No, sir.
I'd like to be able to show the relevance of this. line of
Okay,
questioning.
you can approach. Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm going to ask that you step outside. We will probably take at least 10 minutes to take care of this brief legal matter outside of your presence. I'm going to ask you not to discuss this case among yourselves. Okay, do you have copies of those for us?
If, 3 minutes, I can make a quick copy. Our witness tests are clear to this.
And I quickly this last.
Just the actual inquest. The
608 election.
other thing.
Case called Rose and just presided over the murder the case. The trial court on the purpose of 90 attack 90 is this, to ascertain things I believe on the to make it an
example on
second.
Tracy.
Just a second.
That way
20 highlight the portion or
yes, I know. The question is this on a case that this was an act, but possibly that
information
that simple statement that would remain to
was driving
any number necessarily abandoning in this situation. Who knows that you don't investigate and
the counsel somebody violation in there.
Then I just disagree with the assertions made by
the document that far, but that in this, I would take that in consideration, but the case correctly. Let me take a look at it.
Objected to this information.
To this. Okay. Had mentioned you did object
his and that he blocked
the phone and are attempted
correct
at the looking at from well Melich has enough to deal with from where he sits right now, like reaching the remote if it falls to the floor. And then the next one is, I guess,
well, primarily a missing persons case.
General idea, thing that someone situation standing.
Again, to continue your cross-examination.
Yes, sir.
Okay, state recognized presence of jury. Defense.
Yes, sir, we do.
Members of the jury, my apologies. It took me a little longer than 10 minutes. Sometime that happens. Again, my apologies. The witness may resume the stand. You make.
May I please report. Detective Melich, you arrived on the scene at 4 a.m.
Just prior to, I believe, yes.
And that's on Hope Spring Drive.
Yes.
And when you arrive, the first thing you do is meet with Sergeant Hosey.
To the best of my recollection, yes.
And part of that is to be briefed on all that transpired before you got there.
Correct.
And that gives you a better understanding of what needs to be done while you're there.
Yes.
And what was the situation report at that point?
Going based on recollection.
Mr. Baez?
I'm not asking him for specific statements. I just like to know what information, what he knew about the case at that point. If I can rephrase it so he doesn't give any specific statements.
Okay, you can attempt to rephrase the question.
Without giving us any hearsay or anything that someone, any information, or without telling us what exactly was said, can you give us a general idea of what you were looking at when you arrived?
Well, primarily a missing persons case.
And what else?
I can't recall if there was indication on scene or if it was through a phone call prior about some theft of a car or theft of money, some theft involved.
Now, when you specifically got there, were you made aware that Miss Anthony had already gone to Sawgrass Apartments?
Yes.
Okay, and that was with Acevedo, Deputy Acevedo, the female officer.
I don't recall who took her at the time. I just recall being told that they had already gone to Sawgrass.
And you were aware that there was nobody home there?
Based on hearsay that was provided.
Sustained.
Did you have any information about that apartment as to whether...
Hi, everybody. I am here. I just have to take something quickly, but I'm going to let it play while this goes on. I mean, I'm taking care of something, so I'm still listening, but I'm not going to be on the screen so you can see what I'm doing, because some of the stuff that I'm doing is very confidential. I can't have you guessing what I'm doing over here. So I'm just going to remove myself from the screen for just a moment. I'm still listening.
Suspects were identified.
Sustained.
Did you have any other information about Miss Anthony?
Very vague, I'm sorry.
About Miss Anthony's actions that evening?
Aside from the fact that she had gone with deputies to another location, I can't recall if they had already told me. Obviously, the statement had been filled out. I don't know if they were just handed the statement or if they told me outside.
Were you aware how long the apartment was vacant that she had pointed out?
The answer will be based on hearsay information.
Sustained.
Did you feel sufficiently informed as to what the situation was when you arrived?
I had a general understanding of why I was there. I primarily looked for a missing child.
And when you arrived, did you see the garage door open?
I don't recall what the condition of the garage door.
Did you see the car that evening?
Which car?
The Pontiac Sunfire.
I don't recall what I saw parked where.
Were you made aware of anything going on with that car?
At some point throughout that evening, and I can't recall when, I remember there was a comment made about an odor coming from a car, but I don't recall who made it or at what point throughout my time there that occurred.
So immediately upon getting this information, you went and inspected the car?
No.
You were told that there is a missing child?
Yes.
You are told that the location where Miss Anthony had taken officers showed no results?
Something along those lines, yes.
And then you were told about an odor coming from a car?
Yes.
And you never went and looked at the car?
No.
You never called CSI to come look at the car?
No.
You never secured any possible evidence that may or may not have been at that car?
Upon my arrival that night, when I first responded, no.
You did absolutely nothing with the car?
Correct.
And in your investigation at that point, or that entire evening, you didn't find it necessary to secure that car in any way?
No.
Overrule, this is the last question.
You may answer, sir.
No.
Now, one of the first things you looked at with Miss Anthony was she was a suspect, did you not?
At the time I got there, she wasn't a suspect of anything. She was a mother of a missing child.
And despite all of this information that you had, you didn't consider Miss Anthony a suspect?
I hadn't talked to her yet. I didn't know what she was going to tell me. I was just going based on what other deputies had told me upon arrival.
Did you instruct Deputy Hosey to unhandcuff Miss Anthony because you wanted to come down and speak to her?
I did not. I did not even know she was handcuffed.
Did you Mirandize or read Casey Anthony her Miranda warnings prior to questioning her?
No.
And the reason for that is because you didn't think she was a suspect of anything?
She was a mother of a missing 2.5-year-old. That's what I was there to investigate, is a missing 2.5-year-old. I had no reason to Mirandize her.
A mother of a 2.5-year-old who was giving information that did not appear to pan out. Is that correct?
According to what I was told before getting there, yes. But I hadn't talked to her yet, so I don't know if they misunderstood. I don't know what she was going to tell me.
Well, you read her statement, did you not?
Yes.
And in fact, you testified prior to getting admitted that you asked her if she was adopting it.
Yes.
Correct? And in fact, you thought the information that was contained in there was suspect, did you not?
I wrote that in my report, yes.
Okay. But you thought it was suspect.
I can't recall what I thought at the time, but I do acknowledge that I wrote that in my report.
So since you think she's suspect, you think her stories are going on, but you don't think she's a suspect at all, is what you're saying.
You're saying that I think she's suspect.
Let me rephrase that to make that a little clearer. Her version is suspect, according to you.
To what I wrote in the report, yes.
You have a missing child that's been missing for 30 days.
Yes.
Never reported.
Correct.
The mother's not taking you to a location where you can find the child.
She hasn't taken me anywhere yet.
Or prior officers.
As far as the officers are concerned, correct.
And in your opinion, she's not a suspect.
Yes.
Yes, she is a suspect, or yes, she's not a suspect.
You asked, in my opinion, is she a suspect? No, she's not a suspect.
Now, the statement that she gave, you read it over carefully?
I read it over that night, yes.
Because this is a very important matter?
Yes.
And did you notice that there was a portion in quotations on page 3?
Are you referring to the top 4 lines down?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. The portion that reads, quote, that a few places that she felt, quote, at home, end quote.
Yes.
And in this entire 4-page statement, that is the only portion that is in quotations, is it not?
Yes.
And when something is placed in quotations, in your experience, that means it's important, or somebody wants attention drawn to it?
I can't answer to why people put quotes on certain words. Sometimes it's proper, sometimes it's not. So I couldn't answer that.
In your experience, sir. Your experience.
Repeat the question.
When people put things in quotations, does that mean they want attention drawn to it?
I can't tell you what they want to. People use quotations all the time. It didn't stand out to me. It doesn't stand out to me now.
Okay. Now, did you ask her why she didn't feel at home in her own home?
No.
And you would later also characterize or document that she went somewhere where she felt safe.
I'm sorry, the question again?
You would later document that she went somewhere where she felt, quote, safe, end quote.
If you're referring to my report?
Yes.
Yes.
In fact, you put that in quotes.
I won't disagree.
And when you put things in quotes, it's because it's important.
I couldn't tell you what my state of mind was when I put it in quotes. Obviously I did, but I can't tell you why I did it now.
You have no idea why you put that in quotes?
I did. I can't answer now as to why I did.
Did you ask her why she didn't feel safe at home?
I don't believe so, no.
And then you document that the next time you use quotes is when you describe that she had seen movies and reports. Put that in quotes too.
I won't disagree if you're referring to my report, yes.
And you're referring, when you talk about that, is to why she didn't call police.
Correct.
Did you put that in quotes because you thought that was a pretty outrageous statement to make?
No, based on my recollection, I put it in quotes because it was one of the things that she told me. I don't recall it being on the statement, so it must have been one of the things we mentioned before at the tape or during our drive. So I used it to acknowledge what she said to me.
I'm talking specifically about your frame of reference here. Okay, I want to know from you that, in your opinion, when you're eliciting and speaking to her in reference to these statements, that you think they're a little outrageous.
Trying to object his attention to elicit hearsay statements of his client that were not elicited by the state.
I'll withdraw the question. Now, the statements that you first took from her that we heard a while ago, let me give you a copy of that. Do you have one?
Not with me, no.
Right. Detective sensitive to you.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry, I can't do anything about the audio. This is going back to 2011, so I'm not sure what's going on with the court or the audio right now.
Now, I'd like to take you down this statement, Detective, and I'll start off on page 2 and line 10. First area that you start inquiring is you're basically telling her she fabricated a story, are you not?
No.
What is your purpose of saying if you're trying to fabricate a story?
A lot of times before I get an official statement from someone, I'll give them the chance to change whatever they've said previously. I won't hold against them. So a lot of times in an interview, I'll say, listen, I want to make sure that you're telling me the truth. Whatever you may have said in the past, I don't care. What I care about is what you're going to tell me now. So if you're asking me in what context I made that statement, that's the best I can answer that right now.
So what you're telling this jury is that the reason you made that statement is not because you find her story to be a fabrication, but that's something you always say.
I didn't find her story to be a fabrication then because I hadn't had a chance to investigate what she claimed. She was very detailed and specific in her statement, so there was a lot I had to follow up on. I couldn't say that I could tell for sure it was fabricated at that point.
Okay. Let's start off with some of them details then. She tells you that she had known Zenaida Gonzalez for 4 years.
Are you referring to a particular page you want me to follow along or just in general?
Page 3, line 21.
Yes, almost 4 years.
Okay. And then she tells you that she was introduced to this person on the next page by a Jeffrey, or actually it's on that page, on line 23, Jeffrey Michael Hopkins.
Yes.
And when you question her about Jeffrey Michael Hopkins, she can't give you any information on how to reach him.
I could only go based on what I asked her. And I believe I asked her where he worked or if she had a contact number for him, and she did not.
So the answer to my question is yes, she didn't give you any information on how to reach him.
Oh, he told me that he used to work at Universal Studios. I would consider that information.
Okay. And then she told you that he went to North Carolina and then moved down to Jacksonville.
Yes.
Then on page 5, she goes into this several statements about SIM cards. Did any of that make sense to you?
Relevancy, Mr. Bay?
I'll rephrase the question. Okay. Did you confront her with any of this information about SIM cards?
I wouldn't say confront. I was trying to get clarification on what she meant since she said she had lost a phone. And when I was asking for certain numbers, she brought up the SIM card. So I was asking questions for clarification on that.
All right. I'd like to take you to page 11. Lines 16 through 25. I've read it into the record. You ask her if she had spoken to anyone else about Kaylee being missing, and she answers Juliette Lewis, correct?
Yes.
She says she's one of my coworkers at Universal, correct? Okay. And then you take it a step further and you ask her what she does at Universal, correct?
Yes.
And she tells you an event coordinator, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Then you ask her for a number for Juliette Lewis, correct?
Yes.
And she can't come up with one.
To quote her, she says, I can't think of one.
Okay. Then immediately after that, she tells you that the reason she doesn't have a number is because she just moved up north within the last 2 months to New York.
Yes.
And she's subleasing her apartment.
According to what she said, yes.
Okay. And then at that point, she tells you she doesn't work at Universal anymore.
Correct.
So within 10 seconds, she's telling you she has a coworker at Universal Studios, correct?
Yes.
Who's an event planner, current employee.
Yes.
And then this person all of a sudden moved up to New York a couple of months ago.
Yes.
But her child's only been missing a month.
Yes.
And she has no number for this person.
Whether she did or didn't, I don't know. She told me she did not.
So you couldn't investigate or couldn't confront anyone about, well, let me strike that, rephrase that. At that point in time, did you do anything to say, wait a minute, this doesn't make any sense?
No.
Did you realize that you were dealing with something a little bit unique?
You're asking me to testify to what I felt at the time I was doing the interview. I can't tell you what I felt. I can't say it was unique. I was in an information gathering stage at the time. I was meeting with the mother of a child who's missing. The purpose was to try and get information to locate the child.
You're getting information about one of only 2 outcry witnesses to a crime that occurred a month ago, right?
It turned out she only gave me 2 outcry witnesses, but there's more to the interview. So at that point, yeah, she had given me 2.
And she's telling you in 1 second that the person works with her, and then the next second she's saying she doesn't. All within, what, 10, 15 seconds?
Correct.
And you didn't think at that specific moment that you're dealing with something unique.
Sustained.
You didn't do anything based on that information, did you, sir?
Well, eventually I would go to Universal Studios and try and identify these people. So yes, I did something.
At the end of this interview, you asked her if she's got a drug problem.
You have a page in line number, sir?
Yes, page 14, lines 21 through 25.
Yes, I did.
You asked her about cocaine?
Yes.
You asked her about meth?
Yes.
Ecstasy?
Yes.
And anything else?
I don't read it off the top of my head, so no, I believe that was it.
And the reason is because...
Sorry, other prescription narcotics as well, just before that.
Okay. You're asking her if she's on any prescription medication.
I was asking her if she had any problems with drugs or narcotics, either prescription narcotics, she interrupts, says no, or drugs, cocaine, ecstasy, meth. I asked her if she had problems, not if she was on any.
Then you ask her if she's ever committed suicide. Next page.
I don't think I could have asked her if she'd ever committed suicide, because if she had, she wouldn't be there.
Committing suicide, excuse me.
Yes.
All right. And then you ask her if she's ever been to Lakeside or anything like that.
Yes.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what Lakeside is?
Lakeside is a local receiving facility that we would take people who have mental problems or mental issues, such as under a Baker Act, if somebody's suicidal, have thoughts of hurting themselves, and we would take them into custody, for lack of a better word. We would take them to Lakeside so they can get treatment and be seen by a doctor or a psychiatrist and perhaps get some help.
And the reason you're asking these questions, Detective, is because you realize that the statements being given to you at that particular point in time, at the very beginning of this case, are just not right.
No, I can't tell you the reason I asked that question. Obviously, I did. It's just part of an information gathering process. I ask a lot of questions.
So this is not. So basically, this is just something you do out of routine, and it's not something that you do as a matter of this specific case. You asked those questions because of what you had the information that you had gathered in your investigation at that point, or is that because, excuse me, or is that because you do this as a matter of routine? I think it's sustained. Detective, were you made aware that evening, or did you make any other inquiries about Casey Anthony to other individuals in the home?
I know I had a brief conversation with Cindy. George was there. I don't recall a conversation with him, but I'm not saying I didn't.
And were you made aware of any possible seizures that Casey Anthony may have?
That's not evidence and based on hearsay response.
Sustained based upon hearsay.
Did you get any medical information about Miss Anthony?
Actually,
As to that particular question, did he get any medical information? You can simply answer yes or no.
Aside from asking the questions about Lakeside, if we consider that medical information or prescription drugs, you would consider that? No.
Do you have a copy of your report, sir?
Not with me, no, sir.
Judge, I have no further questions at this time.
Okay, thank you.
All right, well, let's move on. Couldn't hear so well the end of that.
Excused for this time subject to recall?
yes, sir.
Detective, you may be excused.
But
subject
let's
to
go
recall.
on
Thank you, sir.
to
Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the time is now approximately
one more.
59.
Hopefully the audio on this will be better. Thank you, David Moore. .net.
Okay, let the record reflect that the defendant is present along with counsel for the defendant, assistant state attorneys. Both sides ready to proceed.
State is ready to proceed.
Okay, and who will be the state's first witness?
Your Honor, the state's first witness will be Jeffrey Hopkins.
Okay. All right, let's return to jury. State recognizes the presence of the jury.
Yes.
And does the defense. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. I hope you had a restful evening. Did you heed all of my previous admonitions? Okay. All right. Mr. Hopkins?
Sound like clear order?
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Mr. Hopkins, how old are you?
26.
Do you know Casey Anthony?
I do.
When did you first meet her?
Probably middle school.
Did you stay in touch from middle school up until 2008?
Through passing.
How would you characterize your relationship with Miss Anthony?
More or less acquaintances.
Weren't very good friends?
Not very good friends.
Did you ever work at Universal Studios?
I did.
When did you work at Universal Studios?
Approximately 2002.
How long did you work there for?
1 year.
Did you ever work there at the same time that Casey Anthony worked there?
I don't think so.
You don't recall ever seeing her there?
Never.
Did you ever introduce Casey Anthony to a woman by the name of Zenaida Gonzalez?
I did not.
Did you ever use Zenaida Gonzalez as a nanny?
No, sir.
Do you have any children?
No, sir.
Have you lived in the Orlando area consistently since 2002?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever lived in Jacksonville?
No, sir.
Have you ever lived in North Carolina?
No, sir.
Did you see Casey Anthony in the month of June of 2008?
No, sir.
July of 2008?
Yes, sir.
Where did you see her?
It was at the Waterford Lakes Ale House.
Do you recall what day that was?
It was the first Tuesday in that July 2008.
Does July 2nd ring a bell?
Yes, sir.
All right. Who did you go to the ale house with?
A few friends of mine, Gabriel Flette and Corey Arnold.
Okay. And while you were there, you saw Casey Anthony?
Yes, sir.
Did you go there with her?
No, sir.
Were you planning on seeing her there?
No, sir.
Did you speak with her?
Yes, sir.
What was the nature of the conversation?
Hi, how you doing? Haven't seen you in a while. Exchange numbers, and that was pretty much it.
Did you ever hear from her again after July 2nd of 2008?
I did, through text messages. They seem to be mass text messages, I believe more than just myself got them, about going to a club called Fusion.
Did she ever tell you that Zenaida Gonzalez had taken her daughter?
No, sir.
Were you aware that she had a daughter?
Yes, sir.
Had you ever met her?
No, sir.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, sir. I don't believe I have any other questions.
Cross-examination?
Please, the court. Mr. George. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, Mr. Hopkins.
Good morning.
Is your name Jeffrey Michael Hopkins?
No, sir.
Okay. You and Casey knew each other in middle school, right?
Correct.
Did Casey have a crush on you in middle school?
I'm not sure of that, sir.
Did you have one on her?
I can't say that for sure.
You can't say that because you don't want to, or you can't say it because you don't remember?
Well, not a crush, but she was an attractive young lady.
Okay. It would be fair to say the two of you had, I guess, puppy love eyes for each other or something along those lines.
Overrule at this point.
No, sir.
Just a mutual attraction of some sort.
Yes.
Okay. And you have been contacted by law enforcement immediately when this case came to light, did you not?
That is correct.
And you let law enforcement know that you don't have a child named Zachary.
That is correct.
And that you are not rich from a trust fund.
That is correct.
And that you did not have a girlfriend named Zenaida Gonzalez.
Correct.
And that you never introduced Zenaida Gonzalez to Casey.
No, sir.
And that you and Casey were not going to, that your son Zachary, his mother died in I guess, an accident or passed away quite early. You told them you didn't have any knowledge of that, right?
No, sir.
And you told them you weren't going to move in with Casey and Kaylee and your son Zachary, right?
No, sir.
Okay. And you told them all of these stories were just one great fiction. Did you not?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And it's not you.
It is not me.
Okay. Now, do you have any information as to what happened to Kaylee Anthony on June 16, 2008?
I do not.
You don't have any idea how she passed away?
I have no idea.
Thank you, sir.
Redirect.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Hopkins, when did law enforcement first contact you?
I believe it was the night that they came to the Anthony home.
That would be in July of 2008?
Correct.
Did you speak with them at any other time?
I did.
Do you recall when?
Once at my house and once at the Orange County Sheriff's Department.
Was this weeks later or months later?
I would say weeks later.
You were asked a question about Zenaida Gonzalez. Do you even know anyone named Zenaida Gonzalez?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. I don't have anything else.
May the witness be excused. Thank you, Mr. Hopkins. You may be excused, sir.
Thank you.
Statement calling next witness.
Sound like swear or first?
Leonard Totora, T-U-R-T-O-R-A.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, sir. How are you employed?
I'm sorry, how am I employed?
Yes, sir.
Currently, I'm the assistant manager of loss prevention at University of Orlando.
How long have you held that position?
Just over 5 years.
And what sort of job requirements are there for assistant manager in loss prevention?
To have a full understanding of the investigations department at University of Orlando, to know the internal and external theft policies and procedures, anything to deal with external shoplifting, anything to do with the resort and the security operations behind that.
Do you frequently have contact with law enforcement, particularly the Orange County Sheriff's Office, if there are investigations involving potential Universal Orlando employees?
Primarily, we deal with the Orlando Police Department as we're in the city. But
Universal Studios is in the city of Orlando?
Correct.
Okay.
And occasionally, Orange County will get involved, but primarily we deal with Orlando Police.
On July 16th of 2008, did you have occasion to come into contact with Detective Yuri Melich of the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
Detective Melich showed up at our security out in City Walk and was asking some information on a potential or alleged employee. At that point, I was contacted and asked to assist him. He was directed towards my office, and he began to brief me on some information that he was looking for.
All right. Did that information include determination as to whether or not a woman by the name of Casey Marie Anthony was a current employee of Universal Studios Orlando?
He did.
Okay. Do you have access to various databases at Universal Studios that would be able to tell you the status of former employees, current employees, or perhaps whether or not somebody ever worked at Universal Studios?
I do.
Okay. Are those databases ones that you use in the normal course of the business that you've described?
Yes.
Were you able to utilize a database at Universal Studios Orlando to determine the employment status of Casey Marie Anthony?
I was.
And what did you find?
I found that at the time that I met with Detective Melich, she wasn't currently employed, but through our past database, I was able to determine that she was actually employed by a third party, not actually Universal Orlando.
What does that mean?
That it was it wasn't directed to a third party business that does property on our property, and that it's not owned and operated by Universal Orlando.
Does the database nevertheless maintain the names of individuals who are employed by third party vendors?
It does.
Would that vendor have been some subsidiary of Kodak?
It was called Color Vision.
Okay. Are those the people who take pictures of you when you come into the park and then want you to buy it?
That is correct.
Was she currently employed according to the Universal Studios database with this third party vendor?
Not at the time, no.
Okay. Do you recall, or did the business records of Universal Studios reflect the last date of employment?
I believe it was May or April of 2006.
Were you also asked to determine whether or not other individuals were current or former employees of Universal Studios?
Yes, Detective Melich gave me 3 other names to check.
Was one of those Jeff Hopkins?
It was.
Did you determine whether or not there was a Jeffrey Hopkins who was ever employed at Universal Studios?
I did. I saw he was employed from late 2001 to early 2002.
Was one of those names Juliet Lewis?
It was.
Was there any reference to an individual by the name of Juliet Lewis in Universal Studios Orlando's database?
There was not.
How about an individual by the name of Zenaida Gonzalez?
I was given that name.
Was there any reference to an individual by the name of Zenaida Gonzalez as ever having been employed at Universal Studios Orlando, whether by the studios or through a third-party vendor?
There was not.
Were you ultimately asked to validate email addresses?
I was. Not at the time I met with Detective Melich, but later.
Later on.
Yep.
All right. Were you able to determine whether or not any of the email addresses provided to you, specifically as it relates to a Cheryl Davis, was one that was valid at Universal Studios Orlando?
I could not.
Now, you said that you met with Detective Melich on July 16th of 2008.
Correct.
At City Walk or somewhere else?
It was in my office, which is located in the parks.
At some point that day, did you have an opportunity to meet Casey Anthony?
I did.
How did that occur?
After we were unable to verify that she was currently employed, Detective Melich called her and placed her on speakerphone, asked her a series of questions. I couldn't confirm anything that she was saying to me. So he brought her. He had asked if it would be okay if a couple detectives could pick her up and bring her to Universal. I agreed. I assume she agreed as well.
Did you hear?
I did, actually. I'm sorry.
Phone.
Yeah, I did. I did hear that she agreed that 2 detectives could pick her up at her house and bring her to Universal. I received a call about 45 minutes later from Detective Melich that the two detectives had arrived. I met them outside of our security gate where the employees come through.
Is this a location where you had directed Detective
was.
Melich to have the other detectives come?
It was. And as we agreed previously, after I met them, Detective Melich introduced me to Miss Anthony, explained that I was an investigator with Universal and that I would be assisting them.
Did you see them arrive at the security gate that you mentioned?
I did not see them pull into the parking lot. I met with them at their vehicle, and all of us proceeded to the security gate at the time.
Okay. From the location where they parked to this employee security gate, how far is that? Walking
50
time.
feet, 50 feet, so seconds.
What happened at the security gate?
I had asked Miss Anthony if she's a current employee. She stated she was. I asked her if she had her ID on her. She stated she did not. I explained to the security officer who was working at the gate that we needed to get to her building where she worked, and he had asked her if she knew her employee. But I stated I didn't. She didn't have her ID on her. He asked her if she knew her employee number. She stated she did not. He asked her what department she worked in. She stated she worked in events. The officer asked her if it was for marketing or entertainment. She stated it was a little bit of both, which couldn't be true. We then tried to look her up by name. At that point, the officer had motioned me over to the computer that he was using to show me that the database showed she was not a current employee. I kind of gave him a head nod as I already knew this and asked him what the next steps would be. He stated we could call her supervisor. So he asked Ms. Anthony what her supervisor's name was.
Did she give a name?
She did.
What name was given?
Thomas Manley.
Okay. Was an effort made at that point to contact this supervisor at Universal Studios?
The officer used our phone book to look up the name Manley, could not find a record of that. Asked her what the spelling was. She verified that he was spelling it correctly and stated that he had no record of that name. At that point, I said I could bring her onto the property, provided her and the detective stayed with me in my custody.
Okay. So you go from the security gate to where?
We began to walk, fearing that we were going to go on a long expedition. I asked pretty directly where we were headed. She pointed to a building that I knew had nothing to do with any events department and stated we would go in there. At that point, when we walked inside, Detective Melich began to look around and asked if we were in the events building. At that point, Ms. Anthony looked at me, put her hands in her back pocket and stated, I don't work here.
At that point, did you arrange for the detectives who were with you and Ms. Anthony to go to a conference room at Universal Studios?
I did.
Did you stay in the conference room with them?
I did not. I showed them where it was and then I went over to a break area.
Okay. How long were they in the conference room to your recollection?
I don't recall. Based on my statement, I wrote that it was anywhere between 30 and 45 minutes.
Did you see these individuals emerge at some point from the conference room?
On 2 occasions. The first occasion was shortly after they went in. Detective Melich came out, used his cell phone, and went back in. And then at the end, 2 detectives came out and sat next to me in this break area and began to make some phone calls.
Did you see Casey Anthony come out?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you remember her leaving Universal Studios property?
I do.
How did that occur?
At the end of when the
Someone else had intended.
I didn't ask if somebody else intended. I'm asking.
Objection overruled.
Go ahead.
Did I believe it was a sham?
Yeah.
No, sir.
Well, were you pretending that Miss Anthony was an employee there when you knew she wasn't?
Was I pretending?
Yeah.
No, sir.
You made it clear to the detectives that she wasn't,
Correct.
but yet 2 of them brought her there anyway. Yes.
Correct.
And contacted you, right?
Correct.
All letting Miss Anthony say that she was an employee there when you knew she wasn't, right?
I knew she wasn't. Correct.
You had verified it in the computer.
Correct.
Your program, right?
Correct.
You even knew the details that she was not only not an employee there, but had actually only previously been an employee of a third party.
Correct.
Taking pictures.
Correct.
And that she wasn't even employed with them at that time.
Correct.
And had not been for a couple of years.
Correct.
And when you first were in the presence of Miss Anthony, she was just calm and ordinary, wasn't she?
I don't recall her demeanor.
You don't recall her being upset, do you?
I don't recall her demeanor, sir.
Or crying?
I don't recall her demeanor, no, sir. She wasn't crying. I know that.
Pardon?
She was not crying
Yeah.
at the time.
Okay. So even though you knew she was an employee, Detective Melich knew she was an employee, the other 2 detectives with her also knew from your information, didn't they?
I don't know the extent of the 2 other detectives, their knowledge.
You by chance remember the names of those 2 other detectives?
It was Detective Allen and I believe Detective Wells.
Yes. Appling Wells and John Allen.
Okay.
They introduced themselves to you?
They did.
Show you their credentials?
No, sir.
So even though you all knew she didn't work there, you still went with her to walk to the events building?
There is no events building, so.
Pardon?
There is no events building, so we.
Where it was supposed to be?
I'm sorry.
Where she claimed as the events building?
She never claimed that. We just started walking and she said we were going to go to this building. Just pointed to an arbitrary building that was.
She pointed
within
to a building?
Correct.
Do you know how far it was from the gate to that building?
200 yards.
So it took a while doing that walk, didn't it?
I wouldn't say a while. I would say a couple minutes, a minute or 2.
Whatever period of time it took, you, the detectives, everybody there knew that she didn't work there, but went along with the charade or let her pretend, didn't you?
I wouldn't say we let her pretend because I knew she didn't work there, so I wasn't acting.
So finally there came a point when you went into the building, you and the 3 detectives with her, yes?
Correct.
and started down a hallway.
Correct.
Looking for what she was calmly saying, my office is down here.
No, sir. As soon as we walked in, she knew, I believe she knew that I knew she didn't work there at the time. And when I directly asked, where are we going? When I directly asked, where are we heading? She pointed to a building, and I believed at that time she knew,
And after you got in the building?
Yes, sir.
Is when she finally turned around to the three detectives and you and said, I don't work here.
She was speaking directly to me.
Said, I don't work here.
Correct.
You already knew that.
Correct.
They all knew that.
Correct.
And then who asked for a room to question her?
I took it upon myself to get them a room.
In your presence, did any of these three detectives advise her of her Miranda warning rights?
Not in my presence, no.
And was she taken into a small conference room?
That's correct.
And when I say small, sir, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen jury the dimensions of this room?
I don't know the dimensions off the top of my head.
10 by 10, 10 feet by 10 feet?
Again, I don't know the dimensions of the room.
Sir, was it as small as here, being you right now? Or smaller?
Probably lengthwise.
So these three detectives went in there with the accused, Casey Anthony.
That's correct.
You did not go in the room with them?
I did not.
Do you know how long she was in that small room with these three detectives, sir?
Again, I don't recall, but in my statement I wrote it was between 30 and 45 minutes.
Might it have been even longer?
Again, I don't recall, but in my statement I wrote it was 30 to 45 minutes.
Do you have knowledge, sir, as to whether or not that proceeding in that room was tape recorded?
I do not.
You ever been apprised of that or given an opportunity to review it?
No, sir.
By the way, you were asked to check on the identity of somebody else. Is Thomas Manley?
Yes, sir.
Is that a real or imaginary person?
Imaginary.
Other than what you have just advised us of, sir, do you have anything else to do with this case?
No, sir.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Any redirect?
Just a few questions. Mr. Tutora, based on Ms. Anthony's statement to you, she knew when she came to Universal Studios she didn't work there, correct? And she knew when she was at the gate that she wasn't an employee, even though she made statements at that point that she was.
In her mind, Your Honor.
I said, based upon her statement.
Overruled.
Based upon her ultimate statement to you, where you described she put her hands in her back pocket and said, I don't work here. She knew when she came to the gate she didn't work there, didn't she?
Correct.
And as you walked the 200 yards from the gate to the events building, she knew that she was not an employee.
Correct.
She maintained this charade. Is that the word that was used?
Correct.
You were asked about these individuals who went into the room. Did they handcuff her prior to them going into a room?
No, ma'am.
Did they ask her if she would go into the room with them?
I don't recall any conversation that they had.
Right. Did she appear to resist going into the room in any way?
Not to my recollection. Again, I didn't watch them physically walk into the room.
When they emerged from the room, do you recall her demeanor?
I recall as they were walking off property, she had asked if they had looked in other states for found children. That was the only thing that I recall as they were leaving.
Okay. So even as they left, there was discussion between them about missing children.
Correct.
All right. That's all I have with the witness, Your Honor. Thank you.
May the witness be excused. Okay, sir, you may be excused. State may call their next witness.
My name is Yuri Melish, Y-U-R-I-M-E-L-I-C-H.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Detective Melich.
Good morning.
You talked yesterday about dropping Ms. Anthony off at her residence at 6-something in the morning.
Yes.
Okay. From there, did you begin an investigation that involved your traveling to Universal Studios?
Yes.
Do you recall what time you may have arrived at Universal?
I want to say it was around 9 o'clock, 9:30 in the morning.
What was the purpose of your going to Universal at that point?
There were several reasons. During my interview with Ms. Anthony earlier that morning, she mentioned that there were several outcry witnesses that had worked at Universal in the past. Since she didn't have telephone numbers or contact information for these people, logically the first place I would go is their employer to see if I can find employee records, get some information, perhaps a date of birth, and through that I can identify or use our resources to find these people and talk to them. She also mentioned that Zenaida was a part-time or seasonal employee for Universal Studios. So of course, being the suspect in this case, I wanted to try and identify her, get her date of birth, more information on her family, where she lived. Furthermore, she said that she had lost a cell phone at her work and that she had an office at her work. So I wanted to see if I can get a copy of this report and maybe even later go to her office and see if we can try and locate this lost cell phone.
Now, at this juncture, you had mentioned the word suspect in connection with Zenaida Gonzalez. Are you, at this point, investigating where Kaylee Marie Anthony could be?
Well, obviously, I was trying to investigate or locate the suspect because Ms. Anthony had said that the suspect had taken Kaylee Marie Anthony. So yes, I was trying to locate Kaylee Marie, and so in
Through-
trying to find the suspect. Yes,
Through this Zenaida Gonzalez that
Yes.
Ms. Anthony had told you about the morning, a few hours earlier.
correct.
Did you meet with Leonard Tutora at Universal Studios?
Yes,
While you were meeting with Mr. Tutora, did you make an effort to contact Ms. Anthony over the telephone?
I did.
Did you place her on speakerphone?
I did.
Where were you able to reach her on the phone? At her house or on a cell phone? Do you recall?
I called her. I believe I called her cell phone. If I'm correct, I called her cell phone, but I talked to her over the phone.
So did she pick up on the first try?
I don't remember going to voicemail, so yes, I talked to her. I can't recall if it was first try or not, but
What did you tell her on the phone?
I told her that I was planning on going to her place of employment, and I wanted to make sure I'd gotten some of the information correct.
Did you tell her you were there at Universal?
No, I did not.
So when you were attempting to determine whether or not the information that she gave you was correct, what do you tell her you're looking for?
I asked her to confirm her work number and her extension, and I recall the reason I had her on speakerphone was so Mr. Tutora could actually take that information as she gave it and look in his computer to see if it was correct or not. I recall asking who her boss's name was, and she gave a boss's name, and he checked the computer, and there was no such person in that department. There was someone with a similar first name, but the last name was not the same.
Well, the first name was Thomas, right?
That's correct.
Tom or Thomas. So once you have Ms. Anthony on the phone, she's giving you this information, you're getting simultaneous either confirmation or rejection from Mr. Tutora. Do you continue the conversation with Ms. Anthony?
We had the conversation, aside from asking the telephone number and her employer. I don't recall if at that time I asked if she'd be willing to show us her office or come to her office. I don't recall if I said that at that time.
Did you have one or more conversations with her over the phone?
I only recall one.
Okay. At some point during that conversation, do you make an inquiry of her as to whether or not she could come out to Universal Studios?
I believe I did, best of my recollection.
How did that transpire?
Simply asked if I needed her to come out, I guess. I don't remember the exact conversation, so I can't tell you what I said verbatim on the phone. I recall asking her questions about the phone number and her boss, but I don't recall a specific conversation about her coming out to Universal. Obviously, she did, but
Well, how did that happen?
well, I recall talking to my sergeant, John Allen, at one point after I talked to Casey. And
Miss Anthony?
Sorry, Miss Anthony. And I recall asking my sergeant at the time if there was a way that he can go over to Miss Anthony's home and pick her up to bring her to Universal Studios if she'd be willing to come. And I recall that Sergeant Allen actually took another detective, Appy Wells, and picked up Miss Anthony about 12:30 or so and brought her to Universal Studios.
All right. Did you tell Miss Anthony that you would like her to come to Universal?
I believe I did, yes.
Did she agree to come?
To the best of my recollection, she did. She didn't. I don't recall her saying anything about, no, I don't want to go, I refuse to go, nothing like that.
So you made some arrangements for her to come to Universal.
That's correct.
How long after your phone conversation does she arrive?
Probably within the hour.
Okay. Where do you first see her?
At the employee's entrance gate on the backside of Universal.
Is she with Sergeant Allen, as you described, in Appy Wells?
Yes, she is.
Do they have her in handcuffs?
No.
Do they have their hands on her in any fashion?
No.
How are they dressed?
Much the same way I am. A shirt, tie, badge, gun.
Did you hear them make any threats to her in any fashion to get out of their vehicle or to do any particular thing?
No.
So what was your first observation upon her arrival at Universal Studios?
Aside from them, I don't understand the question. I'm walking up to the
What
gate.
happened?
They walked up to the gate. Since Casey said that she worked at Universal Studios and she's going through an employee entrance, we let Casey talk to we let Miss Anthony talk to the security guard. We watched as Miss Anthony approached the security guard, and we could overhear the conversation. And in short, she said she was an employee but didn't have her ID. The guard asked for her name. She gave her name. The guard told her, "It doesn't show that you work here." Asked her some questions. Asked her who she worked for. She gave the name of the boss she said she worked for. The security guard didn't have that and said, "I don't know who this guy is." And ultimately, the only way that she got into Universal was through Mr. Tutora signing her in. But that whole time she was saying, "Yes, I'm a Universal employee. Yes, I work here. I just don't have my ID." And she was very convincing.
And she was trying to convince them to let her in?
Yes.
From your observation?
Correct.
So you all got into Universal Studios because Mr. Tutora signs her in?
That's correct.
Where do you go from there?
Just inside the employee gate, we asked Casey, "Okay, take us to your office." So she started walking, and she was leading us to where she said she worked on Universal Studios.
So when you say leading, she's out in front by herself?
I don't recall if she was by herself or she was walking with someone, but she was leading us. She was directing us where to go. We didn't know where she was going to take us. She said she worked there, so we wanted to see where she would take us.
I may show the witness what's been marked as HG for identification. Hold on, let me make sure all the unpublished is off. Do you see what has been marked as HG for identification?
I do.
Okay. Is this,
Judge, we would stipulate and have no problems with admitting this photograph into evidence.
Yes.
Your Honor, with that stipulation, I would move to introduce HG for identification into evidence.
It will be received in evidence as states numbered.
And permission to publish that during the testimony.
You may publish.
All right, Detective Mellich, you recognize that?
I do.
What do you recognize it to be?
It's an aerial image or satellite image of part of Universal Studios to include the back gate or the employee entrance.
Okay. Is this something created by you to assist with your testimony?
I used the map. I didn't create the satellite image, but I used the satellite image and I put a path of travel. I created the path of travel based on my recollection of that day.
Okay. And you have an indicator on there of a beginning point. Where is that on property? How would you describe that area?
The employee parking lot.
Okay. And then as you have a telestrator too. If you can touch the screen and tell us the direction of travel from there.
We went from, I don't recall where they parked. Well, actually, if I'm not mistaken, when we came out after the interview, Sergeant Allen was parked somewhere over here. So we went through the gate or the security guard gate, which is this area here. As soon as we went into property, there's a little path. We went down the path, again being led by Miss Anthony, crossed the street and into this building here.
Were you talking with Miss Anthony as you walked?
I'm sure I was. I don't recall what we were talking about. It was small talk.
So what happens once you get into the building?
We walk into the building. She turns left, starts walking down this hallway, and about halfway down the hallway, she stops, turns, looks at us, and says, "I don't work here."
Hands in
Can we
pocket.
have HH for identification?
Didn't she put her hands in her pocket? Yuri?
Stipulates the admission of this photograph.
All right, with the stipulation, then, Your Honor, I would move HH for identification into evidence as the state's next numbered exhibit.
HH would be admitted in evidence as states numbered.
This is such overkill.
Oh, I'm sorry. Permission to publish.
Prosecution just wants to kill every single part of this case, like over and over and over and over again. Maybe that's why it took so long.
Detective Mellich, do you recognize 63 in evidence?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
It's the hallway to the building that Miss Anthony led us into.
Did you come in these double doors to
Yes.
the left?
Yes.
Okay. And what happens when you walk in?
Walking in the double doors, we turned left, straight down the hallway, down the tile floor, and in the area where it becomes dark,
You can touch the screen.
right about this area is where she stops, turns around, and tells us she doesn't work there.
So what do you do next when she says that?
We asked Mr. Tutora if there's a room we could use to talk to her, because now obviously we want to know why she would bring us to a place she didn't work. And Mr. Tutora found a small room in that same building that we could use since we were in the building, and he allowed us to use it so we can further question Miss Anthony.
All right. Did you ask her at that point if she would speak with you?
I can't recall our conversation going into the room, but yeah, I believe I would have said something along the lines of, okay, we need to talk about this, but I don't remember verbatim what I said.
Did she agree to speak with you?
Yes, she did.
If I may have HI for identification.
The admission of this photograph as well.
Thank you.
All right, Your Honor, with that stipulation, we would move HI for identification into evidence as the state's next numbered exhibit.
HI will be received in evidence as states numbered.
And permission to publish.
You may publish.
Detective Mellich, what do you recognize 64 in evidence to be?
It's the room that we conducted the interview with Miss Anthony while at Universal Studios.
Okay. There are items. Was that picture taken that day?
No, ma'am.
Okay. It was taken at some later point, obviously.
Yes.
Was the room predominantly set up the same way to your recollection?
Obviously, the size of the room is the same, but the placement of the furniture, I remember the furniture being placed differently in the room.
How?
The couch along the wall, I recall it being along this back wall. This chair was just inside the doorway to the right of the door.
So once you go into the room, who's with you?
Sergeant Allen and Detective Appling Wells.
And Ms. Anthony?
And Miss Anthony, yes, of course.
Okay. Who was where, to your recollection?
Miss Anthony sat here. I sat to her right. And I can't recall if it was Sergeant Allen in the chair and Appling Wells on the arm of the chair, but they were both in that area at the chair.
All right. And the chair is obviously closer to the door. There's a switch of position here.
Right, there's a chair.
So Appy Wells and John Allen closer to the door. You and Ms. Anthony near the window on the couch.
Yes,
Did you have a tape recorder with you?
I did.
Did you tape your conversation with Ms. Anthony in its entirety?
Yes, aside from the small talk coming into the room, yes.
At that point, was Ms. Anthony under arrest?
No,
Did you tell her that she was arrested?
no,
Did you tell her she couldn't go anywhere if she wanted to?
no,
Did she say that she didn't want to stay or that she wanted to leave?
no.
Did you advise her, or was it obvious because of the placement that the conversation that you were going to have was to be recorded?
I recall it wasn't surreptitiously recorded. I remember taking the recorder out and actually placing it, if I'm not mistaken, between her and I on the couch that we were sitting on.
You right?
Review the audio and the transcript generated from the audio?
Yes,
Okay. Have you determined that the audio is a fair and accurate recording of the conversation between you, Ms. Anthony, and the other detectives with you?
yes,
The transcript, have you determined that the transcript is also an accurate version of the recording?
yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce MS for identification into evidence and provide the transcript, which is MT, to the court reporter.
What says the defense besides renewed objections?
Subject to, we would just, our previous motions and objections, Judge.
Okay. Previous motions and objections will be overruled. They will be received in evidence as
Detective Melich, how long is this statement?
Just over an hour.
All right, another statement. Let's see, Casey.
ready to publish it.
I am.
Okay. Members of the jury is going to be for an hour, so that will take us close to 11 o'clock. This may be a good time to take your break before we start. So we will take a recess to 10 minutes past the hour of 10. Yeah, just a second. Okay, let the record reflect that the defendant is present along with counsel for the defendant, Assistant State Attorney. Okay, Ms. Burdick.
All right, with the court, if I sat during the publication, so I don't have to stand at the podium the whole time.
Now you can sit if you want to.
Okay, I'll come sit with you. You'll really object.
It's always good to have a little levity. Okay, let's return to jury.
Some of the comments of this judge just makes you laugh.
Okay, state recognized presence of jury and the defense. All right, Ms. Burdick, you may proceed to publish the state exhibit.
Date right now is July 16, 2008. It's about 13:20 hours at Universal Studios. I'm here with Sergeant Allen. I'm here with Detective Appy Wells. Also here with Casey Anthony. And Casey, we talked earlier this morning, and we're working a case looking for your daughter Kaylee. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. We came here to Universal Studios. We're sitting in the little conference room. Obviously the door isn't locked. We just closed it so we got a little bit of privacy and talk to you. And a couple more questions came up. I'm going to need to ask you about. Remember how I opened this whole thing in the morning by saying that we get the complete truth and the snowball effect and how it goes? Okay. We're about halfway down that hill, 3/4 down that hill, and it's a pretty big snowball, which means that there's a lot of stuff going on right now. And I can tell you, just for a certainty, that everything you've told me so far has been a lie. I can tell you that with a certainty, and let me explain why. Since I left you this morning, I've gone to every address that you told me. I've looked at every name. I've talked to every person that you wanted me to talk to or try to. I've reached out. I talked to your ex-boyfriend. I talked to Amy. I talked to Tony. I came over here. I've already talked to all the employees. I found out all these names that you're giving me are people that either never worked here or have been fired here for a long time ago. Okay, so where we are right now is in a position that doesn't look very good for you, and this is going to be your escape hatch, so to speak. Okay? This is going to be the point where you stop all the lies and you stop all the fibs and you tell us exactly what's going on. I'm just being straight with you, because obviously I know and you know that everything you told me is a lie, correct?
Not everything that I told you.
Okay, pretty much everything that you told me, including where Kaylee is right now.
That I don't know where she is.
Sure you do. And
I
here's,
absolutely
listen,
do not know where
let me explain something. Together, our combined experience in this room, we all have about 30 years of doing this. Okay, both myself and Sergeant John Allen worked for the homicide division for several years. We've dealt with several people. We've conducted thousands of interviews between the three of us. And Appy's got 20 years, so just between the three of us, we've got several years. And I can tell you for a certainty that right now, looking at you, I know that everything that you told me is a lie, including the fact that your child was last seen about a month ago, and that you don't know where she is. See, I'm very confident, just by having talked to you this short period of time, that you know where she is.
I don't.
You do. And here's the thing: we need to get past that, because we can sit here and go back and forth all day long about I do. It's pretty obvious that with everything that you've told us, nothing has been truth. You know where she is. Now, my question to you is this: we need to find Kaylee. I understand that right now, Kaylee may not be in very good shape. You understand what I'm saying? She may not be the way we or what your family last remembers her. We need to find out from you where Kaylee is. This right now is this is going so far downhill, and this has become such a mess that we need to end it. It's very simple. We just need to end it.
I agree with you. I have no clue where she is.
Sure you
if
do.
I knew in any sense where she was, this wouldn't have happened at all.
You
it
know,
wouldn't have happened
listen,
whatsoever.
the stuff about Zanny, the caretaker or the nanny taking care of him, it's not the truth because I went to the apartment complex. There's no person that ever lived there by that name. The apartment's been vacant since March. The same apartment. Now, the apartment that you pointed out to me, the two-story apartment, that's an old folks' home. It's right across the street from your ex-boyfriend's house, who you never mentioned. And you said you wrote the address down because it was across the street. That's a lie because I've already talked to him and we've already been by the house and we've already looked at everything we need to look at over there. Everything you told us is a lie. Well, now there's a couple ways that this goes. Right now, we can. I've never met you before, so I can look at you in one of a couple ways. I can look at you as a person who's scared, who's concerned, and who's kind of afraid of what's going to happen because of something bad that happened before. Or we can look at you as cold, callous, and a monster who doesn't care, who's just trying to get away with something that something bad had happened and trying to cover it up. It's going to be one of those two options. Now, from what I've already talked to you, okay, you seem like a very bright young lady. You don't seem like someone who has no education. All right. Now, what we have to do is we have to determine which way is this going to go. Are you a person who's scared about the consequences of what happened? Are you scared about something that happened? Or are you really this cold, callous person who doesn't care about what happened? It's one of these two options.
I'm scared that I don't know where my daughter is. I would not have put my entire family.
Hold on. I want to ask you something.
Yes, sir.
Like you said, you seem like a pretty bright person. Okay, you're here willingly, right? You're here because you're here to try to help, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Your whole reason for talking to us is to try to help, right? Nobody's forced you to talk to us, right?
No.
You're here because you called. You want us to help find your daughter, right? Now let me ask you something. I want you to put yourself in somebody else. Put yourself in my shoes for a minute, okay? Since you talked to him this morning in an attempt to try to help find your daughter, you've given him bad addresses, okay? You drove me all the way out here. We walked from the gate back here on the way to your office, right? Okay? To an office that you don't have. We got all the way to the building, into the hallway out here before you finally said, well, I really don't have an office here. But then we were walking to your office, right? Okay, so does any of this make sense to you?
I understand how well that sounds.
No. Here's the problem with that, okay? You can carry the weight of this around for a long time. It's not going to get any easier, okay? What he's trying to tell you right now, I'm going to tell you, in the amount of time that I've done this, almost 30 years now, okay? I've learned this. People make mistakes. Everybody makes mistakes. The three of us have all made some mistakes in our lives. We've done some things we're not proud of, okay? But then there comes a point in time, you either own up to it, you say you're sorry, you try to get past it, or you lie about it, you bury it, and you lie about it, you bury it, you lie about it, you bury it, and it just never, ever goes away, okay? That's it, okay? Now, I want you to stop and think about what's going on here, okay? At this point, we can explain that you're afraid, that you were ashamed of maybe something bad that happened, you're afraid maybe it happened, but now we're giving you this opportunity, and you continue to lie, and you continue to lie. Then what happens at some point, it becomes, there's no excuse, there's no reason, there's no reasonable person to look at this and go, wow, this is a person who really just doesn't care. Okay? I mean, think about what we've done so far, okay? You say you call us because you want our help, you want us to find your daughter, okay? I'm calling you and I'm asking you for help. I'm asking you to help me find my child that's been gone now for a month, okay? And to help me find the child, what I've done to this point is I've given you a bunch of bad addresses to go look at, addresses that don't exist, okay? Then I take you to a place where I tell you that I work, okay? And I walk you past a security gate, okay? On the way to my office that I don't have, okay? You start to get a picture? Or do you understand where we're headed here?
I understand.
Okay. Now, you're, by hiding this, by burying this, okay, you are not going to get yourself to a better place, okay? What you're going to do is you're going to cause everybody else around you to suffer, okay? And at some point, this is going to come out. It always does. It always comes out, okay? Now, your best bet is to try to put this behind you as quickly as you can. Go to your parents and tell them, some horrible accident, whatever happened. Get it out in the open now, okay? Instead of letting them worry, okay? How old are you?
22.
At some point, okay, you're going to want to mend things with your family, okay? You let this drag out for another 3 days, another week, another 2 weeks, okay? You may have to solve this some other way, and we'll solve it. We'll always do, okay? Okay? I mean, there's no point in coming forward and saying, oh my God, this is what really happened once we figured it out, okay? You ever had anybody do anything wrong with you? Everybody hurt you in any way, okay? Let me ask you a question. When somebody's hurt you in the past, and they come to you and say, I'm sorry, okay? I'm from the bottom of my heart, I'm sorry for what happened. Do you forgive them? Yeah. What about somebody that does something to you and lies? You forgive them?
It's a lot harder too sometimes.
A lot harder too? Remember the last time somebody hurt you over and over and let you suffer for a period of time and lied about it, and then you caught them, okay? But once you caught them, that apology didn't mean the hell like I did, okay? All right? Right now, your best bet is to just get it out in the open, whatever happened, and tell us now, okay? So we can kind of start getting past this, try to help you explain, okay? Because keep in mind, you're talking to people, there's nothing you're going to tell any of the three of us that's going to surprise us, okay? I had to sit down with mothers who rolled over their babies accidentally. I've had to sit down with mothers whose kids have drowned in swimming pools. I've had to sit down with mothers who had boyfriends who beat their kids to death, who felt horrible about what happened, and then I had to go to them, help them try to explain to their families, okay? And then I've also had to deal with people who have done horrible, unspeakable things to children, and then lied about it, and lied about it, and lied about it, okay? And I'll bet you somewhere in there I probably dealt with somebody who maybe made a mistake, but continued to lie about it. Maybe they weren't such a bad person, but maybe the whole world didn't see it that way. Maybe their family didn't see it that way because they kept lying about it. And then when it finally came, and then months down the road, or days down the road, when they finally decided to come forward, okay, people passed it. You told me that you lied to me for the last time. I don't listen to what you have to say. Don't talk to me anymore, okay? We've had to, we've had to go into court and try to help people explain situations. And we had to go into court times and say, the person just never said they kept lying to us and kept lying to us and lying to us and lying to us, okay? We're all human beings, okay? You tell me. I mean, you're a smart person. Figure it out, okay? So far, well, the only thing that we can say for sure at this point, okay, is that you have lied to him about all these things. You brought us here, okay? All right? Now I want you to look at this from an outsider's perspective. Somebody somewhere down the road would have to decide, how this all plays out. What would you do? How would you see that person? How would you see that person differently? You might see somebody, maybe a young mother who made a mistake, and maybe initially was afraid to tell the truth, but at some point came forward and said, horrible thing happened. I'm sorry. I feel terrible about it, but I have to tell you.
The horrible thing that happened, and this is the honest to God's truth of everything that I've said, I do not know where she is. The last person that I saw her with is Zenaida. She's the last person that I've seen my daughter with.
And see, here's the problem. I think Sergeant Allen's trying to get to this is that we know that's not the truth. Listen. We know that that's not true. That can't be the truth. Because if that were the truth, everything you would have told us would have been on the money. The addresses you would have taken us would have been on the money. Everything else would have matched. If you had told us the truth, we wouldn't be here at Universal Studios at a place that you've been fired since 2006. When you trying to explain to us, you have an office and all that stuff. We wouldn't be here. So we know, and this is the part we need to get past. We already know that you're not telling us the truth, that you know what happened to Kaylee, you know where Kaylee is. But here's what we're trying to get by, is that you fall into one of two categories, and I'm sure he explained it and I explained it, is that if this is something, an accident that happened, and no matter how you think people are going to look at you, they're going to look at you a lot worse if you continue to show that you're callous or not caring, and that you just show complete dispassion and disregard for human life. Or they can look at you as someone that, I can understand, I'm a young mother, or she's a young mother. First child, something horrible happened. She's thinking, oh my God, my life isn't going good right now. I already know my life is struggling. People don't see me in that great of a light. I know I got problems at home. I got problems with friends. I know I got problems at work or lack of work. All of a sudden, something bad happens to my child, and people are going to think I'm just a devil. See, there's a difference between this person who makes a mistake and says, listen, I'm sorry, this is the reason I lied to you. This is the reason I was scared, compared to the person who might sit here and say, I have no idea what you're talking about. There's a big difference there. And I can tell you now that everything you told me is a lie. Everything that you've told me this morning from Zanny, from the addresses, from Universal, from all these people that you've talked to, including people that you never told me their names, and I found them and talked to them. Everything that you told me this morning is a lie. Every single thing. There's one of two options right now. You need to tell me the truth, and we can work with that. Or if you continue down this path and continue lying, I can tell you that when this snowball gets to the bottom of the hill, the only person who's going to get hurt is you.
That's not true. A lot of people around you get hurt.
A lot of people are hurting right now, and
you know what? One person put a stop to that.
I've been trying.
You haven't been trying.
Wait a minute. Okay. Let's go through this again. Okay. Stop me at the part that I say it's not true, okay? I want to go through this, and I want you to stop me at the part that isn't the truth, okay? You take your daughter and you drop her off on June the 9th, okay, at a babysitter's house, okay? Now, this is a babysitter that lives in this apartment, okay? It's been vacant.
I dropped her off at that apartment, at those stairs.
Oh, you just walked her, you dropped her off?
Walked her to the stairs. That's where I've dropped her off a bunch of other times, besides just that day.
Okay, when you dropped her off, you took her at that point?
Zanny did. She took her at
so
that
you
point.
left her in Zanny's care on June the 9th, okay? So far, that's right, okay? You first call the police about this when your mother and father, okay, actually you don't call the police to report your daughter, Nelson. What happens is your parents find their car that's been towed from Hanscott, and your parents ask you where your daughter is, and you tell your daughter, or your parents, you haven't seen your daughter for over a month, right? That's true, okay? So I don't think, so far I'm saying it's not true, okay? That's true, okay? That's true, sounds reasonable to you, correct? Okay? When the police do get involved, okay, when your parents involve the police in an attempt to locate your child because they're worried, the first thing you do, okay, is you lie to the detective whose job is to try to find your daughter and get her back in safe hands, okay? You give him all kinds of bad addresses to look at, right? Okay, so far I'm on track, correct? Okay, then you bring us out to Universal where you say you work in an office to try to help find stuff that will help us find your daughter. I'm on track so far, okay? And we get here, we walk all the way down the hall to where you tell us, you don't even work here. You don't have an office here, okay? So far everything I've said is true, correct? Okay? That sounds reasonable to you, okay? I'm telling you this story. I'm saying to you, listen, I dropped my child off 5 weeks ago at the babysitter's house. She's just disappeared. No, I didn't call the police and tell them. Matter of fact, I made some attempts to locate her on my own, but I didn't really get the police involved or do anything like that, okay? And, oh, by the way, I got my mom and dad's car towed, and then when my parents asked me what happened to my daughter, I told them I hadn't seen her in 5 weeks. So they called the police, okay? Now what I did is I lied to the police when they got there, okay? I told them a whole bunch of crap that didn't true, gave them a bunch of bad addresses to go look at where I know that my daughter's not there. And I did all this to try to help find my daughter. Makes sense to you, right? Does that make sense to you? It makes sense to you that I'm trying to help the police find my daughter by giving her a bunch of bad addresses? That makes sense to you?
That's what I said, yes.
No, I'm asking you. That makes sense to you.
That part of it, no.
My attempt to help him find my child, okay? What I've done to try to help him find my child is I give him a whole bunch of addresses to go to that are bad addresses. That's what I did to help him try to find my child. That makes sense to you?
I took him to the last place that I've seen my daughter. Besides that, I took them to other places that I've
Okay, when you brought us here to go look in your office, that was supposed to help us how? Because everything we're doing here is about finding your daughter, okay? So I want you, okay, to explain to me how coming here to go to an office that you don't have, I want you to tell me how that's helping us find your daughter. Because every bit of focus right now, okay? You got 3 people here to try to help you. That's what we're here, to try to help you find your daughter, okay? All right? And we came here to look for clues, to look for evidence that will help us find your daughter, okay? And I want you to tell me how that's helping find your daughter. We're here to come search your office for anything that will help us, okay? Because we're here. Because you brought us here, right? Now I want you to tell me how that's helping us find your daughter. But everything we're doing is to find your daughter. That's the most important thing to you right now, right?
Kaylee's been up here. Maybe we can talk to security, see if she's come through the front. I know she's come to the park. She's gone to Disney. She's been at SeaWorld. She's been to other places.
Let's go back to,
It's
we're
a
here.
backwards way of
No,
looking.
and why do you think it's backwards? It's backwards because you haven't been truthful with us, okay?
Because I've been reaching.
You've been reaching, huh?
I've been reaching to try to figure out a place where she actually is.
So once again, okay, you never answered my question. You're reaching and helping find her by bringing us here to this office that you don't have is helping us find her how? Because what you're doing right now is you're doing everything you can to find your daughter. You have 3 experienced detectives right now whose sole focus is here to help you find your daughter, okay? And we're here because you brought us here, correct?
Absolutely.
You directed us here because we're going to your office to find evidence. It'll help us find her, okay? Now that we're here, I want you to tell me how that's helping. What is it we're doing here? What's helping us right now, okay? We're coming to an office that doesn't exist.
It's not helping.
So why'd you do it?
Honestly, I wanted to come up and try to talk to security. Maybe pass around a picture of Kaylee. I legitimately have not seen my daughter in 5 weeks. I didn't let anything happen to her, except I trusted her with somebody. Somebody that had been taking care of her, that had been taking good care of her. Someone that she was comfortable with, that I was comfortable with.
What about Jeff? You said Jeff worked here until about 2 months ago?
No, he hasn't worked here for quite a
10
while.
months? How long?
It's been at least 10 months.
Okay, he got fired in 2002. He hasn't been an employee since 2002. What about the girl?
Julia?
Yeah, what about her?
She left 2 months ago. That's exactly what she told me.
Julia has never worked at Universal Studios.
I'm sorry. Is the baby's daddy actually dead?
That's a good question. He's gonna find.
Would you?
I still have a copy of the obituary at home.
I mean, you've told us so many untruths right now. I'm confused.
Yes.
Would your parents be upset if you had given the baby back to daddy and to take back for his grandparents, for his parents to take care of?
He passed away last year. We hadn't even talked much before that.
So let me ask you this. Is the obituary in your office?
No, I think I have a copy of the obituary at home. There's no office, so there's no anything anywhere. We've made that clear already.
Right.
So if I have a copy of it still, it would be on my computer at home. I'm pretty sure I kept that. I don't think that's something I would have gotten rid of.
Zanny has never worked here. How do you explain that?
She has an ID. She has an ID with her name on it.
Just like you have an ID?
I do have an ID somewhere at my house. Both of my parents have seen it. Both of my parents know that I've worked here. I used to have an office.
No, just like you have an office?
No, I don't have an office now.
And we're here to go to what? To do what? We're here because what?
Try and put things together.
No, we're here in this building because we put a lot more together than I think you realize we put together. My question to you is we're in this office because we got here how? To do what? Our purpose in coming here was to do what? Go where?
I guess there wasn't a purpose. There wasn't a purpose whatsoever to come up here.
So we're wasting time, valuable time that ought to be spent looking for your daughter.
I'm trying to think of places where I know she's been.
You're not answering my question. Do you want us to help?
Yes,
you want us to find your daughter?
I do want you to help.
Well, then you need help. Then a good starting point would be to answer the questions, okay? If I say to you, we're here because, and you just ignore that, like as if I never asked it, and go off in some other direction, does that answer the question? No. Okay. All right. Well, let's go through this again. We're here because we got your how to do what?
Because I lied. Because I brought you up here. And honestly, I was reaching for.
No, stop right there. I want you to tell me how lying to us is going to help us find your daughter.
It's not going to.
Huh?
It's not going to.
Well, if the main thing you want to do is find your daughter, and you don't think lying to us is going to help us find her, why would you do that?
Because I'm scared, and I know I'm running out of options. It's been a month.
What are you scared of?
I'm scared of not seeing my daughter ever again.
Okay, if you're scared of not seeing your daughter again, okay, I want you to tell me how lying to us is going to solve that problem and help find your daughter quicker. Because if that's what you want, okay, obviously you're doing things to help us find your daughter, right? Now I want you to tell me how lying to us is getting to that end. How is lying to us helping find your daughter faster?
It isn't.
Then why would you do that?
It's saying I don't know and telling you that I just dropped her off and that was the last time that I've seen her. Even starting with that, everybody else is like, well, and what happened after that? That can't just be it.
You remember the phone call you were telling us about? Is that true?
Yes.
Did you actually talk about what day was it you talked to her?
Yesterday.
You remember what time of day?
Around noon. It was from a private number.
Okay. What'd she tell you? What'd your daughter say to you?
She said, hi, Mommy.
And that's it?
And she started telling me a story, talking to me about her shoes and books.
It's important that you tell me. I mean, maybe there's something in what she said that can help us figure out where she is. What did she say?
I tried to ask her where she was, and she just kept talking about the book that she's been reading. We have videos of her reading the story, and she's telling me the story.
So she's happy and she's happy.
She's fine.
She's fine.
She's perfectly fine. There was nothing in the background.
Telling you about a book, telling you she no sign of any type of stress at all?
Not at all.
Great, that's wonderful. Let me ask you a question. Your daughter hasn't seen you in over a month, and she's not.
She was excited. She was excited, sorry, to talk to me. But at the same time, it's crazy that she didn't get upset when she talked to me, which
Yeah.
it had been my mom.
Is that
I know
another
it
thing,
would have
is that
been
another thing that
totally
makes sense to you?
She never gets upset when she talks to me, whether I haven't seen her for an entire day, or if I had to work late at night, I didn't see her almost an entire day until
The last time somebody took her and you didn't see her for 5 weeks was when?
Never.
Okay. Now, you haven't seen her in 5 weeks. She's not seeing you in 5 weeks.
No.
Okay. She's been with this woman for somebody for 5 weeks. Hasn't been to her own home. Hasn't seen her mother in 5 weeks. And that didn't upset her. She was fine. She's talking about the book. I mean, all that stuff you're saying is true,
She's
right?
always been like that, though. But I don't understand how.
Okay, but let's get back to you. You say this has never happened before. She's never not seen you for 5 weeks. But now after 5 weeks of not seeing her mother, not talking to her mother, okay? She finally talks to her mother for 5 weeks. You ask her where she is. You begin asking her these questions, and she just wants to talk about the book. She's happy. She's not worried. Doesn't seem upset.
She's always like that. You can even ask my mom. She's the same
Okay, let me
way.
go back to when was the last time you didn't see her for 5 weeks? When was the last time something like this happened where she was gone and you didn't see her for 5 weeks? The last time this happened when?
Never.
Okay, so this is the first time, okay?
This is the first time I've been away from her for more than a day.
Okay. The first time you've ever been away from her for more than a day, and she wasn't the least bit upset.
No.
You talked to her on the phone.
She wasn't the least bit upset when I
She
talked
went
to
on
her.
about, she know I miss you, mommy, none of that. She talked about, like you said, she talked about the book and all that stuff, right? That's it.
And when I asked her to give the phone to another adult, to somebody else, she was fine. She was willing to do it, but the phone hung up. She doesn't hang up phones. I know.
And that's the phone she called you on, your cell phone?
Yes.
Can I see that real quick?
Now, if this is the first time she's ever been gone away from me for more than a day, I'm a parent too. I would have been just beside myself.
I have been.
I would have called the police immediately, and that's the part that I just don't understand. But we got so many resources out there that we could help on day one.
You didn't know what to do.
When I went to pick up Haley, she wasn't there. Initially, my thought is that they went out to do something for a little bit. Maybe I just missed a phone call. Maybe I didn't get the call or the text message. Maybe something fell through the crack. That's happened before.
But now after that, I understand all that, okay? I was doing it, okay? All right? Because I want to make sure we get this right. After having not seen your daughter for 5 or heard from, or not knowing your daughter was at for 5 weeks, she calls you on the phone. You have a conversation with her where she talks about books and all this other stuff. And then you ask her to speak to an adult, and then she hangs up. Or the phone hangs up, okay? Correct?
She can't.
Hold on. Let me finish.
Go ahead.
Okay. You have this conversation with her after not seeing her here for 5 weeks. The phone call's terminated. You don't get a chance to talk to an adult, okay? The very next thing you do after that is what? Call the police? Because now something really strange is happening, so you must have called the police right after that. Did you call the city police, or do you remember who you called? Which police agency did you call yesterday?
I didn't call anybody at noon after I got that phone call. I sat down.
You didn't think that was odd?
I thought it was extremely odd.
But not odd enough to call the police and try to help.
Let me throw something in if you don't mind. Sure. Rick is in the office and Nick's finishing up the interview, and that was actually Nick calling me. You know Ricardo, right? Obviously, your ex-boyfriend. We brought him down to the office, and he's been talking to a couple of detectives down there. And he was able to help us because he's telling us something obviously completely different than what you're telling us. And I was just able to tell him that he pulled a surveillance camera from the video across the street at the old folks home that you drove me by. And we're going to get it enhanced to see if we could actually get some good detail on pictures and faces. But Ricardo was saying that he spent the night with him on the 9th and left on the 10th. And this is being corroborated right now, which again shows that you're intentionally lying about the 9th being the day that
I stayed over at his house on the 9th of this month, not of last month. I was not at his place the 9th of that month.
So you say that your ex-boyfriend's house the 9th of this month, when you're staying at your other boyfriend's house, Tony, the rest of the month?
He'd been out of town, so I was staying over at another friend's place while he was gone. I wasn't staying at his apartment. I was staying with Amy and Ricardo and JP. JP and Ricardo owned the house.
So why didn't you tell us you were staying there? We drove right by the house this morning, didn't we? When we went to the, okay, and you're pointing at this old folks home, which is another lie, right? Because Sandy never lived there. Am I correct? Okay, why were you pointing at this old folks home and saying Sandy lived there at one point when she didn't?
Because she had gone there before. I'd seen her.
She went to the old folks home?
Yes.
But she never dropped a kid off to her at an old folks home. You never went into the old folks home and went to an apartment with her.
Yeah.
Yet across the street from this old folks home, right there in Glenwood, is where Ricardo lives, with Amy and JP, all of whom are at our station talking to our detectives right now. So obviously, you know, we're not stupid, okay? And what you're doing right now is you're treating us like we're stupid, and which I take that, you know, to be a personal insult. I can't speak for them. Here's where it comes down to. None of us are sitting here believing what you're saying, because everything that's coming out of your mouth is a lie. Everything. And unless we start getting the truth, we're going down two possibilities with Kaylee. Either you give Kaylee to someone and you don't want anyone to find out because you think you're a bad mom, or something happened to Kaylee and Kaylee's buried somewhere or in a trash can somewhere, and you had something to do with it. Either way right now, it's not a very pretty picture to be painting. Either way right now, with everything that you're telling us, you're painting yourself as a very bad person. Your family's going to suffer for this. Your friends are going to suffer for this. And remember what I told you about all these people coming out there to crucify you for this because of all the lies that you've been telling us. We need to stop that right now. Everything you told us is a lie. You're looking me in the eyes. You're looking at everything you told us is a lie. Every single thing. And you can't keep sitting here and telling us the same thing and getting constantly over and over and over again. We're disproving everything that you're telling us. You're telling us that you've lied to us. You're telling us you're giving us misinformation. Everything you're telling us. Okay? It needs to end.
The truthful thing is that I have not seen my daughter. The last time that I saw her was on the 9th of June.
And what happened to Kaylee?
I don't know.
Sure you do.
I don't know.
Something happened to Kaylee. We're not going to discuss whether the last time you saw her. I'm guessing something bad happened to her some time ago and you haven't seen her. So that part is true if you say you haven't seen her because she's somewhere else right now. She's either in a dumpster right now. She's buried somewhere. She's out there somewhere and her rotten body is starting to decompose because of what you're telling us. And here's the problem. The longer this goes, the worse it's going to be for everyone. The worst is going to be for everyone. Right now, everything you've told us, we've locked you into a lie. Every single thing that you've told us has been a lie. We're proving all that.
that. Now, right now, it's going to be one of two things. Either we find Kaylee alive, which is going to help you out extremely by telling us the truth, or we find Kaylee not alive, which if you start telling us the truth, might still paint you in a better picture. But here's where it needs to end. Here's where the truth needs to come out, okay? No more lies. No more bull coming out of your mouth. We've been very respectful. We're taking our time talking to you. But we're tired of the lies. No more lies. What happened to Kaylee?
I don't know.
You do know. What
I
happened
don't
to
know
Kaylee?
where she is. That is the God's honest
Where was she the last time that you put her somewhere? Where was she?
The last time I saw her was on those steps at that apartment that I took you to this morning. The same apartment that I took the other officers to last night.
But you didn't give her to anyone while you were there. See, we're pulling, no, listen to me. We're even pulling surveillance video from the apartment complex, and they have to keep this by law for several days, okay? And we're not seeing you over there. We're not seeing you there at all that day. Do you think that we're stupid and we're not going to do all this stuff? Okay, we're not seeing you there. So now, if you're not there, and you're not being seen there, and somebody's already saying that you're not there, and everything else you told us is a lie, that's telling me, remember we had those two people that we were talking about, the person who had an accident, or made an accident, or made a bad decision, and a person who's just a cold-blooded, callous monster? That's telling me that you are the second person, this cold-blooded, callous monster, who doesn't care and doesn't want to help because she's afraid that something so heinous happened that everyone's going to look at her and say, she's a monster, she deserves to go away, she deserves to never see the light of day, this bad thing should happen to her. I don't want to believe that right now, but you're giving me no choice. You understand? You're giving me no choice. This is going to be the opportunity that you have right now. No matter how heinous you think that what happened was to Kaylee, this is your opportunity to tell us. This is going to be your only opportunity to tell us. Because what's going to happen, we're going to find out. There's not going to be a question, we're going to find out. Okay? We've got so many resources on this right now, just like I told you would happen. That what we're trying to do is prove your story, but everything we've done is disproving your story. Every single thing. Everything you've told us, we've shown you have lied about it. Casey has lied about it, and we're looking for your child. We got to throw these lies out, okay? All these lies are out. We know that everything you told us is a lie. Tell us what happened to Kaylee. Tell us what happened to Kaylee.
I dropped off Kaylee. And that's the last time that I've seen her. I dropped her
Where
off.
did you drop her off?
I dropped her off at that apartment.
No, you didn't.
That's exactly where I dropped her off.
And who'd you drop her off to?
With Zenaida.
No, you didn't.
She's the last person.
No, that's not true.
Did Zenaida give you any money that day?
No. I would not have sold my daughter. If I wanted to really just get rid of her, I would have left her with my parents and I would have left. I would have moved out. I would have given my mom custody.
What about the baby's dad's parents? Would you let them with them too?
I haven't talked to them since we were probably 6 or 7 years old, since we were little kids. That was probably the last time I saw her talk to them. No, I do not. I would not have let anything happen to my daughter except I made the mistake of trusting another person with her. That's it.
No, no, stop. You've made a lot more mistakes by that because everything that you told us, every single thing, from the point that you opened your mouth to the police officer this morning to right now, everything has been a lie. We're sitting at Universal Studios because of a lie. We've got all these other people in the station right now talking to us because of a lie. We've got all these other apartment buildings that we've got people that had to go check on because of a lie. Okay, we need to stop this lie. Your mother has called me countless times today, okay? And that's why my phone keeps going off. Countless times because your mother knows, your father knows. Everyone around you knows that you have lied completely and absolutely from the get-go. Everyone knows. Why you're not coming out with it, why you're not telling us the truth, no one has an answer to. The only person that has an answer to that is you. And this is what we're trying to implore upon you. You need to tell us the truth about what happened to Kaylee. It's not that she was with someone and you didn't call. That's not the truth. That's not the truth. You need to tell. No, it's not the truth. So we can't get past that unless you go ahead and tell us the truth.
There's nothing to get past because that is the truth. If there was anything else,
let's get past this. Let's get past how we got Universal Studios. Let's get past why you talked to your daughter yesterday on the phone, having no idea where she's at and having not seen her for 5 weeks, and you didn't call anybody. Did you just think that one day she's just going to show up at your house?
No. I sat around yesterday trying to figure out what to do. I'm glad that I ended up seeing my mom, that all of that stuff happened. It happened for a reason.
You're glad you saw your mom. Let me ask you this. You could have saw your mom 5 weeks ago and said, Mom, I don't know where. You could have called your mom 5 weeks ago. What happened?
I saw my mom's reaction right off the bat, and it would have been the same from the get-go.
Well, so you're more afraid. So wait a minute. So you're more afraid of your mom's reaction than you are if you ever see your daughter again?
No, I'm absolutely petrified. Absolutely petrified. I know my mom will never forgive me. I'm never going to forgive myself. Because there's that chance that I might not see Kaylee again. I don't want to think about it.
Well, let me ask you how, by lying to us and saying us all these goofy stuff, these wild goose faces. Hold on a minute, okay? I want you to tell me, okay, this is a, I mean, is it that there's some other thing more important in your life right now that maybe maybe you just weren't really focused on what you were saying when you told us, so you kind of just accidentally told us you had an office here and we needed to be here because we might find something else, or did you lie to us purposely, or did you purposely mislead us? Which of those two is it?
I purposely misled.
Okay, so you purposely misled us. This was all an attempt to help find your daughter, right? That makes sense to you, correct?
Again, in a backward sort of way, yes. I'm coming back to places that are familiar to me that I know are familiar to her. Familiar situations that maybe she would help. She's almost 3.
She's almost 3. What do you think she's going to get a cab here? I mean,
I know
how do you think she's going to get here?
Because she's with someone else. If I could find her, if I could track her down, this would be happening.
Okay, hold on a second. Let's put this together to where it makes sense, okay? She's with someone else who's hid her from you for 5 weeks.
Yes.
Who let her call you on the phone yesterday, but then hung up. But you brought us here today because she might be here.
She could be anywhere.
Well, that's true, but why here? Let me ask you this, okay? Why would a person who has hid your daughter from you for 5 weeks, okay, bring her to the building that you used to work at? I mean, did you think walk in here she'd be sitting in the lobby, or? Okay, well, you brought us here to find her, right? Because you thought maybe in some weird sort of, I think what you said, backwards way, that we find her here, that this would help. So I'm asking
Maybe
you.
she's been here within the last 5 weeks. Maybe they have something from up front, her coming through the turnstiles. I don't know.
So you think that this person who's here from you for 5 weeks, okay, that had her call you on the phone yesterday and tell you about this book she was reading, then hung up, would bring her to Universal Studios, and in this office in particular?
Not in this office. Coming to
Well,
this
you brought
office.
us. You didn't take us to the turnstiles, did you? You brought us here, right?
You're right.
Okay. Now, when you told him about these other places that were wrong earlier today, that was also an attempt to help us find her, right?
These are other places that I've gone to and either seen Kaylee or I know that her nanny has been to.
And you're completely truthful with them about all
Yes,
of them.
I was completely truthful about those places that we've been to. I've been to those steps. That's where I've dropped.
No, I'm not talking about the steps. Okay, what about
I'm
these
talking
other-
about the other places, the other houses. I know.
Old folks' home?
Not the old folks' home.
Well, so that was not really all the way true.
I know Zanny has been to the old folks' home.
Yeah,
I've
you
never.
pointed out the third floor window and you said, well, that's what's her name's bedroom, and Zanny's bedroom is right below, is on the other side. That's what you told me. So that was a lie.
That was a lie.
And that was going to help find her how? Tell me, line about that bedroom and where Zandy's bedroom, and that was going to help find her how? Huh?
It's not helping.
Well, then why would you do it? Because that's what we're here for, right? Find her.
I don't know what else to do anymore. If I knew where she was, if something
Well,
would
let me
happen,
ask you
I would have admitted that a long time ago.
do you believe thinking up more lies to tell us about this?
Is your daughter in a better place?
No, she's not.
Are you worried about her?
I'm absolutely petrified. If she was with her family right now, she'd be in the best place. She's not. She's with someone that I absolutely do not trust, and that I'm absolutely scared that
That you don't trust yet with babysitting your daughter for you?
I don't trust her now because of what happened.
What point did you stop trusting her?
The moment that her phone was cut off and I couldn't get in contact with my daughter.
So you thought then something right.
Something's wrong.
And when you started thinking that something was wrong, which police agency did you call first? That's the city police, or who did you call first? Who did you go to for help first to help try to find her?
No one.
Oh, no, okay, all right. Okay. Well, I'm glad we got that straightened out.
I can't think of anything else that I can say that's going to convince you on how to do the right thing.
Let me talk to you outside about the surveillance station, maybe flip back and secure it for a little bit.
I'm going to leave that on if you want to turn it off yourself. Smell some water or something?
No, thank
Are you good?
My one goal is, regardless of how it happened, like I said, I don't care. I will lie. I will steal. Do whatever I can to find my daughter. I put that in my statement, and I mean that with all my heart.
I know, but we don't want you to lie because
No.
we work off the truth.
I know that.
And we want to find your daughter as much as you do. And I don't think you're a monster or anything like that. I think you might have some pressures in your life. Who exerts the most pressure on you? Like my parents used to do me.
My mom does. Absolutely.
Does she not think you care for your daughter good enough, or?
It's
I mean, it's rough. You're single mom.
Living
Gotta be
home with
rough.
my parents.
Gotta be rough. You'll never live up to your mother's expectations, right?
At least not right now.
Right.
But that in no way means that I would ever do anything or let any harm come to that child. She's the one thing in this world that I love more than anything.
And I understand that. I believe it. I see the tears in your eyes. Okay. My concern is I know from my years of experience, I know what young adults and young moms and dads can do when parents exert too much pressure on them. They don't live up to their standards. They don't. So, not that you would hurt your child, but you might, because if your parent just constantly talks down on you, makes you feel like crap, you're not good
It's
enough.
not constant. I brought that on myself. The stuff that she says, the thing that she said, she's been right about everything.
What kind of things did she say?
She told me that I took advantage of her, and she's right, because I had for a very long time.
How did you take advantage of her?
By using credit cards when I had my own money. I still use some of her money. I went and bought material things for nothing.
Right.
Whether it was things for myself, went out to eat,
Right.
spent a little bit of time with friends, or went to Kaylee shopping. For whatever reason, I was extremely selfish.
Right.
I was extremely selfish for a few years, quite a few years.
What about, I don't know anything about this, like I told you before, I was just sitting at my desk and he said, hey, come on. Something about a car at Amscott.
My car ran out of gas. I was driving actually to
Your
different
car?
places. My car, yes.
Okay.
Car that I bought for my brother 3 years ago.
Okay.
Sucks because I ran out of gas. My gas gauge is obviously reading wrong. The sensor could be wrong.
Right.
It showed I had half a tank of gas and it was empty.
When did it run out of gas? But before or after your baby was missing?
I was definitely after.
Yeah.
I was definitely after.
And it ran out of gas in the
After.
parking lot of that check cashing store?
No, it was right at the corner of Goldenrod and 50. As you can turn, you get in that merging lane where Sam's is and the Amscott.
Right.
As you're going to get on to Goldenrod from 50, that's where my car sold, right there. So I had to get out. Two guys helped me push it into that parking lot.
Okay.
And I left 2 notes on the car, even saying I was going to come back and put gas in it.
Why did your mother say that's her car, or is she? Is that what I
It's
heard?
still in my parents' name. It was my brother's car. He ended up, that was the car they bought my brother in high school.
Okay, so both.
He bought the car, he paid off the car,
And he
then
sold it to
he
you?
sold it to me. Yes.
But not officially with
No,
the title transfer?
my parents kept the title, whether for insurance purposes or whatever else. They still kept it in their name.
Oh, okay. So the fact it was at the check cashing place is just coincidental because you ran out of gas, like you
It
went
wasn't
there
on
to
purpose.
cash a check. You
No, I
didn't
didn't
go
go
to
to
the
cash a
store.
check. No, I didn't go into the store.
Right.
I wasn't abandoning my car.
Right.
It just happened circumstantially, I ran out of gas.
Right.
I had to call my boyfriend Tony to come and pick me up.
Wow. If you were in our shoes, what could we do to help you find your child?
I don't know.
What more can we do? Do you have a computer at home? Did you ever send, what's the nanny's name?
Zenaida.
Did you ever send her any emails? Or
Her
did she
email accounts bounced back. I've tried twice. I tried twice this morning. She had an email.
Even when y'all were in good times, would she send emails back and forth?
On occasion, we would talk online, not usually through email.
So we might be able to track her. We might be able to track her.
If I check my logs, we could probably find her through instant messaging.
What would be great is if we could have our forensic computer guy take your computer with your permission and search it, and he can probably track her by her AOL or whatever account, and maybe see, because she's going to set up another account somewhere where she goes.
Yeah. She's going to
Would that be
set up
something you
another
want to do?
account. I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
Because I know that I have documentation on my computer somewhere. I have
Okay,
to.
well, he can find it. What he does, he makes a copy of what's on your computer, so you don't lose anything on your computer.
And we can just pull it.
And then he can
go
search through it. And maybe there's some clues there as far as where this lady has gotten off to. And when she was watching your baby, she always, for the year and a half?
Almost 2 years.
Almost 2 years, was she always in that same building?
She'd been at a house over in Andover Lakes for a while. That was one of the main places.
Was it her house or was it one she was sharing?
No, it was a friend's house.
So it probably wasn't in her name?
No, it was not.
Is that one of the addresses Yuri had? Do you know that address?
I do not know the address.
Andover Lakes, where's that?
Off of Dean and Curry Ford.
Okay, that's out by, there's a McDonald's out there?
Yeah.
Do you remember how to get to that house? So we could get the address, maybe do a title search, or? But she was probably just renting a room, or?
I think she was just running a room there for a while. She had a couple other roommates. I know the house wasn't in any of their names. I think they were just running through.
Did you know any of those roommates?
I have names. I have 2 names for them, but nothing.
Have you given them to Yuri?
Yes.
Okay, what were those names?
Ruth Farrell and Jennifer Rosa.
Okay. You had any contact with them?
No.
Have any way of getting a hold of them, cell phone?
I never really talked to them much anyway. I think I probably saw them maybe a handful of times.
Right.
Their schedules were completely opposite of mine. They were never really anybody that I met besides just in passing. Even with the boyfriend that Zenaida had last year, I saw him maybe twice.
Right.
They only dated a couple months. It was never anything serious. She never had him around Kaylee or the other children she babysat, so it was never an uncomfortable situation. But this is so heart-wrenching because there was never a sign. Never a single sign that this was going to happen.
Right. Do you know where she was from? With a name like Zoraida or whatever?
Zenaida.
Zenaida?
She's mixed. She's Puerto Rican and her father's black. She's from New York. From what I've been told, that's where she was born. She lived in Miami. She went to U of F. And
You said you went to Colonial High School. Did you go to college afterwards?
Valencia.
Valencia, how many years Valencia?
About a year and a half. I got my mechanics certificate.
Yeah. Oh, that's when you got hired on here at,
Oh, I got that outside of all of this. I just wanted to do that planning period and working occasional events even before actually coming to the event department
Right.
part-time or as a seasonal employee. It was just something I always wanted to do anyway.
Right. When you were growing up, you taking any medicines or anything? No. Your baby take any medicine? Didn't she need any medicine?
Not at all.
She's good health?
She's had one cold and it lasted 2 days her entire life.
Yeah. Wow.
She's been extremely healthy.
Pediatrician? Who's your baby's pediatrician?
Dr. Silva?
Did we shared our comfortable? It's
No,
way
I-
back.
exactly. I'm not comfortable.
I feel like I'm like, did the nanny ever take baby to the doctor?
The only people that were on the list was myself and both of my parents. And my dad had come with me to a couple visits. My mom, I think, came to one. It was usually just Kaylee and I.
Favorite places to go? I guess Universal was one of them.
Well, as a theatrical film, of course, but
Right.
she liked G. Blanchard Park, going to Lake Underhill and walking around the lake.
Whereabouts in the park did you like the best?
The playgrounds. She liked to just attempt to run around Lake Underhill. She liked to go and walk the big trail at G. Blanchard Park. The
Yeah,
Yukon
that's
Trail.
a big
She
trail.
loved that. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we just finished walking that trail. That's where the jogger was killed, I believe. It's a pretty park.
My mom didn't want me going out there to run for that reason.
Yeah.
She didn't even want me running on the outside of our neighborhood around Chickasaw for the longest time because of that.
I'm trying to think, when you pull into the park, is the playground off to the right? If you're looking up
There's
the creek
two
or the river?
playgrounds.
Which one did she play at?
She's played at both of them, but usually the bigger one that's down towards where the Y is.
Right, that's the one she liked most?
Yeah. Because there's more things to climb on, and for her to run around, there's usually a lot more little kids.
Yeah.
So, and there's swings.
When was the last time she was there?
The last time I know that she was there was the end of May. I took her in April a couple times. I've taken her a few times myself this year. The last time that I know that she went with someone other than myself was the end of May.
End of May. And you last saw her June the 9th?
Monday.
Do you remember what y'all did on June the 8th? I can't think of what I did, but anything significant?
I think I might have been at Tony's. I think my mom took Kaylee up to see her parents in outdoor. She either took her up there that Saturday or that
What's
Sunday. It's my boyfriend's apartment.
Oh, okay. Outdoor.
It's just north of Haka.
Yeah. So it was like a day visit?
For my parents or for my mom, yeah. When my mom goes up there, even just by herself or with my dad, or I go up there with her. It's usually just.
Your mom will go, that's your current boyfriend, right? Is that what you said? So your mom will go there, she
No, my
likes
mom will
him?
go up to Mount Dora to see her parents.
Oh, okay. And your boyfriend just has to live with her too, they're not?
No, he lives off of University.
Oh, okay, I got you. So your baby went up there with your mom to see her parents?
See her great-grandparents.
Yeah. How old are they?
Wow, my grandfather's, I think, 88, maybe?
Wow.
And my grandmother's probably 82, 83.
1 second. I have an interview, Meg. That's my partner. He's going on a cruise to Bahamas, I think. Was that 3 day, 4 night, or
Usually.
4 day, 3 night, or something like that? That'd be nice. I guess, but I don't like boats. So, man, I just don't know everything that was asked of you, and I just don't know. I mean, you're our biggest help. You're going to be our biggest help in solving this.
I have nothing to go off of. That's the problem. I have perspective ideas of maybe where she could go. But at the same time, she could have gone back up to New York. She could have gone up to Jacksonville where we have a friend. She could have gone out of Miami where her mom and her sister live now. She could have gone anywhere.
Did she have any children?
No.
And we're talking about the babysitter, right? She didn't have any children? Could she have children? Is it something that she could have done?
I'm pretty sure that she could. That was never anything that came up, but I mean,
Did she ever, when you look back, did she ever make any funny, oh, like, I love this child, you know, I wish you were mine, or anything like that? Or?
Never that I had witnessed or anybody else had ever told me. She used to just say how much she loved Kaylee, that she was such a good kid. And, you know, she was very, very proud of how she was being raised.
Right.
It was always good praise, but more of things that I heard from other friends. Nothing that sounded out of the ordinary, that was ever strange or weird.
Right.
But then this just happened. She was nonchalant with me the morning of. Everything was perfectly fine.
And when you contacted, when you would call, like you would drop baby off in the morning or for the day, or was it because you had to go to work and she was watching?
Mm-hmm.
Would you call during the day? Call her up during the day?
I would always call and check on Kaylee or send a text message, or if I was online just to make sure that everything was okay, or she would occasionally call me. Just
Can you
to
get
let me
online
know.
here at work? Can you send text messages from work?
I usually just use my phone.
Oh, okay.
I usually text from, well, use my computer instant message from, you know, anywhere else where I have access.
Well, once again, I mean, that phone, I'm not an electronic geek, but I mean, the phone might have some valuable clues in there that can help us try to track down maybe
The
that.
bad thing is it only saves 20 calls at a time. Thing that I sent. That's why. And text messages, it only saves the messages that I received. It doesn't show anything that I sent. That's why I pulled up a list of stuff for them.
Is that a boost phone?
No, it's a Nokia. It's an AT&T phone. It's probably one of the cheapest, crappiest, simplest ones.
But the phone company, your service will have your telephones itemized for
Yeah, I have everything,
right?
but
Incoming and outgoing, right?
incoming and outgoing. The thing is,
Do you have those itemized bills for?
I printed off the ones for July.
Did you give them to Yuri? Okay.
We did last night. Actually, I put them on a zip drive form. I gave him my zip drive that has pictures,
Okay.
and it has 2 different Word documents. One has my text messages, when they were sent to what number, and ones that I received. It didn't show the actual message itself, but at least showed text message sent at this time to such and such number.
Right.
Same thing with the phone list. I just need to go back on the singular website and find the other months.
Right.
Because I know she's had at least 3 different phone numbers in the last almost 4 years that I've met her.
Mhm.
And I know that she was on 2 different phone plans.
And she lived in 2 different places?
Well,
Did you know of?
She's lived in.
Since she's been watching your child?
No, she's lived just in Orlando since I've met her. But she had
In
just.
the Andover Lakes. Was she watching your baby there?
Yeah.
And then in the, whatever this other place is, or
There was another apartment that she had been in probably right about the time that I met her.
Mhm.
It's Althea Club Apartments.
does Yuri know all that? Althea Club Apartment? So
She only lived there for a few months. I think Kaylee probably was only there maybe once or twice.
Did she live in the apartment that you dropped her off at the steps? Was that one of the ones she lived in, or was that?
That was one of the places where we had met up a couple different times. I actually have a couple friends that live in that complex, so does she.
Okay.
A good friend of mine from high school still lives there. He has a 1-bedroom apartment
Do you
right around the
know, do you
corner.
know who her friends were in there, where they lived, or names, or anything
I
like
do
that?
not. She used to talk about people all the time, but would never use specific names or really go into any detail about anything. And again, it never seemed weird. Some people were just very particular about giving out details or specific
Right.
details about other people. So I understood all of that, but looking back at stuff now, the privacy, the way she was a little bit changing phones, and it didn't seem right whatsoever.
Right.
So looking back at any place that I know that she had ever gone to, or that again would seem familiar for me, that maybe I've gone to meet her, to drop off Kaylee or to pick up Kaylee for whatever reason. We'd find mutual places sometimes, or I'd go and pick her up at a grocery store if that's where they were, to try to make it a little bit easier.
If we found a nanny today and we found your baby, what's the next biggest hurdle for you in your life as far as maybe explaining something to somebody, or what's the next biggest concern? I know your major concern now is finding your baby.
Honestly, that's all I care about at this point, and I'll take that necessary step with whatever. You know.
Who would that be? I mean, who's going to be the next hurdle in your life as far as trying to explain that, no, I'm not a neglectful mother, I'm not, is it going to be your mom?
No, it's going to be saying that and proving that to myself every day. My mom flat out told me yesterday she will never be able to forgive me, and I even told her I'm never going to be able to forgive myself. Every day I've been beating myself up about this, every single day.
Right.
Not knowing where to go, what to do, running in circles, literally, because it's all I can do at this point.
Right.
Even if I would have had my car in perfect condition, under perfect conditions, it wouldn't have mattered where would I have gone, just driven around for nothing. That's what it feels like.
Yeah, I would hope this would never happen to you again, but I think if it's
I
ever
would
happened
never
again,
let this happen again.
the
If I had
very
to
first
go
phone
to
call
school,
should be to
would absolutely be to the
because we have so many resources.
I wouldn't hesitate to talk to my parents this time if something happened. I mean, I learned the biggest lesson from all this. I made the greatest mistake that I ever could have made as a parent. And I even, told Yuri that this morning, and he said he couldn't disagree.
Right. No, I was just standing up there for later. Well, I know you've been in here a long time. Appreciate you talking to us and whatnot. I mean,
I'm sorry I've given you guys the runaround.
we're not trying to be big scary guys. We're just
Oh, I
trying
know, and
we're just trying to make sure we get accurate information so we have something to work off of.
I understand that. I just wish I honestly had more things to help with. We've talked about going through my computer, maybe trying to find past conversations through Instant Messenger or through emails, something.
Okay.
I'll offer up my computer in a heartbeat. Just like with my phone logs and everything else, anything that could possibly help. That's why we set up websites and been making phone calls and trying to get a hold of people. I had such a limited number of people that I was actually trusting at that point, thinking maybe they could help, maybe they'd have some insight. I didn't want to involve a bunch of people that maybe didn't know the situation. The biggest mistake was not calling you guys right off the bat. I understand all of that. It's the biggest slap in the face, and I did that to myself. But the worst of all, I've done this to my daughter by allowing her to still be with someone else.
Yeah, that's true. You're right about that. By failing to notify somebody, right? I mean, I'm glad you caught that. By failing to notify somebody, you put your daughter at greater risk.
Bigger risk.
You put your daughter in terrible danger by just letting this drag out for 5 weeks and not telling anybody. That's you're right. I'm not going to argue with you there. Okay. You want to head back to the office? Yeah. Yes, I want to bring this Zenaida up on the. I'm going to put that name in David and see what we get. Better take a look, picture of her.
Both of my parents were even saying to try to figure out other names if she went by something else.
Let me just show you because this is still lying. I noticed it. Raise your hand for me, just like this morning. So everything you told me is the truth now about the lies and everything else? Okay.
Detective Melich, the last individual talking to her for a lengthy period of time, who was that?
Detective Appling Wells.
Okay. And then the other voice on there that we heard that was not yours, who was that?
Sergeant John Allen.
While you were at Universal and conducting that interview, are other detectives with the Orange County Sheriff's Office following up on things?
Yes, I believe so at the time somewhere.
You were talking during the interview about a surveillance video from the Sawgrass Apartments. Is there or was there a surveillance video that was available from Sawgrass Apartments?
No, there was no video.
Did the Orange County Sheriff's Office speak with Amanda Macklin, the leasing agent there at the Sawgrass Apartments, to determine whether or not there were any occupants of that complex by the name of Zenaida Gonzalez?
Yes.
You knew at some point during the investigation that Ms. Anthony's car was towed from the Amscot.
Yes.
Did you attempt to locate any surveillance camera footage at the Amscot?
Yes.
Okay. Was any available?
No.
Do you know why?
They had a bunch of cameras at the Amscot, but apparently they're not operational.
Are they dummies?
For lack of a better word, yes.
During the interview, Ms. Anthony mentioned that she had given you a zip drive.
Correct.
Okay. Did you receive such a zip drive?
I did.
What was on that?
It contained, this is at the night of our interview at her house prior to Universal. It contained photographs of Kaylee Anthony, and it also did contain some cell phone records that she downloaded for, I believe, the month of June and July 2008 that she downloaded from the AT&T, I guess, her AT&T site. She logged in, downloaded, and gave it to me.
Were you there with her when she did that?
Yes.
And what computer was used to make that download?
If I recall correctly, it was a desktop computer.
Where was it located?
In the same room that I conducted my interview with Miss Anthony at the home, the spare bedroom.
What happened at the conclusion of that interview?
The Universal interview?
Yes, sir.
We left the building, went back into the employee parking lot. She went into the car with Sergeant John Allen. She was sitting in the front passenger seat. I was a little bit behind them. By the time I approached them, Sergeant Allen had his laptop, a computer agency laptop out. He was going through photographs in the driver and vehicle information database, also known as DAVID. It brings up driver license photographs of individuals, and he was going through pictures with her.
Pictures of anyone in particular?
Pictures of Zenaida Fernandez Gonzalez's, based on the information that Casey had provided. You're able to use a search criteria. In other words, you can put a name in and a date of birth or an age range. So I presume he was doing that based on the information that Miss Anthony had provided to try and identify who Zenaida Gonzalez was.
If you know, would that include permutations of the name Zenaida Fernandez, Zenaida Gonzalez, and however many variables that could include?
I would presume so. However, I was not in the car with him, so I can't attest to the spelling of the name or what permutations he was using.
All right. Did Miss Anthony attribute any vehicle in particular to this Zenaida Gonzalez?
If memory serves correct, a silver Ford Focus.
Did the Orange County Sheriff's Office receive any tips from citizens regarding Zenaida Gonzalez or the location of Kaylee Marie Anthony?
Over the course of the investigation in the several months that followed, yes, we received over 6,000 tips in total. Several of those had to do with sightings of Kaylee. sightings of Kaylee with a Hispanic female. Several tips had to do with Zenaida Gonzalez. So yes, we did.
Okay. Did you ever locate the Zenaida Fernandez Gonzalez that Ms. Anthony described to you?
No, I did not.
Did you ever locate or find any evidence that Kaylee Anthony had been with a Hispanic female at any point in time after June 16th of 2008, based on the tips and the investigation into those tips?
No.
Okay. You had mentioned that Ms. Anthony downloaded phone records and gave them to you. Did you collect Ms. Anthony's actual cell phone?
Yes.
Let me approach the witness, Your Honor. The packaging of HQ for identification.
Thank you.
Tell me if you recognize anything on that package.
I recognize the evidence tape as one that we use at the sheriff's office. I recognize the stickers on it as stickers indicating it is evidence for the sheriff's office. Reading the stickers, it says that it is a Nokia cell phone, model 2610, and under owner name, Casey Anthony. Under date, 7/16 of 08.
Would that have been the date that you collected it from her?
Yes.
What did you do with it?
Inevitably, we obtained a court order in order to get the historical caller information, text messages from the cell phone. We also downloaded the cell phone information to get her caller ID list or friends list, names of people that she had programmed into her phone along with telephone numbers.
Who did you give the phone to?
If memory serves correct, I gave it to one of our computer forensic examiners.
Who?
Either Sergeant Kevin Stinger or Detective Sandy Osborne, then Sandy Kahn.
Are those the individuals who would have completed the examination and downloading of information from the phone?
Yes.
Did you also find out who Ms. Anthony's phone carrier was for that cell phone?
Yes.
Who was that?
AT&T, also known as Singular.
Were you able to obtain, either by court order or a subpoena of some sort, cell phone records directly from AT&T?
Yes.
Mr. Bias?
Yes, sir. We have stipulated and have no objections.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I will now read to you the stipulation. The attached cellular telephone records are true and correct copies of the business record to a bill use. Parties have agreed to. In light of the stipulation, I would seek to introduce NE, a composite exhibit for identification, into evidence as the state's next numbered exhibit. It will be admitted into evidence as states numbered.
Did you collect items from the Anthony home that belonged at some point to Kaylee Anthony?
Yes.
Okay. Who did you collect those items from?
I believe it was from Miss Cindy Anthony.
If I may approach the witness, Your Honor.
You may.
I have states JC, JD, JE, and JF for identification. Let me take a look at each of the packages.
Thank you.
Do the markings on the exterior of the package appear to coincide with your recollection of what you collected from Cindy Anthony as property of Kaylee Anthony?
Yes.
Okay, what were those items that you collected?
I'll read off the package. Item number 1, 4 toothbrushes belonging to Kaylee Anthony. Item number 2, 1 brush belonging to Kaylee Anthony. Item number 3, 1 comb belonging to Kaylee Anthony. Item number 4, 1 thermometer belonging to Kaylee Anthony.
Did you turn those over to a crime scene investigator with the Orange County Sheriff's Office by the name of Christine Narkowitz, something like that?
Yes, I believe so.
You had talked about Detective Allen looking at the David or the driver's license photographs in his car with Casey Anthony after the conclusion of the interview that we just heard. What type of car was this?
It was a sport utility vehicle. I want to say a Ford Explorer, perhaps.
Okay. Marked, unmarked?
Unmarked.
And where was Ms. Anthony seated when you saw her?
In the front passenger seat.
Did she accompany you all to another location?
Yes.
Where was that?
Back to the Orange County Sheriff's Office, Central Operations Center at State Road 50 and John Young.
Once she got there, after a period of time, was she placed under arrest?
Yes.
For what?
Ultimately, at the time, it was for providing false information to a law enforcement officer, obstructing an investigation, and for child neglect.
Thank you. Your Honor, I have no other questions of the witness on this subject at this point.
Cross-examination.
please the court? Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
I noticed when you're asked questions that you turn to the jury to ask them, to answer them. Do you not?
Yes.
And you're taught to testify that way.
Yes.
And part of your job as a police officer is learning how to speak to juries.
Yes.
And to be persuasive on the stand.
Define persuasive.
By looking them directly as the prosecutor is asking you questions.
A jury is ultimately charged with deciding the facts of the case and guilt or innocence. I'm trying to answer your question, sir.
My question to you, sir, is it's...
Mr. Bias, let him finish answering the question.
Yes.
May continue.
I feel it appropriate, since this is for the jury's benefit, to look at the jury and acknowledge them in my answers.
But you do not do that during cross-examination, do you, sir?
I'm doing it now.
Right now that I pointed out to you, haven't you?
Yes.
Now, you testified to the jury that Zenaida Gonzalez, at this point, and I'm specifically referring to July 16th, is the suspect.
I believe it was Zenaida Fernandez Gonzalez, according to Miss Anthony, yes.
So she's the suspect and not Miss Anthony.
Correct.
Now, and this is after you've already verified that no Zenaida Gonzalez lives at Sawgrass Apartments.
Correct.
This is after verifying that the child has been missing for 30 days.
Correct.
This is after finding out from George Anthony that the car smells.
I don't recall who told me the car had the odor. We've gone over this, but I knew of an odor in the car. Yes.
This is after finding out there was a foul odor in the car.
An odor from the car, yes.
This is after verifying that Casey Anthony is lying to you about working at Universal Studios.
Yes.
This is about after verifying that Jeffrey Michael Hopkins hasn't worked there since 2002.
Correct.
This is after finding out that no Juliet Lewis ever worked for Universal Studios.
Correct.
This is after finding out that Zenaida Gonzalez never worked for Universal Studios.
Correct.
And despite all of this information, Casey Anthony is not a suspect.
Correct.
Now, I notice you're not looking at the jury anymore. Can you look at them and tell them in the eye that... May I finish the question?
No. Sustain. Next question.
Can you honestly, under oath, Detective Melich, tell this jury that at that point in your investigation, Casey Anthony was not a suspect?
A suspect of what, sir?
Of anything, of any crime.
Well, obviously she admits that she had lied to us about several aspects of this, but she was very vehement in her statement to us and saying the last person she saw this child with was Zenaida Fernandez Gonzalez.
And you didn't suspect Casey Anthony of foul play against Kaylee Anthony at this point?
I didn't know what to take of Casey Anthony. I couldn't understand why the mother of a missing child would go through this extent if we're just trying to help find her child.
Did you understand the question, sir?
Please say it again.
Did you not suspect Casey Anthony at this point of some type of foul play against Kaylee Anthony?
I suspected that Miss Anthony was holding back information still. I confronted her several times in the interview, offered several different scenarios to include one where Kaylee was no longer alive. She denied all of it, and she was adamant that her daughter was with this Zenaida Fernandez Gonzalez.
So the answer to my question is no, you didn't suspect her of foul play against her daughter.
I can't tell you what I felt at the time. Standing here today or sitting here today, based on all the information, yes, I do suspect that now. But at the time, right after Universal, we had all this information coming to us. We'd already determined that she had lied on several accounts. We still wanted to get more information. We wanted to show her photographs of this Zenaida. If we didn't believe she didn't exist, we wouldn't have showed her photographs.
And this is even after all this information, you still didn't think she was a suspect?
Correct. We had no indication to say foul play aside from her just lying and not telling us where Zenaida lived.
But isn't a true missing persons case investigation akin to a murder investigation, Detective Melich?
It can depend on the circumstances.
But without a body?
It can depend on the circumstances. If you have a missing person and legitimately this person has gone missing, for instance, a 2.5-year-old child, and you get a lot of different stories, it could be because ultimately you're trying to find the truth. So in that respect, in finding the truth, it is. And we've had missing adult cases where a person who is reputable in the community, who has nothing in their life that would suggest that they would just immediately leave their lives. Yes, those are missing person cases where we have to presume maybe something else happened.
So at this point, you're doing a murder investigation?
No, sir.
And even though, well, let me ask you, is it your opinion that a missing persons investigation is akin to a murder investigation without a body?
In the general sense, no. It can be, but not in all instances, no.
Now, I'd like to go back to all that you had done up until this point, since we're now in the phase of the Universal incident on July 16th. At this point, you have gone to 4937 Hope Spring Drive.
Yes.
You have, at that point, looked at a statement.
Yes.
By Miss Anthony. Now, you didn't collect that statement from Miss Anthony, right?
Correct.
And it is your understanding that the officer who took that statement from Casey actually handcuffed Casey Anthony, didn't you?
These are facts, not evidence, number one. And number two, he had answered this question on the last time he was on the stand, and it would call for a hearsay response.
Sustain.
You have quite a bit of information at this point, do you not, sir?
I have information, yes.
And then you go on a trip with Miss Anthony to several locations on the 15th or early morning of the 16th.
Yes.
All of which are not giving you any answers.
Correct.
And you go to a place that is a convalescent home.
Yes.
And that is supposed to be where Zenaida's mother lives?
At one point in time, Zenaida lived with other people, so yes.
Now, Zenaida was supposed to live at that convalescent home.
At the seniors facility, yes.
The 24-year-old girl.
Yes.
And you later found out that that was across the street from Ricardo Morales' home.
From the street Ricardo lives on, yes.
And then after you do all of these things, you go and meet up with Sergeant Allen.
Yes.
He's your supervisor.
Yes.
And you brief him of all the bizarre events that happened the night before.
What bizarre events are we referring to, sir?
Come on, Detective Melich, you know exactly what I'm referring to. The ones we just finished covering.
I didn't know that that was a seniors only facility when I met with Sergeant Allen. I also hadn't confirmed. What do you mean by? Repeat the question.
You had briefed him on all of the bizarre events that happened the night before, like coming to a home where a child has been missing for 30 days and not reported, like going to an apartment complex that had been abandoned or no one had lived in for several weeks or months, like not being able to get any answers. All of those facts.
That's incorrect, sir. I had not been to Sawgrass yet. I went with Miss Anthony when she showed me the apartment, but I had not yet met with the apartment manager of Sawgrass and determined for myself that it was an empty apartment.
But you had sent other officers to go do that. In fact, Rendon Fletcher was ordered to go do that, was he not?
I don't recall sending any officers to go there. I know they did. I don't recall it being in my direction.
In fact, you know that this was the second trip that was taken to Sawgrass Apartments. One first by Adriana Acevedo and Rendon Fletcher, the second one done by you.
Yes, I recall it was the second trip.
All right, so you got all this stuff done. You brief your sergeant as to what's going on, right?
Yes.
And your next step is to go to Universal Studios.
No, when I briefed my sergeant, again, I had not gone to Sawgrass, I had not been to the seniors only facility, and I had not been to Universal. So when I briefed Sergeant Allen, I had yet to do these things.
Okay, so your next step was to?
The next place I went was to the Sawgrass Apartments.
Then you got all this information, which means that apartment's been empty for months.
According to Sawgrass, it had been.
No Zenaida Gonzalez.
Correct.
And then?
Incorrect. There was a guest card filled out with a Zenaida Gonzalez on it that we would later follow up on.
But no Zenaida Fernandez Gonzalez.
No, the guest card didn't say Fernandez.
Right. And after all of this goes on, you talk to Sergeant Allen again.
Yes, in an effort to see if he can get someone to bring Miss Anthony to Universal.
And you're briefing him of all of these stories told to you by Casey Anthony.
Yes.
And you can't put your finger on why you're hearing all of these stories.
Correct. I had no idea why.
It's odd.
Is that a question?
Yes, sir. That's a question.
Yeah, it was.
And at this point, you go to Universal Studios and you meet with Leonard Tutura.
If you're implying that I met with him before or after I talked to Sergeant Allen, I don't recall talking to Sergeant Allen until after I had been to Universal. From our meeting in the morning to the time I called him after we had met with, or after I'd met with Mr. Tutora.
Now, at this point, you're with Leonard Tutura, and you find out Casey Anthony doesn't work there.
Correct.
You find out all these people don't work there.
Yes.
And you're finding out that these are just more stories.
Yes.
Now, the night before, you had inquired about Miss Anthony's mental health status with Miss Anthony, did you not?
I asked if she had ever been to Lakeside or had any thoughts of suicide. So in that respect, I had.
Okay. Now, you then, after knowing that she doesn't work there, you call her.
You're implying that yes.
My question to you, sir. My question is, after knowing that she doesn't work there, you call her.
After meeting with Mr. Tutora, and Mr. Tutora saying she had not worked for Universal for several years, yes, I did call her.
Okay. Now, after you call her, you put her on speakerphone.
Yes.
And this is so Leonard Tutura can hear.
Yes.
And she gives you more information.
She confirms information she had already given me.
She gives you an extension.
Yes.
From her office.
Yes.
Her office where her other phone is at.
Where she lost her other phone, I believe. Yes.
Where she filled out a report with security because she lost the phone number that contains the information of all these people you need to get a hold of.
I don't recall her saying that she was at her office when she filled out the report, but she did claim she filled out a report, I believe, for Universal.
Loss prevention.
For Universal.
Okay. And now, you know, because Tutura tells you that that's not a real phone extension.
Correct.
And you know that's not true. So then you have her come to Universal, correct?
Correct.
And this is after briefing, of course, Sergeant Allen, right?
Again, you're saying briefing. I know I talked to Sergeant Allen over the phone and asked if he could pick Miss Anthony up.
And you didn't tell him all that you had found out right then and there.
Although I can't recall what I told him on the phone, I believe I did. I would say I did. If he's my supervisor and I'm asking him to pick up Miss Anthony, I presume I would have told him what I'd found so far.
Right. He's not your taxi service. He's your supervisor. You're going to tell him what's going on, right?
Correct.
Okay. So he knows what's going on. You know what's going on. There's about to be this ruse at Universal, is there not?
What ruse?
Pretending or going to allow Casey to continue telling stories.
Miss Anthony told us she worked at Universal Studios. She was very persuasive. She was very, as a matter of fact, when she was telling us about her employment, what she did and her office and her phone and everything else. Even at this time, I couldn't imagine that this was a ruse, to use your word. I wanted to find out where she would take us. If she said she had an office, maybe the computer system was wrong. I don't know. Maybe she worked as a subcontractor for Universal offsite. I don't know. I wanted to see where she would take us. She agreed to take us to her office. So obviously, I want to see where she's going to take us.
She didn't take you offsite, did she?
No.
She took you to Universal?
Yes.
Okay. And you knew all of this is not true?
According to Mr. Tutor, yes, she did not work at Universal Studios, and yet she directed Sergeant Allen to go to the employee parking lot of Universal, and she walked up to the employee entrance of Universal and attempted to get in, even then claiming she was an employee. I couldn't understand why she would do that.
Just beyond you.
Fair to say, we're looking for a missing 2.5-year-old. I can't understand why, if she's coming up to this security gate with 2 officers in tow, another detective standing there with security manager in front of all these people, I can't imagine what would inspire her to lie at this point. If she's at the gate, there's got to be a reason for it. There has to be an explanation for it. I can't figure it out, but she led us there.
Right, and these are things beyond your comprehension, aren't they, Detective Malich?
Well, at the time, I sat back, and of course we watched and wanted to see where her exchange was at the security gate.
And she had no ID number?
I don't know about the number. She had no ID with her.
She had no one that she could call to come to the gate and say, hey, yeah, she works here?
I can't answer that question.
That didn't happen in your presence?
I don't recall her asking or being asked if she had someone she can call.
Now, you get to the gate and you walk into Universal. I have HG. You walk through the gate, right?
Yes.
And as you're walking through the gate, and you said she's very persuasive. Sounds like she believes this, right?
Perhaps convincing is a better word, but yeah, she's very convincing, as if she knows what she's doing, knows where she's going.
And in fact, you said she was walking with purpose.
Yes.
And Your Honor, can I publish HG that's been admitted into evidence for the jury?
What's the exhibit number?
HG?
No, it's the evidence number. Madam Clerk. Is it 62, Madam Clerk? You may publish 62.
Can everyone see that? Oh, okay. All right. So as you walk in, this is where you begin, correct?
I was at the security gate when they walked up, and as I indicated before, I believe when we left, can I mark on the screen?
Yes, go ahead.
When we left, I recall Sergeant Allen being parked somewhere here in the blue. But yes, we did walk through this security gate.
And right there, where you just marked, she's walking with purpose.
Walking with purpose is while she's in the studio. It's the general sense of overall, yeah, she walked with purpose. She didn't hesitate anytime.
You testified she was leading you.
Yeah, she led us to her office. We obviously didn't know where it was.
And then you make a right.
Inside the gate, we make a right. We go down a path or a walkway.
And she's walking again, leading you. And the two of you are having small talk.
Yes.
And she's telling you that she's going to take you to her office.
I can't recall what the conversation was, but she was there to lead us to her office.
Does she have a nameplate that says Casey Anthony on her desk? Say anything about that?
I don't recall.
Did she say she had a computer on her desk?
I don't recall.
Any photographs of her family?
I don't recall asking any of that.
And she's walking down, it's at about 50 yards before you make a left?
Give or take. I can't approximate distances.
And when you're making that left, does she tell you, we've got to turn left here?
Once again, I don't recall the conversation. I recall she led us to that building. I can't recall the specifics or the conversation I had with her as we walked.
And then you walk maybe another 100 yards before you get in the building?
Fair estimate.
And then she turns to the left or she turns to the right?
At what point, sir?
When you get in the building?
She turns left.
Okay. And she looked like she knew where she was going?
Yes.
And she just kept going?
Yes.
And then all of a sudden stops?
Yes.
And that's when reality sinks in?
That's when she told us she didn't work here.
Right. Now, is it at this point in time, Detective, that you realize you might be dealing with something just a little bit more than just a kid who's lying to you?
No, sir. Throughout the morning, I was already noticing that there was something very peculiar about the story. She was saying that she went to certain locations. I was verifying these locations and finding out it just didn't seem as if, or seeing what she was telling me was right. So it was, the whole morning was peculiar, but that particular moment just added to it. Why would she lead us down this hallway? I didn't understand. I didn't have an answer to that. And that's why we wanted to ask Miss Anthony, again, explain to us what happened. Explain to us why we're here.
Now, as a police officer, many times you deal with people who have problems with drug abuse.
Yes.
You also deal with a lot of people who have mental health issues, do you not?
Yes.
And then you also have people that fall into either one of them, those categories.
Yes.
And sometimes you have to make a call as you're investigating cases, even though you're not, based on your own experience and based on your own observations, as to which category some of these people might fall into and how to deal with them, do you not?
It's a very general question. I can't say that I lump people in a category at any particular time. Yes, there are categories, but I don't, if you're asking me if I lumped Miss Anthony into a category at that time, no.
Okay, let me ask you this. You go into a room now, right? Conference room?
A small room, yes.
Yes, okay. You go into a small room, and I want to ask you this hypothetical. As you're about to sit down, if Casey had told you, don't sit there, Zanny the nanny is sitting there, what would you have done?
Your Honor, I object. This is speculative and irrelevant.
I said it's a hypothetical, Judge.
Sustain.
Are there psychologists or psychiatrists that you have ever consulted with in investigations?
Object. Irrelevant.
Sustain.
Judge, may we approach?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the jury, the time is now 12 noon. We're going to go to lunch. I'm Going to ask you not to discuss this case among yourselves, and please abide by all of my other admonitions. Any additional instructions by the state or the defense? Okay, members of the jury, enjoy your lunch. We'll be back at 1:30.
Enjoy your lunch. So we got another part of day 8 to get through, but I think it's going to might take a little bit longer than we want. So maybe we should start that off the next time. So maybe we'll call it an early day for Brother Counsel. So we'll stop right here and we'll continue either tomorrow or on Monday. The reason why I say maybe not tomorrow is because there's some other things that I may have to be busy with tomorrow. So I'll let you guys know. You can keep your notifications on, and you can check back here tomorrow at 10 a.m. And we may be doing the continuation of the trial then. So thank you all again for joining us with the continuation of Casey Anthony's trial. We're basically going through everything that the prosecutor said in the opening statement. She's showing with witnesses, a lot of Yuri Melich, all the interviews that we heard, and her lying through her teeth. I mean, that's pretty established now that she lies. She lies and lies and lies and lies and lies and lies. That's what she does. She lies. I saw this very important question here that I have to take. Brother Counsel, is that a Bruins jersey behind you? Some people call it a sweater, so just be careful. The answer to that is no, it is not a Bruins jersey. It is a Brother Counsel jersey, and I got it playing in a tournament. And in fact, you're all going to hear about this tournament shortly because I play in it once a year. It's to benefit a very special organization that's close to my heart. And I'm going to be talking about it probably in the videos to come whenever the tournament is launched. And then I have my page. And I think we're going to be giving away that jersey this time. One of the lucky Brother Counsel viewers or subscribers or members is going to be able to get that jersey. And I think we're going to get another jersey from this next tournament, also a Brother Counsel's jersey. So the team that I played with in this past tournament, that were the colors that they had. So that was the jersey that I got. I got an extra jersey, number 1 for Brother Counsel. That's what it says on the back. Brother Counsel, very, very nice jersey, actually. Beautiful jersey. You'll see the material if you're the lucky one to win it. But we're going to be talking more about the tournament as it comes up. So this is a once-a-year tournament. It's usually scheduled in February, but everyone's got to raise a little bit of money first. So we're going to talk about that. But it's a very, very special organization. So anyway, that is the question with the jersey. Here's also a question that I keep getting from Jody. Are there any more recaps aside from day 1 of this trial? If so, I can't seem to find them. And the answer to that is no, there have not been because I've been too busy to do them. The first day I was able to do it and I actually squeezed it in. But there's just been a lot of other things and that I've been busy with once I shut off the stream. So I haven't been doing it and I don't feel it is as important because after all, it's an old trial. So I know a lot of people looking for it, but we'll see. Something has to give, something has to give in the entire day. So, all right. So anyway, we're getting through the trial pretty quickly, as fast as we can. And to digest everything, again, it seems like the theory of the prosecution is just going to show how much she lies and then asking the jury that because she was lying, that means that she was hiding the fact that she murdered Kaylee. And the defense is going to say she's lying because Kaylee died tragically and she's just a pathological liar. That's what it seems we're headed, but we keep seeing everything going on. I guess we'll have to see more about the forensics, all that evidence. We haven't seen that yet, but we'll get there. We will get there. So we are marathoning our way through this trial. We're already halfway through day 8. So we're doing this like on double time because we're able to skip all the breaks and everything. And we don't take lunches here. As you know, we don't take lunches as when you're in Brother Counsel. When you're in BCU, there's no lunch break. There's just like quick, short 5-minute breaks here and there. Not real trial. So, all right. So that's going to be it for now. Thank you all for joining. We'll see you next time. Keep your eyes and ears peeled for what's coming next. There may be something I'm busy with on Friday, maybe the Sunday show. we'll see. But I would definitely like to pick this up either tomorrow or Monday. All right. We'll see you then. Have a great night, everybody.